Hello, everyone. I am your host, Clifford Johnston, with the Mojave Podcast Transmission. Today, we're going to be playing some more of the Halo campaign Evolved. I looked up and we have a drop on Twitch to get a new armor. So you watch 2 hours of this stuff and you'll get a drop. Make sure it's the same account that you're playing with on Halo. Yeah. So here is that. Gotta get this last thing dialed in and switch over my controls. Going to start. I planned to get going at 2:30, but I was a little behind schedule. Okay, there's it. I have it down to 30 FPS solid, and we're gonna see if this helps smooth things out a little bit. I'm gonna be checking in on the different streams here momentarily when I'm playing to see how it's going and how the sound is. The last, yesterday's was pretty choppy. I think today I have it all dialed in, so we'll see. Thank you for sticking with me. I tried to download the game, you know how you can do to make it play better, but it did not work properly because it needs to be an X/S, and this is only the original Xbox, so original Xbox One. So I'm streaming off of that, so what I get is kind of what I get. And I'm just glad I'm able to play it regardless, really. I'm trying not to be a hater, but low-key, if you watched me, I did Rage Quit 2 days ago.
A Westlake man has been sentenced to over 3 years in federal prison for his role in an anti-ICE protest in downtown.
Like I said, this happens. Yeah, I wanted to show that again.
A Westlake man has been sentenced to over 3 years in federal prison for his role in an anti-ICE protest in downtown LA last year. 42-year-old Ismael Vega.
Ortega previously pleaded guilty to 1 count of obstructing and impeding interfering with law enforcement during a civil disorder. Prosecutors say on June 8th of last year, he threw rocks and ignited debris at CHP officers who were stuck under a freeway overpass. U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley says that flaming debris ignited the CHP patrol car below.
Okay, so I'm trying to get the sound down here, folks. Looks like everything's good to go. I'm gonna overlay this. Fix this.
Lake man has been sentenced to over
we got something new. And I'll switch over here because it's gonna keep me off of the streaming service again. Alright, but like I said, if you watched it, which I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it like by watching my own streams, which we'll see. Because I'm gonna use my phone to try it tonight, and I'll let you know. Alright, that's pretty much the full screen at that point. Except for my little podcast transmission up in the left corner. I'm only doing it like that because I kind of wanted to see if I could do what I used to be able to do. Switch this to here, this here. We got 29 things to get through. Hopefully none of this shit is copyrighted. I pretty much pre-watched the majority of all of it. Okay, and everything else will be okay. So thank you guys for watching. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share this with other people who like this different type of content. And without further ado, let us proceed.
A Westlake man has been sentenced to over 3 years in federal prison for his role in an anti-ICE protest in downtown LA last year. 42-year-old Ismael Vega previously pleaded guilty to 1 count of obstructing and impeding interfering with law enforcement during a civil disorder. Prosecutors say on June 8th of last year, he threw rocks and ignited debris at CHP officers who were stuck under a freeway overpass. U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley says that flaming debris ignited the CHP patrol car below. Vega has also been ordered to pay over $250,000 in restitution on top of a 37-month federal prison sentence.
Recovery efforts are underway in Japan following a major magnitude 7.1 earthquake shook that country as several people were trapped inside of a shopping mall that partially collapsed on the southern portion of the main island, the southern main island, a 7.1 magnitude earthquake. And you can see some of the damage now currently daytime on Wednesday in this location. But you can see some of the damages that happened, potentially a gas line ruptured, causing an explosion. We're also hearing from officials in Japan, the Japanese Prime Minister talking about urging residents to evacuate and stay vigilant after that major magnitude earthquake hits southern Japan as the death toll continues to rise. Let's bring into the conversation from Reuters in Tokyo, based in Tokyo, John Getty. John, thank you so much for joining us right now. What's the sense, what's the feeling, what's the latest you can tell us about this earthquake?
Well, the latest we just heard in the last hour from the Prime Minister, who has confirmed that 13 people have died, at least, in this earthquake that struck yesterday afternoon. There's a pretty frantic search still going on for survivors. You mentioned the collapsed shopping mall, which has been the most eye-catching moment, really, of the events of the last, 12 hours or so. But there are other locations as well. There's a paper mill where the chimney partially collapsed, where 7 people are also missing. And the Prime Minister described it this morning as a race against time to find survivors. So yes, for rescue workers on the ground, it really is, a desperate attempt to try to find people, especially in this mall where you can see now the wreckage that was caused from that.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to watch, and they're racing against the minutes, the hours to get there. The Prime Minister also told people to stay vigilant. Are they concerned that there might be more quakes, aftershocks happening?
Yes, I mean that's pretty standard in Japan. Often with big quakes like this, to expect aftershocks. There've been over 100 small aftershocks in the area since that quake yesterday afternoon. And authorities have warned residents, especially in those areas that were very close to the epicenter, to beware of potentially other big jolts that could come for the next week. So absolutely, residents, many are under evacuation orders, so they are considering whether they need to go to evacuation centres. Another issue that authorities have warned about here is, many homes, thousands of homes are without power, and we're in the middle of summer here in Japan. It's hot. It's going to get 34 degrees plus, down in Kumamoto today, and very humid. So in people in houses without access to air conditioning, the authorities are warning for people to be very vigilant about potential, heat stroke and heat risks, as well, even if they have managed to get through this initial chaos of the post-earthquake.
Yeah, those recovery efforts, even for people that still have their homes standing, it is very real. How have people in Japan mobilized rescue efforts? What does that look like right now to try to get out? Because you mentioned the shopping mall, other areas. How have they mobilized crews?
Yeah, rescue efforts have been very extensive from those on the ground, and then the soldiers from the self-defense forces, the Japanese army, have also been deployed. 3,600 soldiers were sent in to try to help with rescue efforts, including in that collapsed mall that you mentioned earlier. So very extensive rescue efforts underway, and it's some of the hospitals that are really near the epicenter are without power. So at least one hospital said it was without power and effectively acting as a field hospital. Another said, they were basically at capacity and were having to turn people away. So, those additional aid workers and rescue workers will be very vital at this moment in time.
And can I ask you, because when we talk about earthquakes, especially on the coast like there in southern Japan, you also talk about tsunamis, and there are other warnings out there. Can you talk about that and how the warnings were in effect? What did people kind of see in that regard?
So the moment that the earthquake hit, so usually what happens in Japan is that you will get an alert often pushed to your phone or across TV stations that will, a siren will sound and say an earthquake is incoming. And that's what we had here. Then we got news of this big earthquake. Initially, authorities said there's a risk of a 1 meter tsunami, so people were prepared for that, but they lifted that a few hours after. So no tsunami risk from this quake. But of course, Japan is the most seismically active country in the world. It's almost every year we have some, major earthquake that send shockwaves across the population and has people on edge. But as a result of that, I think, whilst it is the most seismically prone country in the world, disaster preparedness is also, very, very good and very strong, especially since that massive earthquake in 2011 that we know of, that's been really stepped up. So, it's something that people in Japan just live with on a daily basis.
Yeah, right there on the fault line, the ring of fire so many people talk about. I want to ask you, just for our national, international audience here on Live Now from Fox, if they're unfamiliar with the geography of Japan, where exactly was the epicenter? And you mentioned Kumamoto. How culturally significant is that area, that region, to Japan?
So Kumamoto sits in a part of Japan called Kyushu, which is, I guess you have the main Honshu Islands where Tokyo sits. Then you have another island, a big island called Kyushu, and then you have the small chain of islands, the Okinawa Islands. So it's in it's about maybe a 2-hour roughly flight from Tokyo to that region. It's a very well-populated area. Kumamoto is the biggest city in that area, full of very historic sites and amazing, natural beauty. Kumamoto Castle, which is sort of the symbol of the town, was extremely badly damaged in an earthquake that also hit that region 10 years ago. And the reports came in last night that, they've been rebuilding walls there, and some of those walls at Kumamoto Castle had also come down in this latest quake. You're seeing images there of various shrines across the region as well, that have been affected. So, sadly, yes, many cultural buildings as well will have been affected by this quake. Often those buildings like shrines, they're built with extremely heavy slate roofs, right? So in the event, that earthquakes hit, it's often older buildings like that with these very heavy roofs that tend to come down, whereas modern buildings that are built with, all the kind of earthquake prevention techniques, are able to withstand these sort of size of quakes.
All right, that is very good to know and a good understanding of what this area is. Are we missing anything here, John? Is there anything else you want to know? Because you obviously talked about it, so very familiar to what's going on there. Are we missing anything about this quake and how they're responding?
I don't think so. I mean, I think, the center of the attention at the moment is, as you say, on this mall. It's a strange situation because there was a big explosion in this mall around an hour after the quake hit. So the mall operator said that they'd managed to get around 200 shoppers in the mall. They'd evacuated them immediately after, but there were still some people inside when this explosion of unknown origin occurred. And there's been some footage, before this from dashcam footage that has been, been shown on local television here, and I'm sure other stations around the world. There's this vast explosion from inside the building that sends all this debris out across the car park and leaves the whole front of the building in ruins, as you see. So authorities are investigating a potential gas, situation, according to local media reports. The more we find out about that, I think that will become the dominant story of this. How did this occur? What safeguards should be in place to prevent this kind of incident from occurring? I think that will be a big focus going forward. Our teams on the ground are trying to get to the various disaster sites, and they're saying, around Kumamoto City, the damage doesn't look too bad, but the area that's sort of the epicenter, which is nearer to where this mall is, nearer to where that paper mill I talked about earlier was, which, that area is obviously going to be, it's less populated, but it's going to be the one that we're going to see the real kind of damage and extent of what's happened here.
And as you mentioned, time is of the essence in these recovery efforts in Kumamoto and beyond. John Getty with Reuters live from Tokyo. Thank you again. I appreciate your time here on Live Now.
Thank you very much.
The Home Assistant integration and Node-RED with dashboard help to set up a little calibration interface. With the right increments to navigate between the program pins, I can set the starting position. A little of vibe coding helped with getting a base for also controlling the printer from Python.
Yeah.
To upload the firmware, I'm using OpenOCD that's also used by the Moon River Studio 2. The Python program just executes OpenOCD as a sub-process and scans the output if the programming was successful. I improved the tool more and more incrementally, as it would miss a few MCUs sometimes. Trying to adjust its position slightly until it succeeds helped.
Yeah.
I tested the speed again with a full blade. 15 megabits per second was the absolute maximum. Anything beyond that would need overclocking. I was sure now the blade was working with the fixes, so I finally placed an order for another 15 blades. That was what I was able to manufacture with the remaining parts I had on stock. Purchasing the 60,000 MCUs turned out to be more complicated, as I needed an agent in China for that. It's a long story, but in the end Quindor from Intermittent Technology hooked me up with Allnet, who helped to order the MCUs eventually. The next step was the base, where all blades are connected. Processing all the buses simultaneously would be a great challenge. I got some FPGAs, test boards for that, etc. I had just to split the project to get anything finished in a timely manner. With the 15 blades ordered and the one botched here, I could just start with a 16 blade version and just switch the base later for a 64 and 128 blade version. So for the 16 blade version I just repeated what I did on the other levels of the hierarchy. Level 4 would be the root this time, connecting to USB on the other side. As you can see, I decided to supply the baseboard with XT60 connectors. It's simply the most economic option. At scale, even the cabling ended up costing hundreds of bucks. I might have over-engineered the power in the end, because I planned in the option to have different voltages for the MCUs on the lower levels as well as a different voltage for the LEDs. To get enough current for the final build, I decided to start with the Corsair 3kW PC power supply. From that, using DC to DC converters to get down from the high current 12 volts to insane current 3.3 volts. I wanted something really safe and reliable, so I opted in for some Murata buck converters. These are amazing, 95% efficient, up to 30 amps. They were just offering the most amps for the buck, and I needed a lot. I designed the board around that, what felt like a project on its own, so I probably make another video on that. I made 20 of those, which should be enough for the 80 amps we need for version 1.
At this point, I like to take the time to promote Altium Develop a little more. I agreed to show the requirements portal, the mechanical design and integration tools, as well as the BOM portal. I use the tools for months now and they are super useful, but I rather like to talk about the features I personally like the most. First of all, the multi-channel design. Just using the keyword repeat instead of cloning the subsheet 32 times is so much cleaner in the design. The blade design is so complex, yet the nested schematics are so simple and the system generates and tracks the instances automatically. Where Altium really shines for me is actually the PCB design tools. Setting up VRC rules up front, you can let them be tracked in real time, highlighting the issues automatically. I already talked about the automatic impedance matching, which I love, but also just simple tools like having multiple grids, including polar grids, is super useful. Checking the maximum current rating of traces really helped with the dimensioning of the power traces. And filtering objects by any attributes sped up things on all the designs I did for this project. Working on a team, there is no way around the integrated version control and issue tracking. But these tools were also super useful tracking my progress and the PCB versions. So check out the trial and the tutorials from the links below. Now back to the project.
The arrival of the blades and the baseboard felt like Christmas.
Oh, look at that, version 0.4. Alright, this is amazing.
The base was actually ridiculous. I'm not even sure how they were able to manufacture that with a 0.1mm trace precision.
This is it! This is the base!
A little blunder was that I placed the programming pads underneath the level 4 MCU. Oh well, thankfully the flatback has exposed pins, so I can attach wires to it. Assembling that I used partial stencils. It was a nice tip from chat. I was surprised how problematic the assembly went, and it was a lot of hand soldering. Now to the housing. That was completely winged with Blender. I needed to split this humongous thing. Using threaded rods and staggering the parts went better than expected.
What do we got here?
is going to be copyrighted or not. So we're in for it.
The DC converters are just mounted along the perimeter for cooling and connected with tons of cables. Just seeing it to come together after half a year
See
was
us at the very end of his
unbelievable
video,
to me.
so it's his outro.
I guess that works. Yeah.
Now you might ask yourself, what about the submerged liquid cooling? It's not off the table yet, especially for a denser build. This
I
whole
have
thing
no
can be
idea
put
what
upside
music
down
that
on top
was,
of a
and I'm
container,
sorry, it was
but
not my
turns out
intention.
most of the transparent submerged cooling liquids were discontinued because they are these nasty forever chemicals. Getting proper replacements feels like a new quest, and the hardware for the pumps and the cooling will also add another $1,000 to the build. I will go with air cooling for now.
Oh shit, here we go again with the fucking sound. I didn't do it. I did not do it. He did it. Yeah, there's the finished product, everyone. Hope you liked it. You did a fantastic job. Yep, okay.
Oftentimes
Next.
used.
I
The
can't.
parts are already waiting.
not doing
Thanks to
any more
Altium
music,
for
dude.
supporting the project, and thanks to my
Pushing it.
So what's happening inside Iran's Pickaxe Mountain? Came up this morning in his interview with Fox and Friends, which I happen to know a little bit about. It's another nuclear site, but it's bigger and harder to penetrate than anywhere else. They actually built it in the side of a mountain, 300 feet below the earth. Solid granite surrounding it, just south of Iran's Natanz nuclear facility, which we hit already. That's what makes it so significant. Its depth has raised questions about whether even America's most powerful bunker busters could reach it. Joining us now to discuss this and more, former Trump Deputy National Security Advisor Victoria Coates and founder and president of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, Cliff May. Cliff, Pickaxe is coming up. It's got to be addressed. The Netanyahu reported yesterday that he has schematics and details about centrifuges being moved in there, possibly with uranium. What should everyone know about it at home?
It's hot, Bill.
What you said,
The mountain's deep, and guess what? We're gonna blow it up. It don't matter they on a mountain. Hey, you know what? It's better for us because the mountain's gonna fall on top of them. All right, I tell you what. The bigger they fall, the hotter they fall.
Pickaxe has only one. Fordo had two. Our bombs went through the ventilation shaft, not through the rock. There's always the entrance as well. You can block up the entrance. Can they dig it out? Sure, but you could hit the bulldozers and the people operating them as well. So this can be addressed. I'm glad that whatever Mossad has learned and whatever Netanyahu has shared with the United States.
For them.
We do not want. Trump does not want this regime to have nuclear weapons, and I'll be very blunt about why. If they have nuclear weapons, they'll use them. If they have intercontinental ballistic missiles, they'll be a threat to the United States.
Victoria, they say possibly one bunker buster after the other bunker buster could do the damage to possibly bury this uranium in those centrifuges too.
Well, Brian, good to be with you. Good to see you, Cliff. I think what we're talking about here are the massive ordnance penetrator bombs at the B-2s that were so effective last year in Operation Midnight Hammer that we would be looking at that as the tool of choice. And yes, you need to do a multi-layered bombing campaign. And it might be, as Cliff says, to render the site inaccessible, but it's certainly within the capabilities of the United States. But importantly, those are our unique capabilities. So I think that's going to be the Commander-in-Chief's decision if he decides to use that.
Right. Real quick, Cliff, we might link these two wars now. Now you have Iran, Ukraine hitting an Iran boat, ship full of weapons that are going to Russia, and then Iran promising retaliation on that. Is there a chance of these two wars coming together?
Two wars have come together. Ukrainians have been fighting not just the Russians, but also the North Koreans, as you know. Also, the Iranian regime. That's where the Shahed drones came from. Also, the Chinese, who have been helping the Russians. And similarly, the U.S. and Israel in fighting the regime in Tehran. That regime has the backing of the Russians, of the North Koreans, probably in terms of the tunnels in particular, and of course of Beijing. So at FPD we call this the axis of aggression. Four regimes that have very different ideologies and theologies, but they all want to see American power diminished.
Two allies are emerging real quick, Victoria. Israel willing to fight and Ukraine willing to fight and willing to watch our back too. Final thought real quick.
Now, I think amazing that both Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Zelensky were present today. That in many ways was Senator Graham's final gift to President Trump in a very important meeting. And real quick, Brian, the other person nobody's talking about is President Alexander Stubb of Finland was there. One of the most recent entrants into NATO. Finland is doing everything right vis-a-vis NATO. Another important tribute to Senator Graham.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. That was an unfolding situation. We're in a pause for now.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
A computer that cost 3,000 yuan was taken apart, and inside was actually a Lenovo tablet worth only 300 yuan. For fans of this brand, is this 9 times price markup an IQ tax? Definitely not. It should be called a patriotism tax.
Recently, some Chinese users discovered that the Huawei Touch conference terminal, which sells for more than 3,000 yuan, actually contains a Lenovo M10 tablet priced at just over 300 yuan, along with an expansion dock after being taken apart. The discovery sparked widespread controversy. Since Huawei fans had previously mocked Lenovo, they were now left speechless. Some commenters said, Huawei products have always been unusually expensive. Even children's smartwatches cost thousands of yuan, but their functions and quality are actually the same as other brands that cost 300 yuan. Most of these products are purchased by government departments and state-owned enterprises. Only with huge markups can officials enjoy expensive food, go to karaoke clubs and have fun with women, and receive kickbacks at different levels. Another commenter said that although they had never been a fan of Huawei, it was still hard to believe that such an obvious violation and infringement could happen. However, analysts point out that those defending Huawei either do not understand the company's special background or are deliberately pretending not to know as paid online supporters. In China, Huawei is a state-backed brand and can act with almost no restrictions. But even with strong policy support and almost unlimited bank lending, the company is now facing serious difficulties. Huawei is running out of options and is becoming increasingly desperate. Recently, a video about an abnormal Huawei Aito vehicle SOS rescue function sparked heated discussion. In the video, the owner complained that his newly purchased 2026 Aito M8 had suddenly lost tire pressure. When he pressed the in-car SOS emergency button, he repeatedly heard a message saying, "Your call temporarily cannot be made because your account has unpaid charges. Please top up your phone balance." The owner told the media that on July 12th, while driving, the system repeatedly warned that the tire pressure was low. He originally planned to go to the user service center for inspection, but about 1 kilometer after leaving home, the tire pressure suddenly dropped to around 1.8 and completely lost pressure. With the vehicle continuously setting alarms, he pressed the SOS button in panic. However, after pressing it several times, the system kept saying the account had unpaid charges. He said, "I really couldn't understand it. How could an emergency function be blocked because of unpaid charges? I didn't know what to do at the time." After the incident, the owner contacted the dealership several times. At first, the dealership did not provide a fault report. Only after repeated communication did they issue a repair order. The after-sales team explained that it was a fault with the SOS built-in data card switching, and the function has now been restored. However, the owner was still not reassured. He said, "You would never press the SOS button in normal situations. You only use it when there's a real emergency. This time, luckily, it was just a tire problem. But what if it had been a serious accident?" In response to Huawei fans questioning whether there was no signal at the location, the owner denied it. He said the vehicle's central display showed a full signal at the time, and his personal phone could also make calls normally. To prove the incident was real, the owner released repair surveillance footage, the SOS fault repair order, and the vehicle purchase records. These showed that the car was sent for repair on July 12, with the fault listed as SOS showing unpaid charges, and that there was no issues such as expired data service. After the incident gained attention, Chinese media called the Aito customer service hotline and asked why the unpaid balance warning appeared and whether the SOS function was linked to the vehicle's data package. The representative only responded, "We have reported the issue and reported it." The Aito series is an electric vehicle brand created through cooperation between Huawei and Ceres. It is also one of the far-ahead technology products promoted by the Chinese Communist Party. Regarding the SOS function showing an unpaid balance warning, overseas users mocked it, saying some things are a joke just by existing. This is really an ugly business practice. Even saving your life has to become a paid service. Will the next step be charging people to use the brakes? One commenter warned, "You're underestimating Huawei. Once your data balance runs out, it could remotely apply the brakes in the background. It is something they could do." Several Huawei Aito M7 owners have also recently reported that their car doors cannot close properly. After being shut, the doors automatically pop open again. Despite the obvious quality issue and safety risk, the manufacturer has yet to issue a full recall. In one video, the owner repeatedly says, "Look, if..."
A shrine is an unlikely place to put such a significant installation. Cortana to Captain Keys.
The captain is... dropped out of contact, Cortana. His ship may be out of range or having equipment.
Keep trying. Let me know when you've reestablished contact and relay to him that the Master Chief and I have determined the location of the control center. We'll be heading there as soon as we're topside.
Affirmative. Foehammer out.
Okay, guys, I had to do a sound check, and if that was me and this car had that problem, I would be pretty upset, especially if it was like a premium thing that they were trying to sell me, like some type of SOS feature, and it didn't, like, nothing worked. It's pretty despicable. Not to mention, like, the brands is literally not working correctly, where the chips are saying they're different, they're made by a different manufacturer than the brand.
Popped open again. The door is not closed. After finally managing to shut the left rear door, the owner walked to the driver's side and closed the door, but the rear door was again shaken open. In another video, after the owner closed the door open warning light immediately appeared. He pushed the door open and slammed it shut again. The owner gave a sarcastic laugh, as if he already knew what would happen. Sure enough, the door popped open again. Commenters wrote, "You actually dared to complain about the Farhead chrysanthemum brand? You like closing doors, right? Let's see if you can get locked inside. The doors at a detention center close tightly. You can try there." Put patriotism above your head while leaving consumers' lives hanging outside the door. A belief built on emotional loyalty will eventually be exposed by the most basic laws of physics.
We have what
Some
we came
patriotic
for.
Huawei
Let's
car
get back to
owners
the upper
try to
floor.
disprove rumors that Huawei vehicles cannot use smart driving functions in rainy weather. One owner decided to test it himself and live-streamed while driving. The result was a crash that left viewers laughing. In the video, he says,
现在外面下大雨啊，雨刮器都刮飞鞭子了，看到了吗？
It's raining heavily outside right now. The windshield wipers are flying around. I've turned on smart driving. Did you see that? Who said Huawei's smart driving doesn't work in the rain? Have you ever driven a car? Do you even own a car? You haters. Look at this. Is this smart driving? Can it work or not?
The video shows the car moving at a very slow speed. It could barely handle the road at first, but shortly after entering a narrow village road, something went wrong. At the time, there was a car parked on each side of the road. They were not side by side, but several meters apart, one ahead of the other. Normally, using smart driving only needed to adjust slightly left or right to pass between them. But as it passed the black car on the right, a sudden impact sound was heard from the vehicle, and someone inside shouted. Some commenters speculated that the Huawei vehicle may have hit the rearview mirror of the black car on the right. Others analyzed that given the slow speed and simple road conditions, smart driving should normally have been able to handle it. They said the crash may have happened because heavy rain obstructed the smart driving system's view, showing that Huawei smart driving technology is still not intelligent enough to handle rainy conditions. After the video was uploaded to X, users mocked it, saying, "Classic. These patriotic little pinks trying to fight the haters became the biggest haters themselves. They have to pay for others' car repairs, face a lawsuit from Huawei, and compensate Huawei for reputational damage." The car owner has now successfully transformed into a rights defender. Now he'll completely become the little hater he used to criticize. Huawei has recently faced repeated setbacks, and criticism against the company has continued to grow. Another user posted a video complaining,
华为，你会培训你们的员工吗？培训过你们的员工吗？
Huawei, do you train your employees? Have you ever trained your employees? Your employees are the worst customer service experience I've ever had while buying electronics at a physical store. Recently, a customer bought a tablet at a Huawei retail store. Because a salesperson incorrectly claimed that the matte display version came with factory-installed screen protector, the customer paid an extra 500 yuan for the option. After turning it on, she discovered there was no protective film. She also found that applying a screen protector would completely ruin the anti-reflective effect of the matte screen. The customer said,
发现了他的错误以后，
after he realized his mistake, all he could said was a casual, "Sorry, I remembered it wrong." You remembered it wrong, but that made me choose the wrong product and spend an extra 500 yuan for nothing. You never even mentioned compensation. At first, the employee was cool toward me, and I can understand that. I looked pretty messy today, so maybe he wasn't sure if I could afford to buy it. But once I decided to purchase it, could you at least treat me with a better attitude? I will never buy any Huawei products again. She said professionalism is the minimum standard of customer service. Not putting a screen protector on a matte display is common knowledge, yet the salesperson used it as a selling point. She said this not only exposed major problems in the company's training system, but also showed a lack of basic honesty and responsibility. The comments from users were also widely discussed. One person wrote, "Her Douyin account must already be gone, right? Supporting Huawei came at a big cost, but to see Huawei clearly, losing 500 yuan and even a Douyin account was worth it." Another commenter sarcastically wrote in an official-sounding tone, "Huawei may not be perfect, but it is the only hope for China's technology industry. As Chinese people, we should continue supporting it. If you don't buy and he doesn't buy, then do you expect me to buy it?" Interestingly, this humorous comment received 74 replies, but only 3 were visible. All of the visible comments were posts supporting Huawei, which users suspect were from paid supporters. A vlogger also criticized a Huawei PR video, saying, "We support Huawei's Harmony OS system not because it's perfect, but because we must support it. Of course we should support Huawei, because it is our own Chinese brand." A vlogger mocked the claim, saying,
I don't understand. Who exactly is your own people? Have these so-called own people ever invited you to dinner after making money? Have they invited you to sit in their luxury homes? Have they taken you for a ride in their luxury cars? They're just businessmen. They took your money. In your entire life, you won't have many own people. The people you meet, it's already good enough if they're not your enemies.
In the comment section, users overwhelmingly supported the blogger. Many wrote, "I bought this brand once, and I will never touch it again. I support this, although we only use Apple products at home. I support it. I still have 1 yuan in my pocket. I'm 7,999 yuan short of buying a Huawei phone. Can any Huawei fan help me out?" One user said, "The blogger's view is exactly the same as mine. I never understood why so many ordinary people worry so much about a company. When a company makes huge profits, what does that have to do with them? What I see is poor product quality, yet the prices keep rising." Another person said, "Just look at the several passports found in Miss Meng Wanzhou's bag. It is clear that these people are not your people. You're not even from the same country. You're not even from the same world. In their eyes, whether you even count as a complete person is questionable." The comment referred to Meng Wanzhou, Huawei's heiress, who in 2018 was indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice for bank and wire fraud. Besides its falling reputation in China and a series of controversies, Huawei has suffered even greater setbacks in overseas markets. On July 22nd, the U.S. Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, voted to ban the sale of equipment containing components from Chinese companies considered to be national security risks. The FCC maintains a restricted company list that includes Chinese telecommunications companies, Huawei and ZTE. Equipment from these companies has been banned from being sold in the United States due to national security concerns. FCC Chairman Brendan Carr said the agency would completely close the loophole involving components. Since 2022, companies on the list, including Huawei, have been banned from receiving new equipment approvals. However, products containing Huawei components could still receive approval to enter the U.S. market. The new rules passed on July 22nd prohibit the sale of any equipment containing logic hardware components made by Huawei. Former Biden administration National Security Council official Chris McGuire told Reuters that compromised components, especially semiconductors or communications equipment, could be used to disrupt an entire device. The current Trump administration is carrying out a broader review and restrictions of Chinese-made technology equipment. The FCC banned additional equipment imports from a group of Chinese manufacturers in June, with the ban taking effect on July 16th. On July 21st, the FCC proposed banning imports of most military-grade drones. In recent months, the FCC has also blocked new foreign drone and router models from entering the U.S. market and proposed preventing American telecommunications companies from connecting with Chinese telecom firms considered national security risks. In addition, the FCC is considering banning Chinese telecommunication companies with data centers or access points in the United States from connecting with other companies. In practice, this would force Chinese telecom companies to completely stop operating in the U.S. market. Industry insiders believe that although the FCC rule appears to be just a technical adjustment, it actually marks a major step forward in U.S. technology restrictions on China. In the past, regulators checked what brand was printed on the outside of a product. Now they'll have to open up the devices and examine who designed and manufactured each key chip inside. The company facing the most direct and severe impact is Huawei. In the future, the restrictions will no longer only target products carrying the Huawei name. Equipment suppliers from Japan, South Korea, Europe, and even the United States could also lose access to the U.S. market if their supply chains contain key logic components from restricted companies. Chinese components hidden under foreign brands will no longer be able to bypass the restrictions. On July 22nd, the U.S. Senate Commerce Committee also approved a bill that would ban companies with more than 15% Chinese ownership from selling vehicles in the U.S. market. This move aims to strengthen government restrictions on Chinese automakers entering the U.S. market. According to Reuters, the bill was introduced by Republican Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio and Democratic Senator Alyssa Sletkin of Michigan. The proposal aims to turn a regulation introduced by the Biden administration into law. The regulation effectively bans Chinese automakers from selling passenger vehicles in the United States and introduces other measures to prevent China from entering the American light vehicle market. In just one day, the U.S. Senate restricted Chinese vehicles based on ownership levels, while the FCC restricted electronic equipment based on Chinese component sources. Washington's approach is shifting. This is no longer a trade war. It is an effort to break down global supply chains layer by layer and redraw the boundaries of the technological landscape. In this process, the company facing the most direct and severe impact is Huawei. This is because almost all of its products are seen by the Chinese Communist Party as having the potential capability and mission to conduct technological infiltration, surveillance, and malicious attacks against users. The US government is also fully aware of this concern. On July 22nd, Chinese media Yicai reported that in recent years, the government has tightened reviews for companies seeking high-tech enterprise status. Since 2025, at least 6,649 companies have lost their high-tech enterprise qualifications. In the 1990s, authorities introduced the High-Tech Enterprise Certification System. Companies with this status can receive tax benefits and other policy support. Currently, recognized high-tech enterprises can enjoy
I don't even know, man. That was really close.
Many local governments also provide financial incentives to these companies. Data shows that in 2024, the number of high-tech enterprises in China exceeded 500,000, an increase of 83% compared with 2020. The report said some companies, guided by intermediary agencies, obtained high-tech status through methods such as putting together patents, fabricating financial records and invoices to inflate research and development expenses, and inflating high-tech product value. Analysts say that although Huawei has strong government backing in China, a series of new policies shows that as government finances become strained and risks in the banking system grow, some institutions supporting Huawei are also struggling to protect themselves. With overseas expansion facing repeated setbacks, government subsidies will inevitably become harder to sustain. The company may have to rely on extracting money from its own supporters to survive. How long can such a company continue? The answer may already be clear.
Today, you are watching the traditional craft of slating at work. In the Nahr Valley in Germany, slate was quarried locally and shaped by hand for roofs and walls. At the Rhineland-Palatinate Open Air Museum, a 19th century farmhouse from Bickenbach is being restored using these original techniques. In the higher elevations,
Bittenbach, I killed the sword guy, but not them.
Walls were frequently covered with slate for protection against driving rain. This is especially true for the Hunsrück, where there were numerous slate quarries. The northwestern gable and southwest-facing facade were particularly exposed to harsh weather. The slater, who possesses mastery of both roof covering and slate cladding techniques, has erected his scaffolding on the long side. The stones delivered roughly hewn from the slate quarry lie ready on the barn floor. As the work progresses, they are brought in stacks to the work area in front of the house. Here stands a table-like frame for sorting and marking the slates. For the different varieties, there are patterns according to which the template shapes are scored with a nail. For decorative slates, rounded, pointed, and cross plates are used here. The ordinary roofing slates must be sorted according to size. During this work, the assistant checks each individual stone against a measuring rod. The decorative templates are hewn by the master along the pre-drawn lines. Here is a crossplate whose point has been notched on both edges. This tool belongs to the standard equipment of slate roofers. The heavy oak block with supports to the sides was crafted in the roofing workshop. Next to the iron stake lies a stack of pre-marked slates ready for use. The edge to be trimmed is placed over the outer edge of the narrow, slightly curved slate. Close beside it, the master guides the slater's hammer with a confident stroke from back to front. In this manner, it is possible to accurately trim any shape, here a pointed template. Finally, the nail holes are made with the point of the hammer. The hewing of slate plates is done with the inner, sharp-edged side of the slightly angled point of the slater's hammer. Here, a confident strike is essential. The slate strips were formerly used for repairing pathways and for constructing rubble stone walls. The finished slate plates are sorted according to template and laid out ready for use.
This is prestigious. I'm just trying to like kill him.
Just as the slates are needed for applying the wall cladding, they must be carried up to the scaffolding. In order to nail the slate in place, a timber board has been attached to the half-timbered wall. Here, the field between the corner post and the outer window is being slated. For this, cross plates with serrated points are used, which always point downward. When fastening the slate plates, the slater drives two broad-headed roofing nails through the prepared holes into the wood. For nailing, the slater's hammer, which is forged from a single piece of striking head and handle, has a flat face at the end. Since the slate stones overlap one another in such a way that the points remain exposed, a decorative scale pattern is created. For sealing at the corners of the house, wider slates are used that project beyond the post. On the other side, the slate can be set flush against it. Towards the interior, they overlap the edge of the pattern. To deflect the driving rain running off the slate surface, delicate serrated strips have been installed. The wall cladding seals the house corners watertight, as well as the window reveals. Due to the rain strips, which emphasize the building structure, and the articulated fields, the entire slate surface presents an appearance that is in no way inferior to the decorative effect of the half-timbering itself. 5 people are engaged in the elaborate, skilled work, working hand in hand. Except for a few smaller sections between the middle windows, the cladding on the facade is nearly complete. One of the two slaters working on the scaffolding is engaged in covering another section of wall with slate. The overlap of the next row is marked with folding and large. In earlier times, the chalk line rubbed with chalk powder with which a snap line was made by snapping it against the slates. Here, the line is scored with the point of the hammer. The vertical boundary is marked with a carpenter's pencil. It determines the dimensions of the edge slates. In order to trim these on-side scaffolding, the slate is staged with the timber wall. The overhang must be removed so that the weakened slate adjoining the window reveal do not protrude too far. The slaters carry their nails in a pouch fastened to their belt. In former times, slating plates were handmade. Today they are galvanized, industrially manufactured ones obtained from specialized suppliers. The durability of the slate covering depends largely on their quality. The roofing nails must be fastened so that no rainwater can penetrate through the holes, so that the slates do not crack. Unlike the first field, which is laid out with cross-stones, a pattern of rounded templates is being covered here. The extraordinarily rich variety of forms in house slating also includes special figural images, geometric patterns, or emblems. Through this variation, the possibility arises to decoratively enliven the slated surfaces. On the Bickenbach house, the rubble stone in the stable section remains unslated. Here, a rosette is to be created. The intended area is already covered at the lower edge. The radial segments consist of long, acute-angled slates arranged in a circle, overlapping at one edge. They are measured according to the size of the section filled and hewn on site. This is done, once again, on the bridge-like bar of the slater's stake. Wider sections must be worked in several stages due to the risk of breakage. The final slate overlaps the adjoining slate on both sides. In a similar manner, the image of an eagle, a dove, or the guild sign of the roofers was often fashioned. At the center of the rosette, the box, formed from several circular slates and notched edges, is nailed in place, standing out in relief from the wall surface. To the right and left, the letters J and B, the initials of the original builder, can be discerned. To achieve a rain-proof finish at the top, the rows of slates are laid under the edge of the rosette. The chain hanging
That's
from
how you do it.
serves as a hanger for the roofer's hammer. When creating special ornaments, considerable manual skill is required.
Let's get moving.
patterns are typically ordered by the clients. The actual execution of the design is left to the experienced slater. With the ornamental slating of the street facade, the builder expresses his desire to display his prosperity.
I hope your analysis is on the money, Cortana. This pelican won't turn on a dime.
The slating of the weather sides is among the final exterior works during the reconstruction of the Vickenbach House in the museum. Due to its distinctive floor plan arrangement, this estate belongs among the traditional building forms that were widespread throughout the Hunsrück. In this type of house, people, livestock, and provisions are sheltered under a single, elongated roof. When the house is fully furnished in its interior, it will also provide insight into former ways of life. At the same time, the farmstead from Vickenbach stands as a testament to the artisanal skill of the slaters, which has been preserved in the Sobernheim Open Air Museum with an impressive example.
What do you think about the rise of communism here inside of America?
You know what? It's not surprising.
But I think I'm pretty pro-communism. I'm pretty pro getting rid of prisons.
I am married into a family who escaped communism, and we are far from that.
The Democratic Socialists are just a form of communism.
Communism is primed for countries like England, America.
Communism never works, but it's such an easy idea.
Here in America, communism is rising. Today we're going to be asking people here in New York City about the rise of communism, socialism, the Democrat Socialists of America. There's lots of ideas that are going and being spread around across the United States that revolve around communism. So today we're going to be asking people here in New York City, from college students to lawyers. We'll be talking to everybody about the rise of communism here inside of America. Let's get into it. Let's start talking to the people here and wait till the very end because it gets very interesting. Let's go. Your laptop right here says, "This machine kills fascist."
Yeah.
Right now we have a rise of communism here inside of America. What do you think about the rise
of communism?
Communism ideas, socialist-like ideas. The DSA is very prominent nowadays.
I think it's a good thing. I mean, you're in the home of democratic socialists in Greenwich Village. This is where it began and where it's thrived and where it's been thriving for over 100 years. So this is the home of it, and I hope it spreads through the country. The more that we take care of each other, the better we are collectively going to be.
Do you think if we tax the rich more, we'll have more resources to give out to those that need it?
Obviously, it's so freaking stupid. The billionaires are not paying taxes, and if they just paid their share, we would have health care for all, for instance.
What do you think about, for instance, a lot of people say, like, we need to tax the billionaires more, but then we also see all this fraud that's taking place here inside the United States. Do you think if they just got rid of fraud, we'd have enough resources for everyone?
Just because some thieves are stealing some stuff doesn't mean that we should stop the system and stop taxing people and stop helping people. Just because some people cheat doesn't mean you should wipe out the system.
And since Zoran's taken office, there's been about a lot of millionaires.
Well, you know I'm wiping the system out, bud.
Now it's estimated that there's like $11 billion that will no longer be able to get collected from taxes here inside New York City. Do you think by taxing the rich, more people will flee New York?
No, I don't believe those numbers. Everybody wants to be here, so there's no reason for them to leave.
What do you think about the rise of communism here inside New York City and across America?
It's deplorable. Absolutely deplorable that we're allowing this to happen. Everyone needs to just grow up and wake up.
What do you think about the rise of communism here inside the United States?
The rise of communism? That would be hard for me to answer unless we have a shared definition of communism.
Yeah, so for instance, right now here in New York City, they're now freezing the rent. They want Medicare for all. That's free Medicare. They want to tax the rich, redistribute the wealth. Zoran Mandami, he also wants prisoners to get released. He's trying to get rid of Rikers Island and abolishing private ownership in some cases as well.
Okay, thank you for this definition. My thoughts are pretty positive. I feel aligned. I can't really speak to specifics, but I think I'm pretty pro-communism. I'm pro making things accessible. I'm pretty pro getting rid of prisons.
How can you like to get rid of prisons?
Well, like the system of criminality is a very strange way to interact with, like, I guess humanity in general, and like things that as a species we're not interested in, like perpetuating. I think it's kind of backwards. And so I'm not certain what prisons are actually doing for our society. And so...
Would you like to have criminals out in the open?
Do I want criminals out in the open? Sure, I'm fine with that, because the idea of a criminal is like a little bit funny to me.
Let's just say somebody who has raped a woman.
Totally.
Would you like them to be out in the street?
I think my answer is yes, even though that's a challenging answer to say.
So if you got raped, would you like your rapist to be out in the street?
Well, like, let me finish, because I have been raped, and they are out in the street. And I'm not sure, like, them going to jail is a solution to, like, whatever's going on inside their heart, or even my own heart that, like, contributed to that experience that I'm having. And I don't want more people to get raped, but I don't know for certain that going into a jail in the United States is going to shift anything inside of their, like, operating system so that they'll make a different choice again.
Wow, well, thank you guys so much for your time. And is there one last message you'd like to give to the people about potential the rise of communism or freeing the people inside the prisons?
Just, like, free yourself from the own prison in your heart, and then maybe we can get somewhere.
So underneath the DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America, they actually want to defund the police and abolish prisons. In fact, Zora Mandami was watching the World Cup with prisoners of Rikers Island. That lady wants, she even said it herself, just to be on the street. It's a bit crazy. Can you be a communist and also be an American patriot at the same time?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
What do you think about the rise of ideas like communism and socialism here inside of America?
Are you serious? Do you think that that's a serious concern?
Yeah, I do actually. For instance, there's like a big group called DSA, Democrat Socialists of America,
right.
And right now they just published a thing saying they want to get rid of President, Senate, and Supreme Court.
It sounds so radical, like abolish the Senate, abolish the Supreme Court, like et cetera, but it's not. Like, those are the things that need to happen in order to have a political system that actually, like, works for working people.
So whenever people are like, oh my God, they want to get rid of the president, I was like, well, I don't know what we would call it in the future. We could call it the head honcho of whatever.
Yeah, I haven't heard that. That sounds like an extreme position. I don't think kind of socialism in America is represented generally by that point of view. So.
The mayor of New York is a member of DSA. What do you think about the rise of communism here inside of America? The ideas of communism?
I don't think I would agree with the premise of the question.
How would you rephrase it?
Or let me just answer that I don't think communism is rising in America.
What do you think about some of the ideas that are becoming very popular here inside the United States?
I'm a professor here at NYU, and I can tell you those are not communist ideas, right? Those ideas can belong to a social justice agenda or a left liberal agenda, but I wouldn't describe those as communism. So I think in order for your question to work, the assumption that communism equals those things needs to be rectified.
You got these professors and these teachers and stuff like that, they're also agreeing with this kind of stuff and stuff like that.
We just talked to a professor at NYU, and she said those are more like left-leaning ideas. She didn't refer to them as socialist or communist-like ideas.
Oh, of course, yeah. To me, it's all the same. It's all the same. It's just different degrees of it, that's all.
What's the truth about the rise of communism here inside the United States?
There's a few things. So one, a lot of our younger generation, they've been taught about Nazism and fascism. They have not been taught about communism. They have not seen the little black book of communism. They've not seen the piles of skulls. They have no idea. People like myself are actually from Russia. We know what the reality of communism is. To them, it's this la-di-da sort of fantasy life. After all, Karl Marx himself was an unemployed loser who sat there writing about things that he was just making up, pontificating. There was no connection between him and reality, not at all. So that's one thing, right? The other thing is that we have, I think someone called John Doyle, who's on the internet, he refers to it as, what was it? Gay race communism, right? So it's not just white liberals with communism. It's now also this like weird anti-white, anti-oppression, this idea that the only way to make up for some sort of white guilt people have is to redistribute assets, and it has to be done in these kind of multicultural, sort of largely failing cities. And then there's a third thing, and I think this thing is something that's very scary and we have to really be aware of.
And remember this guy, because we'll be coming back to him in just a moment. He actually has something very interesting to share. And while we're making this video, we want to make sure that all perspectives and opinions are heard. And one way I do this is by using a tool called Opus Clip. Opus is more than just an AI clipper. They're actually the fastest and most powerful AI growth tool for all creators and businesses. So far, over 10 million people have used it. It's helped generate over 60 billion views. And for me, just this month alone on Facebook, it helped generate me 63 million views all through Opus Clip. It's super simple to use. And all you do is you upload your video or copy a YouTube link into Opus, and Opus will then take that video and come out with a bunch of viral shorts and videos for you to then post on all of your platforms, from Facebook, YouTube Shorts, TikTok to Instagram. Opus will help you get those videos seen by millions of people. What I use, it's called their bulk schedule feature. I then click all the videos and then I just go ahead and schedule them to post automatically. That saves me so much time and so much money, quite frankly, on another editor to get my videos seen by millions of people. It's been proven to work for me, and I promise it will work for you guys as well. And right now, for you guys watching this video, Opus is going to hook you guys up with a sweet deal. For the next 4 months, you'll get it at 50% off. All you have to do is go to the link in the description or the pinned comment down below and use code NICK. I promise you guys, Opus is a game changer, and if I can use it, you can use it. And if my mom right here can use Opus Clip, so can you.
So can you. If I can use it, I guarantee you can use it.
It is that simple. Go ahead and use the link in the description or the pinned comment down below. And now let's get back into the video.
And then there's a third thing, and I think this thing is something that's very scary and we have to really be aware of. Not everyone knows about this. It's called the Red-Green Alliance, which is basically that Islamism, which is very much focused on conquering the West, has seen that the best way to infiltrate the West is to undermine its nationalist institutions through communism, because communism always inherently has been anti-nationalist and has been obsessively humanist and obsessively egalitarian, right? So it wants to abolish borders, it wants to abolish nations. It's all about class and it's all about everyone being one soup of humanity. And these Islamists are smart. People don't know this. In the 79 Islamic Revolution in Iran, the Ayatollahs rallied all the students with communism. We're going to be together. And then the minute they overthrew the Shah, all their heads were cut off. That was the end of that.
And why do you think communism is kind of on the rise here inside the United States?
Fear. Americans are scared. They're scared of losing what they have. They're afraid of minorities. They're afraid of women's rights or women. So I think it's all fear-based. I am married into a family who escaped communism, and we are far from that. I think people like to throw around the word communism because they want to scare people so that they won't vote for other things because of fear of communism.
And right now, here in the biggest city of America, you have a mayor who is a member of the Democrat Socialists of America.
That's
What's the truth about this organization?
The truth is that if you actually look in Africa or Southeast Asia, you will find some of the most horrifically totalitarian regimes have the word democratic in it. It turns out that putting the word democratic into something doesn't actually make it democratic. In fact, if it was democratic, you probably wouldn't have to call it that in the first place, right? So the democratic socialists are just a form of communism trying to pretend that, oh, well, we're just like Norway. Well, first of all, Norway is, funny how they use Norway as an example, it's like 90% white. But second of all, Norway has a very high tax rate, despite having very high average income to begin with. What they are is they are just communists with that racial sort of animus. There is really no collectivist movement that is A, not Marxist, and B, and they admit this, they say we're trained Marxist, and B, there is no socialist movement that is not, the idea of a democratic socialist is comical, because socialism is about the seizure or control of private property. You can't vote your way out of rights. You can't, it's not democratic because you use the force of government to seize people's assets or to regulate their assets into non-existence. That's not democratic. That's autocratic.
And some of these ideas right now that are being pushed, like government grocery stores, are seizing the property of individuals, freezing the rent, abolishing prisons, defunding the police. What is that in reality?
Well, in reality, there's this very strange sort of Olinsky, they call it ideal, where you basically you actively destabilize society in order to get people in their desperation and misery to turn to the same government that destabilized it for more help. The goal is to get people as dependent on this as possible. If you look at the most racist right-wing movements, the one thing they do is they kick people who they don't agree with out. Socialists don't want to kick anybody out. They want to force rich people that don't agree to stay because they need their money to maintain the system. But all these things, I mean, think about the madness of this. What that's run by government, go to your DMV. Does that run well? Now imagine everything run like the DMV. Are these states any better? Is it better to live like this?
We've talked to a lot of college-age students and people that work at colleges today, and they say this isn't really a rise of communism. They say it's more like left-leaning ideas.
Of course it's communism. You can try to name it anything you want. The distinctions are pathetically non-existent. You argue, well, no, we're not like a communist. We just want to vote you into having no property and like the government controlling everything, but it's not communist. The name is not what matters. What matters is what it is. And what it is excessive government control over every aspect of your life.
What do you guys think about capitalism?
This is a really good question. Yeah, this is crazy. I would say that capitalism, in its true form,
not awful, but right now we're currently in late stage capitalism, and that's affecting everybody. The cost of a bagel should not be $7. The cost of a matcha should not be $10. And currently, so much of America is living paycheck to paycheck on minimum wage, and minimum wage is no longer even covering the cost of life, like necessities like rent and groceries. And that's clear that capitalism isn't effective in our daily lives anymore.
And what would be your solution?
I think, what Mamdani is doing right now is really great, like trying to make things more accessible, trying to encourage like rent stabilization, even making I know it hasn't happened yet, but like the bus fare is free. Little things like that, trying to control the price of groceries. Like those are the things that we can do that are small but have a huge impact on people's daily lives.
How come we're starting to see this rise of Democrat socialism? Or some people even say it's like the rise of communism.
Like, why are we seeing it?
Yeah, why do you think it's becoming a popular issue?
Oh, I think it's because people are finally realizing that capitalism isn't working anymore, especially late stage capitalism. Like, people know that they're paying most of their paycheck on their rent and their groceries, and then they're no longer able to have a fun bagel or go out and get a drink with their friends because a beer is $12. Like, people see it in their daily lives, and they're realizing that this is no longer working for them. And I also think that with the rise of the internet, people are able to see how this is working for countries in Europe, where they do have free healthcare and they do have, low grocery prices, low cost of living prices, and they're still able to afford being a human being.
Would you rather have capitalism or communism?
Well, communism as it is in the Marx Engels Communist Manifesto has never been implemented in society. They say in the Communist Manifesto that communism is primed for countries like England, America, and I think the Netherlands as it was, when they wrote it in the 1800s. So when they implemented it in Russia and China, they bypassed the sort of systems of industrialization needed to make communism effective. And so I think that we've never seen communism work. We've never been able to see it work in systems where it's applicable. And so I don't think I can answer that question correctly without fully seeing a system of communism in effect.
Would you like to see a fully communist America?
I think that there's so much in our system right now that would not allow for that, and I think that being especially a quick switch would not work, but I would like to see late stage capitalism kind of taken back a little bit.
Out of China, Soviet Union, Cuba, Venezuela, what's been your favorite form of communism?
Well, again, like I said before, those aren't real forms of communism.
Why do you think oftentimes people flee communist countries like Venezuela or like Cuba to come into a capitalist country like America?
Because it's not real communism. When you have those states in effect where it's not actual communism, it's more authoritarianism and totalitarianism, and these regimes emerge also by a byproduct of American interventionism. People aren't happy because there's clear inequalities that exist. People are unable to live, and that's why they flee these countries. Again, not real communism. So I don't think it's fair to say that people are fleeing these communist countries when in reality it's a totally different state of affairs.
We talked to a lot of these younger folks over by NYU, and some of them said that they don't think there's such a thing as a rise in communism.
Because they actually never lived it. They don't know what it's like. They're not. I'm not saying they're not educated. They're book educated.
Yeah, they don't think communism is even rising here. Yet the mayor of New York City has said that he's actively freezing the rents. He wants to have government-run grocery stores. That's something you'd see in Cuba or Venezuela. Not something you'd see here inside the United States. We already have food stamps.
Well, he already said he was going to do free groceries. Now they're not free anymore. Now they're discounted. So.
Also, he said about free MTA, mass transit. Can't do that either.
They also want to start taxing the rich even more. Do you think we should tax the rich more, or should we eliminate the fraud that's happening here inside the United States?
Should eliminate the fraud in a lot of the programs that are not hitting who needs it.
The rich people have carried, and I'm only going to say New York, carried this state for a long time. Now we're just starting to see people are moving out. Companies, you got Chase that went down to Texas. You got half of the stock market just went down to Texas. So it's just black and white right there.
What do you think about the rise of communism here inside the United States?
Well, it's actually a reality. Not a lot of people take it seriously, I will say. For example, my background, right? I was born in Peru, South America. So I actually know how it is to live because I was born in the 85. So I saw how bad it is and how it affects people actually, right? I came over here when I was very young. I served in the military, right? I'm a veteran, and I see what's happening. People think that they have everything for granted. They don't really appreciate what it costs to fight for freedom. When you get out of here, like when I was deployed, right, you see what the real world is, People fighting in different countries just for a piece of food or water.
So would you say to those people that don't think what's going on is a rise of communism, Would you say they're being misled?
Oh, absolutely. It's just that they don't care. And actually, when they see people like, I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for this, but the mayor we have, right? All the promises, he's telling people free buses, free this, free that. Again, where's the money coming from? There's no money, And instead of that, now you're raising taxes, right? And all the people, wealthy people, that actually creates jobs to make more money going somewhere else. Now where you get the money from?
Why do you think communism is on the rise, and what do you think about communism?
I think communism sells. It's such a simple idea and message. It obviously doesn't work at all, but it's something that you could so easily say to a young, naive college person or young person in general. You can say everything should be free, and healthcare should be free, and universal, and education should be free, but people don't really understand the ramifications behind that statement. So, I mean, this is nothing new. People have been trying to sell the idea of socialism and communism for years and years and years. I mean, obviously, in pre-Soviet Russia, you had communism. That's where a lot of it started. You had the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks. And the Mensheviks were kind of like your mainstream run-of-the-mill Democrat. And then you had the Bolsheviks. This was way back in like the 1800s, 1900s. And the Bolsheviks came in. They were kind of like the DSA activists of today. And they said, well, the Mensheviks and the Democrats aren't being radical enough, and they aren't promising you all the things that we're promising you. We can give you free education and universal health care and all of these great things. And then they never deliver. So that happened back in the day. It's just like a recurring ideology. History is a big fat circle. And it's happening again because it's such an easy thing to tell, but it's never worked. Didn't work in Russia or the Soviet Union or China or Venezuela. Communism never works, but it's such an easy idea to try to convince people to vote others in with. So I hope that people read because those who know history do not repeat it. So we just have to teach kids why it doesn't work.
What does it mean to be a part of the DSA and be a Democrat socialist? What's that actually mean?
So DSA is the Democratic Socialists of America, and it's very, very scary. And the Democratic Socialists of America, they are using the Democratic wing of politics to Trojan horse all of their ideas through, but they're very different than mainstream Democrats. What these Democratic Socialists of America want to do is usher in communism and destroy America from within. And I'm not being dramatic when I say that, because there are many DSA members who are online all over X, you can look it up, saying we want to take down the American empire from within, we want to destroy Western civilization. They're vastly different from the left. They want to destroy all of the institutions that we hold near and dear here in America. They basically want to root out everything that our founders worked so hard to build and start again, just like the Bolsheviks did way back in the day. Repeating cycle, it's terrible.
Interesting fact came out that Zoran Mandami actually makes more than the vice president and people like Pete Hegseth.
This is what's most hilarious to me, because he is an immigrant from Uganda. He came here and is experiencing one of the greatest American dream success stories. So his parents were not from here.
He also says America was built on white supremacy.
He said that? Of course he did. They all say that, but it's not. So he's an immigrant from Uganda, came here, and is making more money than the vice president of the United States as the mayor of New York City, and he wants to tax you more money. But they never look inward. So the thing with these champagne socialists is they're always going to be looking to grab money from anybody but themselves, and they're going to enrich themselves in the process. So I'm not surprised at all that he's making more money than our vice president and many other high-ranking political officials. And what is Mamdani doing? He's the mayor of New York City. He's basically in charge of the subway systems, the trash cans, and keeping the streets clean. Somehow he's still managing to mess all of it up. But his role is not that intrusive, yet he's making so much money, and before this, his only other job was that he was a rapper. We need to bring back merit, and we need to kick these socialists out of the country.
All right, what's happening, folks? Welcome back here to a Wednesday, 11:34 a.m. California time, July 29th, 2026. Latest activity here on the Earthquake 3D globe shows a 1.5 across the California area. Man, big uptick here across the center portion of the Filipino plate here, Indonesia area. This is a region I said to kind of keep an eye on here last night. A lot of activity working its way down south here along the plate boundary. All that big clustering from yesterday kind of squeezes in here across the center point boundary, and that's exactly what we got going on here around the Philippines today. Look at all this activity really ramping up along the Philippine Trench. Also some further increasing pressure and aftershock sequences there where that 7.8 struck here, a number of weeks back now. But definitely seen a decent uptick here. All these earthquakes occurring within about, some of them within minutes of each other. The last one being reported as a 4.3 152 miles deep. So we're getting some deeper activity as well, indicating quite a bit of pressure there along the Philippines region, and specifically the Philippine Trench there. Notice the arrows pointing inland. That's a major subduction zone that is showing quite a bit of activity there today. And I'm sure there's a lot more being reported by the EMSC here on the globe, a lot more clustering going on compared to what the USGS is showing. But man, there's a decent uptick going on there. I still think we need to watch that area very closely. Big old cluster. This was somewhat quiet yesterday, while areas up north where that 6.8 struck and that big cluster back across the Tonga area from yesterday, definitely starting to fill in there around that region. So let's see what we got here. Going to start off up north here where that 6.8 struck. I keep saying the 7.1 because that's originally what it came in as, but yeah, downgrade there to 6.8. The last recorded aftershock there, 4.6. There's another 5-pointer there overnight, looks like. Let's go ahead and get a total tally here from that 6.8. There's been 2 5-pointers, so it's getting up there. That's good. And the reason why I say it's good is because there should always be a certain number of 5.0 aftershocks there for a 6.8. Still a little light, but I guess that's better than seeing a whole bunch of, say, for example, lower mid-grade 6-pointers that would indicate something bigger brewing. But either way, watching the Nankai Trough down here, that's a major subduction zone that has a lot to do with the areas up north here. The 6.8 was not on the Nankai Trough here, but it's got everything to do with it, considering the plate dynamics here of the subduction zone. See a little bit better here on this map. Major subduction zone, as the Filipino plate here is being subducted, dipping down here underneath the portion of the Eurasia plate. So we'll keep an eye on that. Man, just a big old cluster out here today. Still lacking a little bit of movement here around Taiwan. This little segment right here is not showing too much activity. The Philippines rocking and rolling. I do think we have some activity on the Manila Trench as well. We're going to run over and check out that data from the EMSC model and see what we got over here. Look at all that movement. Crazy. Bunch of it. It's not just in one area either. It's all around the Philippines. So that's why I'm saying just be on guard. A couple earthquakes there on the Manila Fault. 3.6 it looks like. Also 3.3 a little bit further south. But we're getting a decent cluster going on there. Might be an area to watch here for sure. I mean, Philippines and the Japan area and Taiwan, that's always an area to watch because of the subduction zones all over the place. But more so here in the last couple days. That big old cluster down here across the Tonga Trench. The last reported earthquake there, 5-pointer. Let me see here. Make sure that this is showing the most recent data. Yeah, that's the last 24 hours or so. There's just been a lot of movement here. And a little bit less today. Again, that 5-pointer occurring about 10 o'clock this morning. Previous to that, 4.9 and a bunch of other 5s out here. Bouncing back and forth with deeper and shallow adjustment. So the Pacific Plate, let me tell you, it's on the move here for sure. Another area I think we should watch here, considering what's going on here in the last couple days. You know, big cluster across this area, the 6.8, now the Philippines. This segment up here, the Kuril-Kamchatka, absolutely quiet. It should fill in here. Kind of like clockwork if you look at these patterns here. And there's definitely a specific pattern when it comes to the pressurization events out here. When the segment really starts to show uptick across various areas here, you can almost guarantee that this is going to fill in across this area. But also around the Izu Trench and also the Mariana Trench, they're somewhat quiet. So highly likely we'll see those areas fill in. Probably sooner than later for sure. Let's see what we got. South America area, some 2s and 3s down there, nothing big. South Sandwich Trench showing some activity here overnight and this morning. 2 earthquakes being reported here across that subduction zone. 4.8 from yesterday and a more recent 5.0 this morning. Last 7 days of activity, somewhat light. Here's the last 30 days. Decent little cluster going on there. I don't think we'll see anything big here as far as any major rupture goes. We did have an 8.1 and I think a 7.8 as well within minutes of each other back in 2021. That was the year that we had 3 8-pointers. Down here, one along the Kermadec Trench, and then one up in the Alaska area, the Aleutian Trench here. And then, of course, we had a dry period for 5 years, and then we finally picked up the 8-pointer there along the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench last July, 2025. Could we see another 8-pointer? Obviously, yes, we can. They're supposed to happen. Every year, we should at least see one 8-pointer somewhere on the planet, if not every year, every other year. But considering that dry period that we had there for 5 years, I expect the every year option to come up. California, see what we got going on here. A couple earthquakes down there along the San Andreas Fault. Check the 2.5 model today. Lamont area, that's south here of Bakersfield. That's showing a little bit of activity today. North of the Garlock Fault shear zone, which is right here. Man, I wish they would fix that. It just bugs me. The lines are way too thick, and there's no reason for them. It's like it's just a bunch of lines out here. How do you know what they are unless you put a hover over? Give me the information. I'll fix this. It doesn't take that long to fix and implement a hover over for the website here. As far as the fault systems go, it's not that hard. So I wish they would do that or let me do it. I'll fix it. So nothing big going on there for now. No unusual activity. Just noticing this little movement, though, off the south branch here, the extreme locked area. Some ones from yesterday and this morning, but that's going to be this area right here, just off that region that hasn't had any rupture in over 300 years. So that did not rupture the last go-around when we had that 7.9 here, 1857? I'll have to pull up my maps here and look again. Hard to keep track of all these dates of important and large earthquakes. The Hayward Fault, 2 earthquakes there, one from yesterday and one more from today. That's Hayward Fault. We can pull this up real quick to show you guys. Bay Area, pretty quiet though, aside from that movement. A couple earthquakes outside of Willits area. 2 more earthquakes up north here. This is associated with the Cascadia subduction zone being at that depth there at 15 miles deep underneath this area. So got the Cascadia, the southern end. 2.1 and a 1.6. I'm thinking the tremor counts will probably be elevated tonight. We did look at them as far as the slow slips go last night, and they showed 0. I just want to double check that and see if they came in late. Oh, nothing. But I'm thinking here we'll probably see some tremor counts right around here, considering that we're seeing earthquake activity here. Most of the time when we get tremor and slow slip events underneath this area, the deeper area of the Cascadia, that's when we'll notice these fractures or stress quakes going on. Cascadia holding on for now. A couple earthquakes there around Mount St. Helens. I'm not going to go into that today, but there was a decent little swarm happening there in the last couple days. Nothing big in terms of inflation going on. So I think this is just either fault stress or subsidence. Sometimes when you get the subsidence going on there, you can get some earthquakes as well. A couple up around Mount Rainier as well. Yellowstone National Park got some movement. All below the 1.0 threshold, but they're showing 4 of them. So let's go see if that is the correct count or not. Yeah, it looks like it's happening around this seismograph station here, YNR. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, so nothing big, just some very small earthquakes there early this morning and within the last couple hours it looks like. But nothing big, nothing of any major movement going on there for now. A couple earthquakes in Oklahoma and Texas oil fields. New Madrid seismic zone looks pretty quiet. Outside of Atlanta this morning, had a little earthquake near Lilburn, Georgia. Little 2.3. Hawaii, yes, we forgot to cover Hawaii last night just because there was so much stuff going on as far as earthquake activity goes. Did a half-an-hour update last night and forgot to cover the Kilauea volcano. I don't even know if it's continuing. I think it may be over already. It erupted last night sometime. It does look like it's already over as far as the eruption goes there. I don't see anything coming out as far as that goes. Let's take a look here at the update. Episode 52 began back on the, well, this is going to be from the 28th there, which was Tuesday at 7:10 p.m. local time, Hawaii time, and ended at 2:36. That's a very short window there. Lava fountain height was approximately 500 feet. The south vent never fountained. Interesting. Got a little bit of change going on there, it sounds like. Okay, a whole bunch of information. The easiest way to tell is go over to the inflation model chart here and see what we got. See what that looks like. That was a pretty short-lived eruption. Only about 500 feet fountaining as well, with only one vent happening. So there's the eruption. Notice the deflationary event, downward trend on the graph here. So it looks like it depleted, roughly around the same amount as we seen last episode there, 51. So here's episode 52. We're going back up a little bit, so we'll have to watch that and see if see how this behaves. You know, I can't see this going on forever, but you just never know. It's been going on since December 2024. I gotta see why my phone keeps going off here. That's the my EBS emergency alert system I have for my ringtone. I've had it on there every phone I have. It's neat. I like it. It goes off in the store and people start to freak out a little bit. They're like, "What's going on? Is there a tornado? What is it?" I love it. That's just me. Some people put music on or a ringtone, ring ring ring. I'd rather have the EBS system. That's really cool. All right, so yeah, done and over with. As far as the Kilauea volcano goes, we'll wait for the next eruption coming up here in quite a few days, since it's going to take quite a few days to inflate once again. Let's see what else we got around the planet here. Still seeing aftershock activity there around the Mexico and the Guatemala area. Central America looks fairly quiet for the most part. Atlantic Ocean 4.9, fairly new earthquake out there. I don't know, man. Hot spot right now I think is going to be the Japan and the Philippines area. That is squeezing in nicely, it looks like. Quite a bit of earthquake activity ramping up here overnight. 3.5 showing up as well around the Kagoshima area. Some of these don't look, it's a 30-second. Let's go back to the last 10 minutes and see what we got. I may work on this a little bit today. I have to do a couple different things. I'm going to probably, I don't know what I want to work on today, but I'll work on this a little bit as far as maybe the improvement of the response here. When you close a window or open a window, I got to fix that a little bit. It still works. I mean, it's been running consistently. I haven't had any issues or errors aside from that tsunami threat thing that didn't go off when we had the tsunami threat with that 6.8 earthquake in Japan here early yesterday morning. But this was set up for only U.S. So for whatever reason, but I changed that to any tsunami threat around the planet. So that will light up and flash red, and then you just click on it and it will give you the latest information. It worked far as when you clicked on it when we had that tsunami threat there in Japan yesterday, but it never flashed, and that's because there was no threat to the U.S., but now it should. So we'll just have to wait and see. Space weather activity, see if anything's happening out here on the sun. There we go. It'd help if I click the button right. Solarham.com. We got, as expected, just some low-grade C-flare activity. Let's take a look here at these sunspots today. 4498's been about the only area that's shown some magnetic complexity, but even so, this area up here, there's a little bit here. Notice all the colors different, indicating that magnetic opposite and positive and negative polarity there. That's about the only area I see. Yeah, this region down here is starting to pepper a little bit. Looks like that's increasing slightly. I don't think there's any huge threat. At the most there, maybe some C-flare activity, maybe a low-grade M-flare from this region, maybe from this area as well. But everything else looks fairly stable in terms of any solar flare potential, which exists right now as a 1% chance or less for X-flare, M-flare at 30, C-flare around 90% chance. And no major roars in the forecast for now. Green across the board. Don't have anything too exciting going on there on the sun. Speed's fairly low. No auroras. I would say looking a little quiet out there. All right, anything coming up here for the asteroid department? Let's see if they got this.
Happy
site
birthday
going.
to Vanessa.
Nope. I wonder. They just completely abandoned this page here. The NASA site. This is their official site here. When you go onto the asteroids, and this gives a neat little layout. Look how many asteroids there are out here. There's so many of them. All these little blue dots are rocks floating around out there in space, and I would say there's a lot of them. This is a neat little feature, though. You can add all sorts of cool stuff on here. Different layers and whatnot. Star fields. Shows you the stars. Spacecraft. That's pretty cool. But yeah, there's a lot of asteroids. Look at all these little blue ones here. Those are all asteroids out there. You can go in time, back in time. This is live right now. I do like this. This is pretty neat, but there's the Earth down here. Mercury. Man, it's just a little I gotta figure that out. Earth over here. Anyway, when you go to their next 5 close approach asteroids, it's still down from the beginning of June. So 2 months now that nobody's worked on this.
Well, this is
Just
more like
completely abandoned that website.
planning it for
I don't know why.
better
Either
than
a
nothing.
hot dog or a soup. Because I mean,
Yeah, and this, by the way, I
it's
will
too
be
much.
live streaming
Like, I
that.
run out
I'm
of
pretty
options.
excited. I
It's
got everything
crazy.
all set up for the. It's going to happen on the 4th.
Because he had options
The
in
4th
quesadillas.
of the evening of the 4th. This is UTC time, so I think it's around 11.
I think I have some.
11:30 or so.
Okay,
I'll
well,
definitely
then
provide
that's
further
fine.
updates on that. But I'm going to live stream this event and be able to
hold it
hopefully
while you
see.
get out.
You know, it's going to be on the lit. This is technically what's going to happen is an old dead SpaceX rocket is going to slam there into the planet or the moon
I saw it on
at about
Facebook.
5,400 miles per hour. Pick up 800,000
But then I was like,
pounds of
is it
moon
really?
dust, I believe is
And
the
then
number. And if it's on the dark side here or the unlit side of the moon, but we'll see the at this angle we should see a dust cloud, debris cloud, as that dead rocket slams here into the surface of the moon and kicks up dust and whatnot. So I will be live streaming that. I think it's once in a blue moon opportunity, so we'll definitely take advantage of that and make sure we put mosquito spray on and make sure everything's all charged up for that night. I'm going to hook up my Zoom cam to the HDMI capture card, and then I can run it through OBS, Streamlabs, or whichever system I'm using that night, and then upload it to the channel as a live stream, and I'll be there on the microphone as well, and I'll be able to control the zoom and all sorts of cool stuff. Anyway, let's see. We're going to go back here and see what we got for any close approach asteroids. Really nothing near term right now on this site. We'll double check the asteroids in the news. Just got to double check all of these, I guess. 3.1, this one's coming in 3 days. Not a super close approach. That's, you know, outside the Earth-Moon distance times 3. But I don't see anything of any close proximity there for now. Day 1 outlook. This is for today for severe weather, slight risk category here in the yellow. Nothing for tornado activity. That's good. Less than 2% for the entire area. Wind and not so much hail. Just a little bit up here for hail, but it looks like wind potential. Maybe the factors there with the thunderstorms that fire up today. For the Thursday outlook, a little slight category. Nothing for tornado. Got wind, a little bit of hail. So we don't have any major activity going on there for now. No major outbreak of severe weather. Climate Prediction Center here. This was put out. This was updated yesterday, it looks like. So, man, we're going to cook. Look at that massive high pressure and way above average temperatures here for the West Coast. And around this time of year, I think about 97, 98 is our average. So above, we're going to be up around probably 106, 107 or so. Just outside of Chico. Redding may hit 110. Precipitation, yeah, very dry. 8 to 14 day forecast, not much change. Hot. We do have some monsoonal flow coming in, though, it looks like, across Southern California and portions of Arizona there as we enter a little bit deeper into August. But, man, going to be hot. High risk. I'm actually out here in the high risk. I wish that was precipitation, but I'm in a high risk. 8.6 to 8.7 of hot temperatures. Oh, man, may have to take a trip here to the coast just to cool off. Yeah, anyway, what can I do, right? Can't change the weather here, so. Seismograph stations out there pretty quiet for now. Again, keep an eye there. Philippines area. Pretty obvious. We've got the squeeze going on out here across the Filipino plate. This little segment here is absent, though, right now, so kind of interesting. I'm sure this will fill in as well as the Pacific plate tends to work in a little pattern out here. We'll see one area fill in, and sometimes it'll be the center portion, then this area will fill back in. I think this will be coming up next here. Alrighty, we'll see you guys out here tonight for the Wednesday night update. Stay safe, stay cool. It is, what's the temperature outside? 87? I think it's about right. Let me see what our forecast here is today. It's going to be close to 100, or not over 100 today. Man, it shows 103. For crying out loud. And see, we do have a little bit of dew-point humidity. Rice feels 87 degrees, feels like 92. Not as dry heat unless you're up in Redding. Around 40 northward. But around Chico, Lynn County, Colusa County, Yolo County,
Info-Person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing a potential resolution to this somewhat massive mistake. A mistake in astronomy that's literally massive because it represents an enormous object in the night skies. And so here, for over 40 years, astronomers, when studying the night skies, might have made a mistake about this enormous towering structure ballooning away from what appears to be the center of the Milky Way galaxy. And this particular feature, referred to as GCL or Galactic Center Lobe, which you also see represented right here, is actually incredibly easy to see when looking at various radio maps of the Milky Way galaxy. And so, for example, by using the map you can find in the description, you can sort of even see it yourself. It's enormous, and it appears to come from the center of the galaxy, essentially resembling a kind of a giant plume that seems to be erupting from the central supermassive black hole. Which by itself would actually kind of make sense because in the last decade, researchers have actually found additional structures, such as for example the famous Fermi bubbles, that seem to do just that. They seem to be extremely large in size and seem to emanate from the center. But these ones are basically only visible in high energy, such as gamma rays. And so here the assumption was that, well, maybe we're basically seeing something very similar but in radio light, because powerful emissions are expected to produce different wavelengths. Except that a series of more recent studies and more recent observations discovered something that nobody expected. And here the discovery is that the structure is essentially a kind of a cosmic equivalent to a giant fake mustache. Because it turns out that this galactic central lobe is neither coming from the galactic center, nor is it actually a lobe. And instead, this particular study by Crackle and a team you see right here revealed that this is a much smaller closed loop sitting much closer to us and represents a perfect example of how a perspective can actually fool even some of the most advanced telescopes. And so in this video, we're going to finally solve this 40-year-old mystery and discuss what this actually tells us about various hidden structures inside the Milky Way galaxy. But to understand why this is a big deal, we have to go back to 1984, the year when I'm finally learning how to walk. But in a slightly different location, astronomers using radio telescopes first spotted two massive reed-like structures extending vertically from the galactic plane. And because they were positioned exactly above the galactic center, the most logical assumption here was that they probably came from the galactic center itself. And at that time, the galactic center was being revealed as an extreme environment containing something extremely powerful. This was actually before Sagittarius A-star central black hole was officially confirmed. And so around this time, scientists discovered the now famous radio arc, or basically a series of magnetic filaments extremely close to the central core, and started to realize that this location seems to be where the central black hole is potentially hiding. And it also seems to be the source of immense power. And so for decades they essentially fit this galactic central lobe into this picture as well, with some scientists believing that this was a magnetic flux tube somehow twisted by the galactic rotation. In other words, they believed that this was the result of some kind of a magnetic interaction that was potentially created by very powerful emissions from the central black hole interacting with the galactic magnetic fields, with other scientists arguing that this was the galactic wind, or basically represented massive outflow of gas driven by either intense star formation or previous eruptions from the central black hole. Or in some sense, this was basically a very similar formation to what we actually observe in the nearby Centaurus A galaxy that we recently discussed in one of the videos in the description. And because of the similarities in shape, this conclusion kind of made some sense. But at the same time, this was a perfect example of a typical psychological bias. In this case, astronomers focusing on certain areas in their fields tended to actually see whatever it is they were studying. And so if they were studying black holes, they assumed this was a result of a black hole as well. But if you study magnetic fields, you expected this to be a magnetic loop. And once again, because of this 2010 discovery of the Fermi bubbles, it did make just a little bit of sense. But here, these enormous objects that stretch 50,000 light years above and below the galactic center seem to be generally produced by the central region, and most likely did come from either the black hole or massive star formation in the central molecular zone a few million years ago. And so because of this initial discovery, it now made sense to find more of these objects, but in different wavelengths. And so here this association was actually so strong, especially because of the location. For years, none of this was questioned by anyone. But as our instruments got better, certain glitches in this hypothesis started to appear, with the first clue coming from the measurements of the overall velocity. And that's because gases in the center of the galaxy normally move extremely fast, usually over 100 kilometers per second, because they're generally being whipped around by the central black hole, with the immense gravity from the entire core causing these gases to escape at very fast speeds. But when scientists looked at this structure, and specifically radio recombination lines, the very unique signal that's given off by the ionized gas in this structure, they actually found that it was moving at the snail pace, anywhere from 0 to 10 kilometers per second. That's essentially what you're seeing in this image. And this low speed was a smoking gun that this was not in the center of the galaxy at all. It basically suggested that the entire structure was potentially much closer to us and was just basically in the foreground, drifting along with planet Earth, but basically placed in such a way that it appeared to be in the center of the galaxy, with the final proof coming from 3D dust mapping. And this is actually a pretty intriguing technique. And while obviously the galaxy itself is full of dust, and when this dust travels across space, it also tends to dim the light from different stars. And so by comparing the amount of dust dimming with detailed maps of where the dust is located in the Milky Way galaxy, researchers can actually figure out where something very similar, but in radio light, because powerful emissions are expected to produce different wavelengths. Except that a series of more recent studies and more recent observations discovered something that nobody expected. And here the discovery is that this structure is essentially a kind of a cosmic equivalent to a giant fake mustache. Because it turns out that this galactic central lobe is neither coming from the galactic center, nor is it actually a lobe. And instead, this particular study by Krakow and its TMC right here revealed that this is a much smaller closed loop sitting much closer to us and represents a perfect example of how a perspective can actually fool even some of the most advanced telescopes. And so in this video, we're going to finally solve this 40-year-old mystery and discuss what this actually tells us about various hidden structures inside the Milky Way galaxy. But to understand why this is a big deal, we have to go back to 1984, the year when I'm finally learning how to walk. But in a slightly different location, astronomers using radio telescopes first spotted two massive ridge-like structures extending vertically from the galactic plane. And because they were positioned exactly above the galactic center, the most logical assumption here was that they probably came from the galactic center itself. And at that time, the galactic center was being reviewed as an extreme environment containing something extremely powerful. This was actually before Sagittarius A-star central black hole was officially confirmed. And so around this time, scientists discovered the now famous radio arc, or basically a series of magnetic filaments extremely close to the central core, and started to realize that this location seems to be where the central black hole is potentially hiding, and it also seems to be the source of immense power. And so for decades, they essentially fit this galactic central lobe into this picture as well, with some scientists believing that this was a magnetic flux tube somehow twisted by the galactic rotation. In other words, they believed that this was the result of some kind of a magnetic interaction that was potentially created by very powerful emissions from the central black hole interacting with the galactic magnetic fields, with other scientists arguing that this was the galactic wind, or basically represented massive outflow of gas driven by either intense star formation or previous eruptions from the central black hole, or in some sense, this was basically a very similar formation to what we actually observe in the nearby Centaurus C galaxy that we recently discussed in one of the videos in the description. And because of the similarities in shape, this conclusion kind of made some sense. But at the same time, this was a perfect example of a typical psychological bias. In this case, astronomers focusing on certain areas in their fields tended to actually see whatever it is they were studying. And so if they were studying black holes, they assumed this was a result of a black hole as well. But if you study magnetic fields, you expected this to be a magnetic loop. And once again, because of this 2010 discovery of the Fermi bubbles, it did make just a little bit of sense. But here, these enormous objects that stretch 50,000 light years above and below the galactic center seem to be generally produced by the central region, and most likely did come from either the black hole or massive star formation in the central molecular zone a few million years ago. And so because of this initial discovery, it now made sense to find more of these objects, but in different wavelengths. And so here this association was actually so strong, especially because of the location in the night skies, that for many years none of this was questioned by anyone. But as our instruments got better, certain glitches in this hypothesis started to appear, with the first clue coming from the measurements of the overall velocity. And that's because gases in the center of the galaxy normally move extremely fast, usually over 100 kilometers per second, because they are generally being whipped around by the central black hole, with the immense gravity from the entire core causing these gases to escape at very fast speeds. But when scientists looked at this structure, and specifically radio recombination lines, the very unique signal that's given off by the ionized gas in this structure, they actually found that it was moving at the snail's pace, anywhere from 0 to 10 kilometers per second. That's essentially what you're seeing in this image. And this low speed was a smoking gun that this was not in the center of the galaxy at all. It basically suggested that the entire structure was potentially much closer to us, and it was just basically in the foreground, drifting along with planet Earth, but basically placed in such a way that it appeared to be in the center of the galaxy, with the final proof coming from 3D dust mapping. And this is actually a pretty intriguing technique. And while obviously the galaxy itself is full of dust, and when this dust travels across space, it also tends to dim the light from different stars. And so by comparing the amount of dust dimming with detailed maps of where the dust is located in the Milky Way galaxy, researchers can actually figure out where it's located and basically determine the overall distance to that particular dust cloud. And so here, by comparing the amount of dust dimming coming from the GCL structure with various detailed maps that were created previously, the ones that actually show us where the dust is usually found in the Milky Way galaxy, researchers were able to estimate that the distance to this object is only about 6,500 light years away from us, or about 4 times closer than we previously thought. And in comparison, the distance to the center of the galaxy is around 27,000 light years, or 4 times as far. In other words, this was much closer to us. And additionally, by using the local volume mapper survey, they also found that we only see half of the structure. And that's because in these radio images, the bottom half of the structure blends in with a bright background from the galactic disk, and so it's actually kind of difficult to see. But the new optical maps show us that this is not an open lobe or a chimney, but instead seems to be a completely closed loop and is basically circular in shape. And because this object confused astronomers for nearly 40 years now, they even jokingly started to refer to this as Greatly Confused Loop. So once again GCL, but just a slightly different acronym. With the obvious next question being, okay, so since this is so much closer to us and since this is still pretty big in size, what exactly is this and what created this? Well, we're now pretty certain this has nothing to do with black holes or any kind of black hole activity, with most of the facts now pointing at this being an extremely large H2 region, or basically an enormous hydrogen gas cloud that seems to glow under intense UV radiation, something that was actually previously hinted on in some of the other studies in the description, which makes this a massive hydrogen bubble, a bubble that's approximately 115 light years across and most likely formed by emissions from previous generation of massive stars that used to exist somewhere in the center. But as it normally happens with these stars, they usually live extremely fast and extremely violent lives, creating massive supernova after just a few million years. And so this very likely blasted away a cavity inside the surrounding gas, in essence forming this enormous bubble. And intriguingly, this type of a bubble is actually exactly where the solar system is right now as well. In other words, this is potentially a somewhat similar structure to the famous local bubble, where the solar system currently finds itself after approximately 7 million years of travel. And so this is just another one of these massive bubbles produced by enormous supernova millions of years ago. And as we know from this bubble, here these extremely powerful emissions tend to create a lot of shockwaves, with this feedback then triggering star formation along the edges of the bubble itself. And wherever these stars form, they essentially start to ionize the water gas, which then basically starts to glow and become visible in these observations. And so in other words, all of these that we see right here is extremely likely emissions from newly formed stars that ionize the water gas around them. Although since this is pretty far away from us, trying to find these stars can be pretty challenging.
We're still doing good,
this structure is actually extremely similar to the famous Barnard Loop, a giant bubble of gas created by stellar activity inside the famous Orion Nebula. Except that in this case, unlike the Barnard's Loop, this unusual structure seems to be right in front of the galactic center, which is why it confused astronomers for 40 years. And so this study is a really good example of how water things in outer space are just so difficult to measure.
Give me the frames, give me some frames. Come on, keep it up, keep it up.
And since we're inside the galaxy, with the layers of stars and dust, this makes things even more difficult and can lead to assumptions that create errors that we basically take for granted for several decades. But by correcting this mistake, astronomers cannot stop trying to explain this as some kind of multiple mission, and instead focus on explaining this as a result of supernova and stars.
Well done.
I'm sure that these types of giant bubbles seem to be quite common and seem to be an important part of how our galaxy works in general. In other words, just like the local bubble, there's a reciprocal
That would have been your daddy.
region of the galaxy. Stars are being born, they explode, they clear the space for the next generation, and the cycle starts over once again. And for the scientists to discover and confirm this is a perfect testament that the field of galactic archaeology is really getting better and better as every time we move forward. But at least for now, that's all I wanted to say. Once there's some additional discoveries about the movie, we'll come back and discuss this more in other videos. Until then, thanks for watching, subscribe, come back to more right now.
Fucking knew that was gonna happen.
Videos with
God
the
fucking damn
and
it.
directly,
Look at him
or
just
by
keep
joining
running.
channel
Like, what is the
membership
point of
or
that?
early access. You can also put this channel button on the post in the description. Stay wonderful, keep smart, and as always, bye-bye.
Roger that. We'll be able to find our way to the control center from here. Good luck. Bullhammer out.
The Covenant presence here is stronger than I anticipated. They seem to have the entire region secured.
Whoa, yo! Acceptable. Just stay in the corridor. There we go.
If Assange continues going down the path that he's going, I think that he will get, like, I don't know if he's going to get deplatformed, but, like, there's going to be something problematic that will happen to him, like, institutionally. I think that this will happen.
And I think what it kind of is, because he's not getting the collaborations he wants, he's not getting the invites he would want to get. He's very upset about that. It's always starting to backfire, but it's just going to keep getting worse. And not because of the terror things or anything he said, the violence he's endorsed. I think it's just the Gold Shot incident.
I think this will affect his career in a big way. If he continues going down the path that he's going right now, like you have, like, for example, like he recently framed a newspaper article of, like, the day after 9/11, like, you don't need to, like, what are you doing, right? Like, how is this helping your cause? How are you going to say that, like, I just want free healthcare and then write a newspaper article about 9/11? You see what I'm saying?
Because, like he said before, the underlying principle behind everything is just Islamic terror. He might be for China, he might be for healthcare, he might be for defeating MAGA Republicans and all this. But no matter what, when you start drilling it down between conflicting values, the one that's always going to be prevalent and the one that's always going to win over everything is his support for terror groups. And sad to say, that's why it's over there. It's very, very illustrative of what you have back behind you, because we're not like corporate drones. We design our sets how we want. These are things that just make me happy. It's dumb. The Dodgers and Pokemon or whatever. Nothing in me says, hey, let's talk about a terror attack. Tells you a lot about it.
So that's the kind of stuff that, like, I think that he is flying increasingly closer to the sun, and eventually he is going to go over the line with this, and it's going to be, I think, very problematic.
I said this before. He's got the Johnny Somali trajectory. Keep on poking the bull. Keep on getting more and more extreme. Because once you've made a career off of, going viral off of said thing, you can't do said thing again. You can't do a milder version of said thing. If you want to make waves and become relevant again, it has to keep on getting progressively worse and progressively more eye-catching and disruptive in the social media feeds.
Not artificial.
That's why it has to be the 9/11
environment
He has to
systems are
be
malfunctioning.
provocative.
Or if the
Backfire.
designers
In the near
wanted the
future.
installation
And I
to
think
have
he's getting
inclement
really
weather.
close to it already. Nothing happened to Alex Jones until he got deplatformed on every single place in one day overnight.
Cortana to Fireteam Zulu. I read you.
Nothing happened until everything happened instantaneously.
Yeah, the nothing happened crowd always upsets me because they say nothing happened, nothing happened. It's like, yeah, well, just because you guys aren't like affected by when stuff happens, like what is it, the war in Ukraine,
environment systems are
the government confirming UFOs, like stuff happens all the time. It's just you guys get a little bit lost in how quick the news media cycle refreshes.
But he got deplatformed on every, and he got sued. Yeah, exactly. He's flying really, really close to the sun. He is, and I think that he is one.
The text right
What the
Where's
fuck?
a Mao outfit? Not say Mao is dog whistle. always seek truth from facts and says, guys, it's just a Chinese suit. Exactly. It's gotta be that subtext of being provocative. It's I can't gain attention just giving my garbage takes and sitting there eating my Uber Eats, watching YouTube all day. I gotta do something extreme. Always gotta do something more and more extreme to try to cover up the fact that he probably shot his dog on live stream. Never mind all that. Just the idea that he's doing it on purpose.
Never mind all that.
Part of his strategy. And maybe I can't hate on it because he has more of an audience, more donations, and much more wealth than I do. Maybe I need to start doing something good. I don't want to because it's going to ruin your life.
Mishap away from getting deplatformed.
Coordinates received.
Like, and let me just add everything together.
Oh, fuck. Bowhammer, you're supposed to catch me, Bowhammer.
And in a vacuum, and if that's the only thing that you had said, and you
say what? Yeah, no, he said that in the context of, I think it was his speech about college campuses and how bad things happen, and the whole like bro tips Hassan, frat boy Hassan, kind of seemed like he was in that universe. I can't be for certain. Maybe he was playing a role. I don't know. Don't care about the guy back then. But he said it would be okay if it was just the rich elites doing it to the rich, like the rich, white, wealthy Christian elites, something to the effect of that, doing it to themselves. It's not even that far of a stretch to say he said exactly what Asmongold did, but it's just another instance in a long list of him being a terrible person.
For a Democrat, you could easily say that and play that off and say that like American imperialism caused destabilization in the Middle East and it caused a backlash event, right? I think that people can understand that. But the problem is that you didn't just say that. Then you were also talking about like Taliban members putting their in Dan Crenshaw's eyes.
Oh, I think
like
yeah.
And now you're framing
and it's always crazy how like sexual a lot of his arguments get, especially against people he doesn't like. Oh, you want to sleep with me? Oh, grandmas like watching me, so they get really active in their retirement homes. Like it's this very, very self-snitching thing where everything always loops back to something. I think that you guys have been watching me long enough that you know things get to sports analogies pretty quickly with me because I'm a filthy casual, a sports ball enjoyer. I'm a very like normie guy. Just because that's just what's like running in the background of my RAM all the time. Sports analogies, whatever, simple things. For him to always get to somebody angered me, let me make this related to S activity, makes me kind of feel like there's something kind of murky going on in the background.
A newspaper article of the day after 9/11. You're wearing a Mao Zedong. Huh? Yeah, he got banned for that. He got suspended for that. And he's not a good one, right? Oh yeah, saying to kill Rick Scott. Tweeting out a picture of a gun used to kill Shinzo Abe. And I don't think he understands this.
It's crazy that
That's the issue, right? Is that
no, it's because he just says it all the time, like to his friends. He's like, I hate this guy.
For doing a lot of these things, right?
He doesn't like rehearse it. It's just he's very fluent with the facts because it's in his life often.
Jason Tatum gets to have his mom and his kid walking on the court at all times. Like there's every single one of those starting five Celtics players had a family, had a wife, had kids. None of them got those privileges. Nobody's bitter about it. Just for a marquee superstar, get special treatment. That's the world works. I know Hassan can get away with a lot more than I can, even on YouTube, like my preferential platform. I can't even watch body cam video footage because this channel isn't as legacy as the Decoy Voice channel. It's just the way things work. But I think it's going to be his ultimate downfall because the first time that he faces consequences for his actions on live stream is going to be by what I believe the federal authorities, not his TOS.
Like an average person, like if you tweet out the schematic of a gun used to assassinate a politician that you disagree with, it's very obvious that you're baiting people into assassinating that politician. That's very clear.
I don't think that hit me. I think that was not good at all.
He's a shock jock, trying to get more and more extreme every single time, and he made the Alex Jones analogy. Alex Jones is just a shock jock, saying the thing, going on the crazy conspiracy theory until it finally made him civilly liable in a lawsuit.
Get a visual. What you're trying to do. And so then you have now it's also the computer thing, you get investigated theoretically by the government. This is like, this is really gaining a lot of momentum, right? And now you're dressing up as Mao Zedong, you're bullying him, etc. We're into it. This can't keep going on. Like you can't keep doing this. Like eventually, like I can guarantee you that advertisers are complaining about this. I can guarantee you that there is a point where the dam breaks and a person like this gets deplatformed everywhere.
And the sad part is the advertisers say this was like 2022. I'm guessing the advertisers wouldn't complain about it. I think the ultimate red pill moment, or the black pill moment for the Democrats was when Donald Trump won the popular vote, despite all the harvested ballots everywhere. Meaning most Americans were sick and tired of the Democrat agenda. They wanted America first. MAGA freedoms, even if it was going to make you classified as a spooky white supremacist or racist or whatever the media's trying to paint you as. Once advertisers realized being a woke, insufferable actor makes your movie flop, being a woke, insufferable anti-police athlete makes everybody boo you when you go out there, but if you are a proud patriot standing up and saluting the flag, you could be a linebacker or an offensive lineman, and your jersey will sell out overnight. If you are, Sophia Cunningham in the WNBA, they largely, nobody really knows about that league and what's going on there. I don't think you guys could name the last 2 champions of the WNBA's league. But she goes out there and says, women's sports should be women, and her jerseys sell out instantaneously across Fanatics, NBA.com, all that. Like, she is now the de facto most popular person in the league. Probably even bigger than, Caitlin Clark at this point in time. Advertisers go the way of the wind. They go with the money. And now the money is with the more population, which is going to be anti-Democrats and extremist values. Like, I couldn't even name 2 teams. I mean, I know the Sparks and I know the Las Vegas Aces. See, I know 2 teams.
Really want, if you want me to be honest, like, it's beneficial for me that Hassan is on the platform because it gives me content to talk about. It's something to do, right?
Exactly. They are, I don't want to say better, but they make each other rich.
And it brings more people into the ecosystem. So, like, from a very selfish personal perspective, I don't even want to see Hassan get banned. Now, as viewers, I can see why people don't like Hassan. They don't want to see him.
Yeah, I think Asmund Gold wants Hassan to be the easiest straw man to beat. One stream, 8 days a week. Hassan would like to see Asmund Gold be harmed in some way. There's a difference between the 2 of us. Symbiotic relationship, yeah.
But my point is that, like, I'm not even advocating for this. What I'm saying is that if you don't watch yourself, I think you
This was the same thing with me and Johnny Zamali. I kept going, every video I did on him would get like 1 million views. But I would always have the subtext, or even a small break, 20-second thing, me directly talking to Johnny Zamali. Stop doing this. I've seen you go on rips on live streams before. You seem like kind of a humorous guy. You can make a different career. Probably not going to be as popular as you are getting smacked around in different countries. But this is going to end at some point in time. He came after me, called me a whole bunch of racial slurs, and I always was like, hey, you're a young guy, maybe you can fix this. I hope the best for you. And now he's riding in a South Korean prison doing physical labor. I wish they would listen. I genuinely wish they would listen. I genuinely wish that, like, Hassan would just wake up and just say, you know what? Guys, it was an act. I wish I was still pro-tips Hassan. I can still salvage whatever career I can. I'm going to do a major pivot, shed all the extremist, violent fans I got, and try to be like an iShow speed type or just do regular IRL stuff. He's still close to that guy, Nick. You probably could salvage a smaller career and say, hey, man, I dropped the thing. They got too extreme for me. Like I said, Kamala Harris, she probably could have, not won, but done a lot better during the election if when she broke off from Biden, somebody stepped down for Biden. But instead of trying to say Biden did a good job, but I'm also going to fix things Biden did, if he said, hey, look, I was a good vice president, but he did everything opposite of what I would have done. This is how he actually served the American people. Biden was a dinosaur, he was disconnected, and just like when she was debating him, call him a racist and just say, this is the new way of the Democrat Party. Kamala Harris probably could have captured a lot of people. I don't want her to win, but that would have been my advice to her. I have the same thing for Hassan here.
I think that you were flying way too close to the sun with this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Asmund's right, but then I guess Hassan is totally just dumping this. Like, no guys, it's not gonna happen to me.
Yeah, this was very funny. This was a very funny outrage. Hassan Piker framed the 9/11 front page. This is an enemy of America. It's like, first of all, it's called Never Forget. Okay.
Again, trying to feign ignorance. Guys, it's a memorial about it. No. A guy saying we deserved it can't turn around and saying, now I support the victims. I feel bad for him. No. He thinks he's trying to play dumb because it's more shock shit.
Hey, Twitch, you okay with this? I don't mean that to be funny. I'm actually asking, are you actually okay with this? Why would Twitch ban me for having a framed newspaper of 9/12?
Bleeding ignorance. This is like when somebody gets caught mid-crime and says, no, I wasn't breaking into houses here, guys. I was on a jog. I was just jogging through an under construction house with my Timberland boots on, my cargo shorts, carrying a hammer. The context, you know, forget the context. I'm just telling you, I'm innocent. They're trying to be, they're trying to make you, what is it, gaslighting you. They're trying to make you feel stupid for seeing the truth.
Well, of the New York Times, that would be insane. It is probably the most...
he still has a Chinese flag in the background there. Is that Lenin too?
Singularly important historic event of all of our lifetime.
In what context, though? Are you saying this on the side of the American victims or the attackers? Because I genuinely wonder what is his knee-jerk reaction? Yeah, it really impacted us. The New Yorkers or the people overseas? That's important to know.
That is insane. Hassan Piker now displays a frame 912 newspaper showing the Twin Towers in flames behind him on stream. History enthusiasts when it isn't World War II or the Roman Empire. Yeah, that was really funny. Has the September 12, 2001 New York Times framed on his set. You know what's really funny about all this, by the way? They all complained about this. And then one day later, Donald Trump came out and was like, hey, you know that country that had the most to do with 9/11, Saudi Arabia? I'm going to give that country nuclear weapons, potentially, a pathway to develop nukes.
You know why?
There is nothing funnier than watching the entire conservative sphere lose their collective minds and try to manufacture outrage
because they're attacking the guy
issue that
who
most
said
normal people will be like, yeah, it's a
no nukes,
profoundly important historic event.
and then build 14.
This is like O.J. Simpson coming out saying, speaking out against domestic violence. Yes, everybody should be on the side against that. But it's
because they know that we'll just fuck them up too.
You know what you're doing. We're not stupid. This is gas.
So they said, you know what?
You have to have idiotic talking points when you have an idiotic
we like to buy. We don't. You won't blow us up if
manufactured outrage operation that I think kind of fell.
You know, we kind of need power eventually, but.
And we moved on.
You give the deal. You give us the deal we did with you were gonna give Iran, and then we be friends forever. Like they were so fucking like what? Forever, brother. Forever. Trust me. We could wipe your guys' civilization out with one rod. Oh, fuck! I did not think they were gonna do that. With one rod of God.
Look at this guy in a suit talking about me. Oh my God.
How was that?
It's showing a pattern.
I know we could put some up there with Elon Musk stuff.
It's showing who you are as a person. How dare they throw my own actions in front of my face?
I know it.
He went from implying that I appreciated 9/11 to, and he wore a suit, and it's fucked up. Wait,
that was exactly what the example that Aspen Gold popped up saying. Guys, I'm gonna wear Mao's suit.
Nukes, but no Fallout.
Dog whistle. I'm gonna say his phrases.
They wanted Fallout so they can be like, you know what? F these guys. Let's all gang up on them. But no, we're so accurate with our shit, bro. Like, you legitly underestimate everything we are capable of. Everything.
Of course they're gonna do this. Look at this phone. Oh my God, this phone has such great technology. They're so ahead of American values. I'm like, this looks like a propaganda tour. After you got shipped down to the Chinese government, and now you're sitting over here, essentially
it's not normal.
wearing the costume.
Hey, bro, I want that, but you're not allowing me in there.
It's just a poster about the attack on America. I don't know what this is.
What a high note to end it on, man.
I refuse to believe he's ignorant of the potential consequences that he may be facing in the near future. I think he's a very smart individual, and he knows what's coming up next. But then Hassan says,
oh fuck, I almost killed him and I died. How the fuck did that work?
Fox News picks them up. They're temporarily embarrassed.
I was trying to get the freaking ghost.
They're temporarily embarrassing that? He's turning on his own side continuously. But I mean, yeah, the out of context is when he said, end capitalists, end property owners, end a certain U.S. senator. Like, he has a long history of being this way. And sad to say, this all would have been avoided if Twitch just upheld the guidelines saying, maybe you don't maybe you don't make potential Chinese propaganda. Or at the very least, maybe you don't electrocute your dog on stream. All these things would have been a slap on the wrist to say, hey, don't do that again. Learns there are very, very serious consequences to what you do on stream. So you have a very large audience. And then maybe you don't just continue to do that thing anymore. That should have been his lesson. But just like a parent that refuses to rear their child and make certain, hey, you don't steal stuff from the other kids in the playground. And the first time they learn you can't steal is from a grocery store. Not a grocery store. It's from a bodega where the business owner pulls out a shotty on them. First time he's going to learn that you probably shouldn't be doing this is when the feds investigate him for
being killed,
potentially being an extension of the Chinese government or the Chinese propaganda team.
Recently, I updated my home 3D print lab. It's got a Crucible one as a workhorse, and then a few bamboo machines to handle multicolored prints. I know.
Give me a cord,
Amazon Port Evo, we've got them. And my kids are loving the setup. They've learned a ton All 3 of them are doing basic 3D modeling now, and they print a bunch of stuff, both for personal use and for me around the house.
Linus, you gotta give me a cord, bud.
There's one thing that is driving me nuts. Waste. Because all of our printers use just one nozzle each, we have to purge a whole bunch of
I got it.
from the system every time there's a material change.
I got it, guys.
And with multicolored prints, this can result in a bigger pile of waste than the actual filament that goes into the model itself.
Oh, shit, that was awful.
I had a room full of Prusa XLs,
No.
5 independent extruders.
I didn't mean it.
This problem, but also the multi-material plates more easy for support removals. I can even do crazy stuff like mixing my own filament colors on the fly out of base colors, like making my own pink out of red and white. The only problem is, those are really expensive. Not to mention massive. And I love my kids, just not that much. But maybe I could love them this much. This is the Prusa Index. It can do more or less everything that a Prusa XL can do out of the box, except at half the price. Oh, and did I mention that it tops out at 8 print heads rather than 5? I mean, look at this. And basically no waste. Just like I never waste an opportunity to tell you about our sponsor.
Rain, getting inside my stylish yet always adventure-ready shoes?
Look at that.
I don't think so.
I don't think
Not
so.
messy. No!
It's risky, but if you get close, we can hijack that Covenant vehicle.
The Index's big part of that is that instead of switching between full active tool heads like the Prusa XL does, it only switches the springs themselves, the nozzles. This is a little bit slower than the XL, which can keep its independent extruders hot while they're parked. But thanks to the Index's inductive hot end, it can heat these up wicked fast. And by getting rid of all that redundant extruder hardware, you ditch a bunch of points of failure, save a bunch of money, and you massively cut down on the footprint. To be clear, the extruder is still in it. It's just that instead of all being one integrated unit, it just pulls up to this array of parked nozzles that are preloaded with all the filaments you're going to need for your print, hit whichever one it wants, and then they somehow get attached to the extruder and it grabs onto the filament. How does that work?
It's really clever. With a normal 3D printer, the full filament goes into the extruder, which rips and pushes it down into the hot side, which includes your heat block and your nozzle. It's all self-contained. The Index takes that paradigm and rips it apart. We get one extruder with your usual gears. So far, so good. We've got our nozzles right here where the melty plastic comes out, but here's where your mind is going to get by switching to induction heating. The magnetic coils that heat the nozzle can live in the extruder assembly without risking any damage or premature ameltuation.
Okay, but at this point, you've got to be wondering, how does the extruder grab onto the filament? Okay, this is pretty clever. When a command tells the Index to push, its levers are engaged, and then when it retracts the filament, they pull away and leave the nozzle free to just jump out with all of its material still attached to it. Bontech calls it a wireless hot end. Oh, Bontech, we haven't mentioned them yet. Well, we should. See, the Prusa Index isn't so much a product as it is two products that have been mashed together. The Prusa Core 1 3D printer and the Index tool changer from Bontech, who plans to make these available standalone at some point in the future. Enough about the hardware for now. Let's look at some really interesting use cases for this stuff. The most obvious one has got to be supports. While you can print supports out of the same material as your parts, this approach comes with some pretty annoying compromises. The print needs to sort of float over the support plastic, so there's a weak joint that you can just kind of make away later. But what that means is there's a small portion of the parts you want, you can break down a little and then ultimately be worse quality than in other places. With multiple nozzles, you can just mix entirely different materials that don't bond together, like PLA and PTG. Because they don't stick, you don't need a gap between your part and the support. And you can print complex models with much better quality. And then they just sort of lift off the support when you're done most of the time. And that's just one aesthetic benefit. Much cooler stuff like soluble materials. When submerged, these materials will just melt away, leaving you with a final part that can have hard-to-reach, complex geometries like this. This has been a major selling point for professional 3D printers for ages, because it both enables the production of parts that would otherwise be impractical or even impossible, and even just for standard prints, it's just so darn convenient. Now, Bamboo does have a solution for this, pun intended, that's AMS compatible, but Bamboo, right? Ooh, here's another one. How about combining materials into a single functional part? Take this clip, for instance. It has a hard plastic body and then a soft TPU hinge to help make it flexible. Well, TPU doesn't bond to PLA, But by interlocking them during printing, you can create something that's more functional and longer lasting versus if you try to make just a peel and spring. You can even make a soft grip texture for something like a screwdriver handle. Though I prefer the originals from LCStore.com. There are actually economical reasons to use multiple filament types too. Whether they bond or not, sometimes you might be working with exotic or expensive materials. And you can save a lot of money by only using those materials where they're actually needed. Oh, and another cool one, printing conductive traces. Yeah, there's conductive filaments. Though we haven't tried those yet and we're not sure how well they work. The coolest thing though is that this is all just the tip of the iceberg. The next layer made a great video recently highlighting a whole bunch of really specific applications. So we'll have a link to that down below.
As cool as the functional stuff is, though, don't sell multicolor 3D printers short. There's a lot of really cool stuff happening.
That electronic thing sounded cool.
Like, did you know you can mix colored filaments, almost like mixing paints, to create entirely new colors?
They did know that.
Sounded like you
can
can make your own circuit boards.
That does not make it any less cool. That is so freaking cool,
right? Prusa just adopted the Full Spectrum Orca Slicer project and released Color Prints. It creates prints with layers of alternating color that, at a normal distance, create the illusion of an entirely new color. It's just like the old concept of half color.
Oh, there's a rate.
Lots of cyan, magenta, yellow, and black can make up a pretty generous color gamut. Prusa is planning to release a CMYK filament bundle for mixing colors, and with 8 tools, you could have, say, CMYK RGB. A pretty generous range of colors to pick. Though for now, you're limited to 3 color blends. And that might be all.
I think the coolest part of this is that whichever 2 or 3 colors you pick, they don't need to be specific colors to use color mix. You can just take whatever you've got, put it into the Prusa slicer, and then it'll just crap out a list of possible combinations with representative colors. Like, I can't even imagine how you could do something like this with an AMS. Or I guess I could imagine how you could, but it would involve so much filament changing that you create more waste than 3D prints. Meanwhile, the only waste from the index is these tiny little priming dots. Freaking awesome. And color mix is just what's happening lately. This software called Fusion has been really popular for a long while now for making 2D-ish art from 3D printers. And a method that creators call filament painting. That system uses filaments with a known opacity to calculate light transmission through the layers and then create new colors by overlapping. It's not the most user-friendly process, unless you buy filaments from someone who provides their filaments light transmission as part of the spec. You'll need a device to measure it, etc. But hey, more filaments being available on more affordable devices like the Index is going to make all of that a lot easier and have a lot less waste. But wait, there's more. What if I didn't want different filaments? What if I wanted the same filament, but with different levels of detail? Well, with different nozzle sizes, each loaded with the same filament, I could make, I don't know, a Warhammer miniature where the base and the infill could be done at ultra speed with a big fat nozzle, and then the fine details could be done on a thinner nozzle, so I could optimize my print time and my print quality. But wait, there's even more. Every nozzle is a tool, but not every tool is a nozzle. Bondtech released CAD files for their mounting system, and people like the Canuck creator have already mentioned how, say, a pen plotter tool would be super easy to make. So imagine then, if you will, a world where you could have a heat set inserter that puts all of your threaded crap in place while you are doing your print. And that would make a ton of sense in this configuration too. To be clear, that doesn't exist yet, but it's all been left open to the community thanks to Bondtech and Prusa's admirable open source attitude compared to Bamboo. With all of that said, I'm sure you can understand why the Index is such an exciting release. Like, this kind of functionality, at least this kind of functionality, without a metric ton of waste, was only really possible on much more expensive hardware. And while $2,300 is still a lot of money, what it also is right around that threshold that pushed early Ultimaker printers into the enthusiast space, which gave them the momentum to push 3D printing as a whole into the mainstream. So I think it is both realistic to say that Prusa is going to sell a bunch of these to businesses and print farms and to individual enthusiasts, and also that this is going to contribute to making 3D printing more accessible for everyone. And it gets even better. If you happen to already have a Core 1 3D printer, you don't need to buy the whole thing over again. All you need is the Index Upgrade Kit, which costs a lot less. It's also more work to assemble than we anticipated. We've got the Founders Edition, hoping that when we ship the Prusa Edition shortly, it's going to be a little bit easier. But even then, it's going to be a fair bit of work, so I'm sure once Prusa makes a pre-assembled bundle available, that's going to be a very popular option. For now, though, alert, we're honestly I'm really glad you put in the work. There's still a bit of calibration and tuning to be done.
Punch through the Covenant defense.
Quality. But the fact that we can do this at all with minimal waste, I think the result kind of speaks for itself. Just like ice cream. For our sponsor.
30 scientists have accelerated research and achieved great progress in a field of study directed at the protection of one of the human body's most crucial organs, the human foot. This crowning achievement is extraordinarily versatile feat of all-terrain endurance and strikingly effective.
Good thing you showed up when you did, sir.
This ability was made possible due to Bessie's patented Dymatex technology, engineered with four
Pull up with the Master
soft...
Chief and get ready to move out.
We're trying to...
Does it laser zap it, or...?
The high traction coefficient of the rugged outsole is remarkable, combined with the shock absorption of the dual density insole, producing footwear that is both extremely durable and supremely comfortable to wear, while remaining both breathable and lightweight.
They come with a 1-year warranty, a 30-day return, and free shipping, and 15% off your first order if you use our code.
If you like this video, why not check out when we use the E3D tool changer to print the PC case? Tool changers have come a long way since
The Covenant placed their tank to defend the entrance to the tunnel.
it raises a lot of legal questions. This is the arrest of American citizens in Atlanta with being charged with obstruction of justice after allegedly wrestling investigators who were trying to get information
that differently.
This was looking for evidence of child exploitation. Investigators say they gave a U.S. password and they wiped the phone clear as a result. So this was live now, so we talked about some of the legal questions this raises, some of what this might mean going forward. It needs to be done by
Place their tank to defend the entrance to the tunnel.
Good talking with you, and thanks for joining us today here on Florida Live. So this is an interesting case. I think really people, myself included, kind of heard of it. It's really interesting. Not something that we've really heard of happening a lot before, at least. And so I'm wondering your reaction as an attorney. Some of the legal questions and maybe some things that kind of arise from it.
Well, I mean, obviously there's going to be, based on my knowledge of this,
I don't know how they can see me.
First Amendment rights of the defendant in my case to be engaged.
I didn't expect the bottom guys to see me.
To defend the entrance to the tunnel. Obstructing justice by destroying evidence of a crime. In order to be able to prove that an actual crime was committed here in terms of the charge of obstruction of justice or obstruction of the sentence to the arrest password, the government is going to have to be able to show some reliable level of information existed that there actually was evidence of a crime on that phone. And I don't know at this point whether or not they're going to be able to meet that threshold, but that's the only time.
What needs to be in this case like this? What would be required of someone this man who was at school is that something where
find the doors, controls, and open
expected by law enforcement, or is it something that's required by law in that situation to give an actual passcode, not a passcode that may wipe the phone clean, or what's kind of the expectation and the requirements in a situation like this?
Well, what you've got are two separate things you're talking about. So, I mean, there's expectation and then there's the requirement. So, legally, I mean, I absent, a court order, I'm not sure that law enforcement can actually require somebody to provide their passcode under, the auspices of what we call a Fourth Amendment in the United States Constitution limited for search. This is a lawful search. There's also a Fifth Amendment under the U.S. Constitution. Invitation to being questioned by law enforcement. So in this case, for instance, being asked a password, which I understand has very broad-reaching sort of impact in terms of setting what we call legal precedents or jurisprudence, depending on the outcome of these cases. Or in other words, future prosecutors, future defense attorneys, future courts can look at what happens in this case to justify ultimately the legal outcome in other cases. But at the end of the day, absent law enforcement and criminal justice being able to show in this situation that information that was showed a crime by this individual or some other they're not going to be able to convict him of this crime. So in other words, the charge that they're levying against him is not going to stand on its own. They're not giving over a pass through. The president has been asked by law enforcement to give a pass through and give a pass through to the arrest. Absolutely. He's not per se committed a crime, even under this an application of the law. There's constitutional concerns here, and that's what the defense attorney for this individual has raised either to these charges in terms of the right to be free from, incriminating yourself under the Fifth Amendment and then Fourth Amendment issues to the search.
Isn't it fascinating in this big picture to think the fact that 200 plus years after the Constitution was written and those amendments that you're talking about, that we are still seeing new things that come up that really kind of shape our understanding of what those words in the Bill of Rights mean.
Absolutely, and we will continue to do so, especially because, this couldn't have even been remotely contemplated at the time that these constitutional amendments were drafted. But even the way of case law that we have, which is another way of, making law, interpreting the law, and in addition to statutes in the Constitution, we're not really caught up to the law. This is it'll be very interesting to see, if defense counsel here for this individual are able to win on any constitutional challenges, both generally as it would relate to any person in this situation and as to this particular defendant as well, and what the impact of that will be, or if we're going to start seeing more discretionary choices by the prosecuting authorities with regard to charging this when people are using these sort of options to delete their devices.
It's going to be an interesting case to follow, and it's going to be interesting to see how folks will use that use some of these things that are out there for just all of this. It's a lot of interesting questions. We really appreciate your perspective and your expertise and sharing that with us here on Florida Line today.
Congress. Kind of a big deal. I'm kind of surprised this happened. But let's take a look at it. Senator Rand Paul had a Capitol Police eject Anthony Fauci's attorney from the building after he refused to stop screaming during the hearing.
Oh, what the fuck just happened?
What the fuck is this? Anyway, let's watch it.
At the table, and he's not obeying that recommendation. There's a row behind you, sir. That's where you were told to sit, and you're not. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered. For a lawyer not listening to the rules. That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir. Security user did from the ring.
Uh-oh. Damn. Dragged out the fucking attorney. That's good. I thought he was yelling. His mic was muted. You're listening to it from the microphones. I mean, it's obviously he was talking, right?
Let the record state that Dr. Fauci will still have the advice of the other half a dozen attorneys that have gone along today.
Jeez. How fucking embarrassing. And let me flip back and look at a few more of these other posts, right? So this is right here. And Rand Paul announced the committee will be voting to hold Dr. Fauci contempt of Congress. Oh my God. Oh boy, oh boy. Attorney should have pled the fifth. Should have done something, right? He didn't have a mic because he wasn't supposed to sit at the table. Well, I don't know exactly like why it happened. I have no idea, but either way, it didn't work out too well for him. It seems. Okay, let me take a look. Look at a few of these and go through all.
Walker, 1896.
Okay, here we go.
When he has been constitutional. let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century more. Brown versus Walker, 1896. When he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyer's sitting behind you now, shifting nervously. In their chairs, they know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. Jesus. But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions. It's because you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic you got rich, didn't you? You got rich. While people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were
Well, when I get there, I gotta
doing that, you were using federal
Scorpion and shoot him with the sniper.
with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally. Wow. Cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Oh, man. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this is not looking good. Veteran was there speaking too? Yeah, we're gonna go through it.
Have you refused this pardon, or do you have any reason to believe this full and unconditional pardon, this grant of immunity, would somehow require you to plead the Fifth Amendment?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Based on the facts presented, I'm going to direct you to answer the questions. The committee has issued a valid subpoena. They've requested your presence here. The questions are very pertinent to your decision-making as head of NIAID, as well as a chief advisor to the president. Do you still refuse to answer the questions?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Have you refused this pardon, or do you have any...
Jesus, bro. So he's just way-looping them? Is that it?
The committee why you chose to fund status research in China.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
In the red folder on
said
your
it
table
111
is a
times.
copy of Section 192 of Title II of the U.S. Code. The counsel has been provided a copy as well. That section makes it a crime for a witness appearing under subpoena to refuse to answer any questions pertinent to the question of the inquiry. Do you have that in front of you?
All clear.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Let the record record that the witness has refused to answer whether there's a folder in front of him based on his Fifth Amendment right. It is true that you're appearing under the committee why you...
Man, what a fucking idiot, right? What a fucking moron. I gotta focus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, nothing says honesty like taking the Fifth, huh, Doc? Let's try something. What day of the week is it today?
Uh-oh. What day of the
On the
week?
advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the...
What a fucking weasel. What a fucking rat. Oh, no.
Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
What color is the carpet in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
Do you remember what I said before about how the way to deal with these people is actually really obvious? Are you beginning to see my point?
Oh shit, there's a fucking guy there in
Are
white.
you beginning to see where I'm coming from with this? Because there's a really easy solution to this, okay? It's a super easy solution. But they don't want to do it.
Dr. Fauci, would you like to at least answer this one question for us today and let us know whether or not you've changed your mind on whether or not the benefits of gain-of-function research outweigh the risks?
Yep.
On the advice of counsel,
On the advice of counsel and based on the plots of my I have said the same thing now 156 times. I don't know what the fuck my name is actually. All I know is these 18 characters, and I don't even know if that's the right number because I'm so brainwashed by the long COVID.
Against you for the failure to testify after being directed to do so. It's against the law to
Fuck, bro.
An investigation of Congress.
This is a problem.
Refusal to testify today.
Bro, Over 1 million people are dead, Fauci, and you're sitting here like,
I don't think you guys. I don't
they're
think they have what it
worshiping me.
takes.
They're worshiping
I don't think they
me.
have
My
what it takes. I
diary,
don't
they're
think that
worshiping
they're willing
me.
to do what I think they should do. I wish they were.
I wasn't worshiping you, Fauci.
Let me see this. So this is when the attorney got removed.
I'm watching you.
Until he said handcuffs, I believe him. Well, this is what I think you should
He's
do,
in handcuffs.
right?
I don't believe
Is
it.
you take a dude like this and you put him in jail. And then
No, you
put
don't.
him in a jail that is like, you know, they said that Chud the Builder was living in a piss-infested shithole that was basically poisonous. And I think we just put him in there. Because, you know, again, we can't torture people, but we can come pretty close, right? So we can, you know, like make it to where people have 100-degree temperatures. We can make it to where you don't give them the right food. You can do a million things to like torture people this way without actually torturing them. That's what we should do. Duh. Biohazard torture, exactly. And so, no, we can't yet. And so this is the easy thing with the guy's like 85, crack him, right? Either way, it's a win-win situation. So that's what I do. And there's a lot of people that would say just torture him. Now, I'm not even saying. There's an easy way. Make him live in your house. No, that's good.
Finish with this question.
So
it's based really.
This is why the attorney got removed.
That statement, that general statement, and your support for gain of function, the idea that the benefits outweigh the risks. So there are many other people who disagree. They aren't politicians. They're not. I don't know what party they're in. David Relman is probably one of the most esteemed.
Soft. I know.
And he is a scientist at Stanford. He, I think, has classified clearance. He's been a consultant to our government probably for a decade or more. And he's written about this publicly. He says the opposite. He said that the risks of this research do not outweigh the benefits. He said we shouldn't do it. Richard Ebright, who's been involved in this debate for 2 decades, says the same thing. Says we really shouldn't be doing this at all. There's a quote also by...
The fucking picture. Like, bro, can we stop this? Can we stop? Get this shit out of the fucking... Like, come on, guys. It's Congress. Put the whiteboards down. Put the cardboard down, guys. Yeah, it's a circus. It's funny as fuck.
Can't even read it.
Kevin Esvelt is a CRISPR scientist at MIT, also read Challenges Gain Function. I implore every scientist, funder, and nation working in the field, please stop. No more trying to discover or make pandemic-capable viruses. No more experiments likely to disseminate blueprints.
What they're discussing, in case anybody doesn't understand the context, is the idea that Anthony Fauci was complicit in research that allowed pandemics like COVID-19 to get basically exposed to the public. There are a lot of pandemic and virology. I don't know the specific terminology for this, so but like different virology institutes and research labs. One of them is in Wuhan, China. We have, I think, a handful of them in America. They are around the world, right? And they basically experiment on trying to almost create these different viruses and then kind of preempt a defensive mechanism against them, right? It's not the worst idea theoretically, but the problem is that, you know, whenever you're doing something like that, you could accidentally make the super virus and then not have a cure for it, and, you know, just due to human error, something gets out and it's a problem, right? You see what I'm saying, right? Yeah, sure.
We're clear.
Yeah, like Raccoon City, like, yeah, literally Resident Evil. It's like, yeah, Umbrella Corp or something like that. Sure, okay, so we all get the concept. So what do you guys
Dr. Fauci, would you like to answer this one question for us today? Let us know whether or not you've changed your mind on whether or not the benefits of gain-of-function research outweigh the risks.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment.
If you want my opinion on it, like as somebody who's not qualified to talk about this, I think that we should do that. I think that we do need to be testing new types of viruses. There should be countermeasures, protocols, and guardrails, of course. But to where like we don't make something that's like just instantly like melt your body. but like at the same time, like creating and like trying to like.
Fuck, I couldn't even tell those were them.
Create, like preventative measures.
That's not fair at all, man.
I think it's a very good idea.
Why do they
But,
not
so
add a
I'm
zoom
not
thing
entirely
to the
even on their
Scorpion?
side with this, but at the same time,
oh man,
saying that maybe COVID came from one of those shouldn't have gotten you deplatformed, right? Like these are two very, very different things. Saying that yeah, we should experiment on different types of viruses to see how we can prevent them from, you know, spreading in the public. Like yeah, that seems like a good idea. Also, yeah, if somebody thinks that maybe a virus came from one of these labs, you shouldn't get banned from every social media platform for thinking this, right?
Right.
I mean, this is not unthinkable, is it? I don't know what to say. The issue is the experimenting was done in China. Yeah, I mean, that's...
Yeah?
I don't think
no.
that China is
yeah.
a monopoly.
No. Yeah.
I bet we do the same thing. I'm not trying to... I think they probably...
You know what? You're right.
Okay, like, don't get me wrong. But
fuck you.
I don't think that's the only point.
The chairman has denied your assertion.
The bro is like, yes, no, maybe. You know what? I don't get paid enough for this.
Despite the existence of the pardon. The committee will have to consider.
He's like a multi-millionaire. Fuck you. Fuck your question.
Testify after being directed to do so. It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress. There will be repercussions to your refusal to testify today.
He's being a bad boy. Uh-oh.
Senator Peters.
Uh-oh. Oh, there's the attorney. He's talking.
You're not recognized. You're not recognized. If you are unruly, you will be removed from the proceeding. You are You are not recognized.
What are you doing?
You are not recognized, sir. Sir, you are not recognized. You are not recognized. Security.
Sir, you are not recognized. 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 Sir.
You are being disruptive.
Sir.
Would you behave this way in a courtroom? No, because the judge would put you in jail. I can't do that today, but I can have you escorted from the premises.
Sir, I can have you escorted from the premises. Get the fuck out of here.
Sit quietly, you are not recognized.
You know what? You're not recognized. Said 15 times.
Those are 2 words. Those were 2 words. You gonna let that go?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear what the attorney has to say.
He is not recognized by the committee or the chair.
He is not recognized. He is not recognized.
This
he is not recognized.
Anthony Fauci. This is not a game with his lawyers. He can advise. His lawyers can give him advice. He's got a half dozen here. They are all allowed to talk to him. Yes. All right? But the attorneys are not recognized. In fact, the attorney was told not to sit at the table, and he's not obeying that recommendation. There's a row behind you, sir. That's where you were told to sit, and you're not. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered. For a lawyer not listening to the rules.
Bro.
That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir.
You're not recognized. I'm going to keep saying it. You're not recognized. You are not recognized. You are not recognized. You are not recognized. You know what? Your lawyer degree, you got to go. You got to go. You know what, man?
Be sure to like it.
Just shut the... You got to go. You know what? Get up here. Take your...
There it is.
Get it out of the door. You got to go. All right?
Well, does it matter, right? I mean, like, he's still talking over it. He's still interrupting the proceedings.
How many times did he plead the fifth? Was that 186 times?
It would be worse if he was shouting, but fundamentally, he's still...
No. 111 times?
He's trying to derail.
How many times was it?
In order to protect his client. Like, that's what the goal is, right? So his goal was standing
It wasn't
there
enough.
Is to derail and obstruct the government from figuring out what the hell is going on. That's what his goal is. That's
so I know I can get hit by 2 of those, and the second one would be death.
What are you talking about? And frickin' rat lawyer, exactly. He's done a lot to top period. He was spamming. Yeah, he's being a decoy. 11 times Fifth Amendment. He's pulling aggro. He was, and it was no reason to do that.
11 times.
Let me see if I can pull this up.
That's it.
Get the next one.
It was about 6 years ago today that I decided I'm going to give up my businesses, sell them all, run for office, run for the United States Senate.
Yeah.
Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later, saying, "Who the f do you think you were for doing that?"
Damn.
Damn.
It is a total disgrace what you did to this country. And if my Democrat colleagues are standing there defending you, I hope the voters of the United States of America watch the clips of every one of you doting on a guy who was more interested in being a celebrity than saving American people. I will make it my mission to make certain that every single one of those Democrats who did that will see that clip over and over and over again.
Not enough.
Because there is no defense of what you did. You may have had a 50-plus year legacy of public service. but it ends in total and complete disgrace.
Man, I feel like this is more of a voting advertisement than any change charges to be made. I mean, in my opinion, like, that's what I would put the guy in jail. That's what I would do. And let me scroll down. Oh, look at this here. This is episode number infinity of people that hate the Constitution using the Constitution when it's beneficial for them, but when it's not, now they hate the Constitution. Republicans, Dr. Fauci pleaded the Fifth, so he's guilty. Also Republicans, Trump pleading the Fifth doesn't mean he's guilty. President Trump's lawyer, Michael Cohen, just invoked his Fifth Amendment right, basically admitting that he's a criminal. It's what I've always said. I've said it a million times, and I'll say it a million more times, is that these people don't have any values. They just simply have goals. And if you treat them as if they are people with values and you capitulate to, you know, having a moral or an ethical understanding with these people, the only reason they want to come to a moral or ethical understanding with you is so they can take advantage of you. It's so they can subvert you or somehow use that value against you. You don't give these people any quarter at all. Never do that. So Trump was not pardoned. Well, yeah, Trump also wasn't pardoned. I think there's that too. It's whataboutism. Well, the thing is that whataboutism is not relevant. What is relevant is that you acknowledging these people for what they are. They are subversive agents that are trying to take advantage of you. And so anything that they say, anything they do, is going to be in service of that goal. So to the extent that you find yourself on the same side as them, you should be asking yourself why that is. And you should never look and think about these people as someone that you can have a shared value with. You can't have shared values with these people. They're not the same as you. And if it was up to them, you'd be in jail. And that's it. It's a psychopath. Well, yeah, a lot of these people basically are psychopaths or sociopaths, but that's it. Thank you. I pull up Atrocity. Both people were saying about double standards. Well, the problem is that, so this is the issue. I don't have a problem with double standards because I understand what these people are. I have a problem with people that have a problem with double standards but are not willing to act on it. Like, these are, like, him and his brother were gassing up the whole thing about, you know, 86-47, and it was like this, like, very covert way of saying to kill Donald Trump. And they've made other statements about this that were, you know, like, kind of borderline doxing. Why are they still platformed? Why aren't they in jail? Why haven't you gone after these people? And even if you can't put them in jail, you can sure as hell make their life hell. You can certainly ruin their life anyway. Why don't you do that? And so this is the reason why I hate the Republicans. Like, I hate the Democrats more than anything. Well, I don't actually. I hate the foreign people. Like, there are a lot of Democrats like Baldy here that I do like. But I also hate the Republicans. I do. I hate them because they have the power and they don't do that. That's really it. They don't act that way. And so, yes, more vindictive actions. It is. Like, I am, and by the way, I am completely vengeful. I am totally vindictive. And it is the cruelty is the point. That is the point for me. And so the fact that they don't go after these guys and they just let them run wild is just, it's a disgrace, in my opinion. You let these people run wild for what reason? Why would you do this? So that's really the way I'd say it, right? And it's like someone who's a god mode turned on in the game and somehow they still lose. Yeah, basically, right? It's just embarrassing. Anyway, let's look at this.
It's not about much more your regrets, but I have one. And that is early on that there was the theory that the virus could have emerged from the lab.
Yeah.
And
people heard about
early
that.
on that became like a right-wing kinds of theory. And I thought it seemed to make sense. Now, there was a really advanced lab that was close by, and then you have this unknown...
And I'm not even convinced that it came from the lab. I'm not. But I don't think that you shouldn't be allowed to say that it did. That's the difference. It's not even that it came from the lab for sure and everybody knows it. Like, it did? I don't know. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but I think I don't have to have a conclusion on everything that I'm not fully educated in. I don't know. Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. But I do know one thing.
It did.
If somebody says it did, they shouldn't have gotten fucking deplatformed, all right?
Virus.
That's crazy.
Out.
That's insane.
But that became a very partisan thing. And now it seems now it's more and more emerging theory that would have come from the lab. Now,
I called it. I said that they would seize the opportunity to try to gain control of this to people.
Like this, we are not become
and potentially even put something inside the vaccine.
Blinded by the partisan idea that maybe the truth might come from a side that's different
at the part of the vaccine.
I think that a lot of people were scared and taking shots in the dark. I think that's what happened with COVID. I think nobody really knew what the fuck was going on. It was happening. There was a crazy media cycle about it. There was mass hysteria. Everything was like completely, you know, like unprecedented in a way. And people were just like, I don't know, like put on masks. I don't know, maybe it came from here. Like, I don't. So I think that's really what happened.
Yep.
That's probably the reality.
You are, but
like what would masks do if you didn't know where the epicenter was?
No matter where that may have emerged, you know, for all of that.
Yeah, and this is true. Stay safe. Let me see if I can pull it up. Oh, it's not even on there. I forgot. He's rebranded now. He's not Stay Safe at all. And, let me pull this up and find it. So, in 2021, I was suspended on Twitch for talking about the lab leak theory and the efficacy of the COVID vaccine. In 2026, the official White House website confirms that COVID is in fact leaking in the lab at Wuhan, and Dr. Anthony Fauci just got caught down about the COVID vaccine was in a personal diary. By God, we are going to save the public. So this is what happened. This is the way it is. It's actually interesting.
I killed myself.
Information can be divulged in court of law. Maybe, I don't know if it can be or not. They were saying it came from bat soup in December of 2019. Yeah, I mean, I don't really, I'm not going to get too far into it, but in general, like, yeah, oh, here we go. Here's some more of it.
Was given a pardon prospectively from
Fauci.
the last administration. We don't know if it was an auto pen pardon. It doesn't really matter for legality purposes. But Americans want to know, a lot of them, is there going to be any accountability for trillions of dollars lost?
Well, you get around the pardon. I mean, you can get around anything. Like, you just make up some bullshit. It's easy.
Children's education.
And also, like, you do something fast enough, it doesn't matter if it was right or wrong. It's just done.
Education destroyed. And
it's a lot like Maduro, right? Like, there's no time to talk about whether it was, you know, legal for Trump to kidnap Maduro. Because he's in fucking New York right now in a fucking box. It's done. It's over.
Health reputation and public health industry reputation shattered.
Yeah, and millions of people injured. He lied about masks, he lied about social distancing, he lied about the transmission, he lied about natural immunity. He lied about the capacity, as you just said, of the vaccine to prevent infection. He got vaccinated a very, very public press conference in January of 2020, and then 5 months later, he had, and this is the first time that we knew this from the diary, he had a pulmonary infarction, which is one of the adverse events that NIH, CDC, and FDA said are expected from the vaccine. He never told anybody. He got treated for it privately by the best doctors in America. At the same time, he was telling everybody that that was...
Man, how about that? That's crazy. 07 vax. My dad had pulmonary problems too. But like, he also smoked cigarettes for 50 years, you know, drank alcohol for 50 years, and, you know, breathed in Agent Orange and had half of his lung gone. I don't think that really matters, but like, my dad did get the vaccine. Of course, the thought crossed my mind, but, you know, was him getting the vaccine, and was this somehow, you know, contingent on his health decline, right? I'm not sure. But, you know, it's something that I think about, of course, right? But, yeah. Never should have forced the vaccines on us. Well, he got it. I mean, again, like, he just did what he thought the best option was, and, you know, like, maybe it wasn't the right option, but he's 70-fucking-8, right? So what do you expect? And there's 50 other fucking things wrong with him anyway. So, but yeah, it's something that I think about. And they call it turbo cancer. No, that's not. I'm not talking about cancer. Like, he has pulmonary problems as well. Here we go. Let's look at this one.
Exact same day, and I got the, you know, so there's no evidence that ivermectin was helpful. On that exact same day.
Do you remember whenever Joe Rogan said ivermectin was like a good idea, and then CNN played the clip of him saying that, and they used a filter to make him green like an orc in Lord of the Rings, and like make him like all like gray and shit like that? Do you remember this? Like, this is here. After I finish this, if somebody could pull up the clip and show it to me, that would be amazing.
And I've got the studies right here. There was a website that was tracking the random controlled studies. Here they are, showing 60-70% efficacy of ivermectin. The same day you say there's no evidence, there's all kinds of evidence. loved ones had to go to hospitals, had to sue hospitals just to try it. So I want to know, to what extent were you involved in sabotaging hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, and did you do that because you knew the only way you get an emergency use authorization for these drugs, these experimental gene therapy, was if there's no effective treatment, you couldn't get the emergency use authorization. So is that why you helped sabotage these cheap generic drugs in favor of remdesivir to fire away nurses? Or were you in fact a nurse who called it gun deputies here?
Sure. On the advice of counsel,
Yeah. He just playing some bullshit again, huh? How about the vaccine plus DNA? Well, I have no idea about that. And this is also like, so this is what TMZ is saying about this. I thought this was funny.
I have not used TMZ's YouTube channel to vent personal feelings about issues.
Well, I mean, like...
But I'm going to do that today. Watching Anthony Fauci before a congressional hearing taking the Fifth Amendment.
Just a second. Let me see if I can pull up. Maybe before I go to this, I want to see if I can find the Joe Rogan clip. Okay? Give me 1 sec. Yeah, here it is. Joe Rogan says he tested positive for COVID-19.
Rogan has said young children need to get vaccinated. In his statement on social media, Rogan said he has taken several therapeutics to recover.
Look at this. Turns out I got COVID. So we immediately threw the kitchen sink at it. All kinds of meds. Monoclonal antibodies.
Look at him, bro.
Ivermectin.
This is his fucking... Dude, this is his application, his trial to be an orc.
Z-Pack.
He's hulking
prednisone,
out, yeah.
Everything.
One of those drugs he mentioned, ivermectin, is something more often used to deworm horses. The CDC says there's no evidence it works on COVID. Its increased usage has only led to a substantial increase in overdoses after a push by some on the far right seeking vaccine.
Isn't it crazy to go back and watch these videos? These are all the clips. Okay, I'll pull it up and look at it. Let me see. What is it? Yeah, this is... Here it is.
Turns out I got COVID.
Look at that.
So we immediately do the kitchen sink at it.
Look at that, bro. Like, that's insane. You know what he looks like? He looks like Baron Harkonnen after he comes with the oil bath.
All kinds of meds. Monoclonal antibodies, ivermectin, Z-Pack, prednisone. It turns out I got COVID. So we immediately do the kitchen sink at it. All kinds of meds.
Yeah,
monoclonal antibodies, ivermectin,
what the hell?
Z-Pack, prednisone. Turns out I got COVID. So
CNN's a joke? Well, again, I mean, I'm not laughing. I wish that we were able to do more. The American people don't have the stomach for what needs to be done, but they will. But they will. Every day we get closer. Every day it becomes a little bit more realistic.
Rad that we have maybe the coolest man on the planet right. Wow, where's the room? This is intense. Does anybody else have... Well, hi there. Good morning.
Morning.
Oh, this is such a thrill. How are you?
God fucking bless America. What killed me on the left?
Running on fumes for a couple of months, but...
I would imagine this is a thrill for me because you truly have emerged as a personal hero for me, and you've been this true north, I think, for a lot of people, and it's so deeply, deeply appreciated. So just to have this little corner of your time for us is such a joy. So
it's my pleasure to be with you, Ms. Robinson. And
I'd just like to, at this point, there's just a random fact of history that came to mind, is that in ancient culture, actors were seen and viewed as being below or on the same level as prostitutes. I don't know really why I thought of that, but it's random.
For doing this. It's very important.
Oh, you're really like my personal hero right now. Rad that we have maybe the coolest man on the planet right. Wow, who's the room? This is intense. Does anybody else have...
Hostiles eliminated!
I'm just so fucking pathetic, bro. And people say I overreact. Oh my god. Never forget Brave America. But yeah, I remember him. He wasn't having it.
People in America are not settled with the information that's been given to us.
So basically, Anthony Fauci goes out and he's going like door to door explaining COVID to people, and he just randomly happens on this one guy. This is a random dude, I think living in New York or something.
People in America are not settled with the information that's been given to us right now. So I'm not going to be lining up taking a shot on a vaccination for something that wasn't clear in the first place. And then you all create a shot in miraculous time. It takes years to create vaccination.
Well, it used to take years.
Okay,
you know how many years were invested in this approach? About 20 years of science to get us to be able to do it.
20 years is not enough. And 9 months is definitely not enough for nobody to be taking no vaccination that you all came up with.
The only reason I'm talking to you right now, as close as we are, is that I've been vaccinated.
Right.
But if a lot of thousands of people like you don't get vaccinated, we're going to let this virus continue to percolate in this country and in this world.
Something like the common flu then, right?
Not like
much more serious than
well, the flu killed a lot of people.
You know how many people died of the flu the last year? I mean, not this year, virtually none. The previous year, about 20 to 30,000. How many people have died from?
Well, why did nobody die from it this year? Think about
COVID-19 in the United States, 600,000 Americans.
The number that you all giving that died, that's once again, that's you all's number.
You gonna pass?
Yeah, definitely. Because when you start talking about,
see, this is the kind of thing that I was telling you guys about how like if you've got a good head on your shoulders, your brain and like your common sense, right? The voice in the back of your head, that instinct that you have, this has been honed in for like millions of years, okay? Millions of years of selective evolution and, natural selection have gotten you to the point to where this impulse, right? You know how human beings can smell water from farther away than almost any animal in the entire world. You know why? Evolution. That's why. And it's the same thing as this. It's like 30 miles away or something like that. Maybe even longer than that. And that was me, yes. And so be skeptical always. Elephants? I didn't say any animal. I said almost any animal. Animals can smell. Yeah, we can. And rain too? Yes, definitely. So my point is that it's evolution. If something don't sound right, and you're not a retard, right? If you know you're not a retard and something don't sound right, probably because it ain't right. Probably because it's bullshit. You just got to think about this just for a minute, right? Just for a minute.
And people to get vaccinated, when you start talking about incentivizing saying to get people vaccinated, there's something else going on with that.
It is something going on. You're right. But I thought millions of people, like me and almost everybody here, didn't get it. Did you know what their incentive was? Protecting their health and protecting the city. But that's not
it's okay, because my incentive, y'all campaign is about fear. It's about inciting fear in people. You all attack people with fear. That's what this pandemic is. It's a fear. It's fear, this pandemic. That's all it is.
This is like, you know what it's kind of like? It's like, whenever you go into like they're smurfing, right? They go into like a bot lobby and they just randomly find some guy that's like super high ranked. And it's like, wait, what the fuck is this? We thought we were just hoping it's a bunch of dumb people to get the vaccine. Like, well, what do you mean they're acting this way? Oh my God. And bet everyone's calling them ignorant and retarded. Well, not anymore, right? I think that's it. Yeah, bro, they do is smurfing, exactly. And Fauci made a terrible mistake knocking on that door. Yeah, there it is. And Trump should have invited to the White House. True. Yeah, that'd be fucking funny if that happened. And anyway, this is Anthony Fauci. Yeah. So this is a very, very popular COVID video, right? And he is at peace. We are so sorry. Oh God, look at that. Isn't that sad? AI claims are still deaths, but they aren't talked about anymore because it's not politically convenient anymore. Yeah, I think that's true. And so what's the context? The context, my understanding of the context when I remember this, whenever it came out, was that people weren't allowed to see their loved ones in hospitals while they were, while COVID pandemic was so big. So what ended up happening is that, people weren't able to connect with their family. And, you know, that's pretty much it, right? It was awful. And so people weren't able to say goodbye to their family members whenever their family members died, right? So it was awful. And let me see here. Dear Diary, today I got the stock market to drop 3,000 points. XXO. Press conference was highly attended. Stock market dropped by 300 points. 3,000 points, the biggest percentage drop in history. So he wrote that down. I don't think it's that big of a deal to write that down because I think that's like super beginning. Yeah, and he now feels like every guy that thinks about their ideas is fine. Well, I don't know why. I mean, I think there's probably like so this is the issue with COVID, right? Is that there are a lot of reports and accusations of, and I'm saying reports and accusations because I don't want to 100% stand on this because I don't really, like, my opinion is that I don't really care that much about COVID, like whether it was actually happening or not. I care more about how people treated it because that's like whether COVID happened or not is all like that's all water under the bridge. But the system that allowed what happened with COVID and all the second order effects from COVID, that's what's important to me because that's what will live on and will continue into the next problematic controversy, right? And so that's my focus and that's what my thinking is. So I don't know whether this is true or not, but a lot of people said that many of the deaths from COVID were actually deaths from other things, that COVID was just put down as a reason, right? And then nobody was dying with the flu anymore, and so they were all being assigned to COVID-19 instead. So does that make sense? Yeah, the COVID numbers were inflated, right? I heard this a lot. Yeah, this is a common sentiment that a lot of people have. So if we're gonna watch this video from TMZ, this is the guy from TMZ. This is the guy, by the way. Remember, this is the one how they were, you know, like, okay, all right, we're gonna go and we're gonna make clavicular look like he's anti-Semitic. Ooh, you know, like that shit.
It's just one of the most heartbreaking things I have seen in government in my lifetime. And this is something we need to reckon with. That, I'm going to say up front, I have problems the way the CDC handled COVID. I think that they did damage to children, to adults, and I don't think they did it maliciously. I think they did it because they were using their judgment and were overprotective, and I think at times overstated things they said they knew but really didn't. And I have personal problems with the way that COVID was handled. That said, Anthony Fauci, over a period of decades, has been an amazing public servant. In the 80s, I had many friends who died of AIDS, a horrible, painful death. And I had friends who lived because of Anthony Fauci, because he was willing to look at experimental drugs in a different way than they had looked at them before. And that really resulted in lives saved. And he has done so many other things in his career.
Lives saved.
To thwart epidemics.
But fuck everyone else. I
save
can't take
lives, not just in the United
Their
States.
lives don't matter.
There are a lot of times where people that do good things also do bad things.
Like,
this
what?
is I know this is something that
I know it's a hard take, but he
understanding,
fucking killed people
but
because
there
he's
is
an
not a binary
indie
nature to life.
thinking
It's not like
person. He's
somebody
like,
is
oh,
always
this is
good or
meta.
always
Oh,
bad.
look.
Sometimes there are people that do things that are positive.
I
and
think
then
this will
later
help
on,
next
they do
time
something
if
that's
we
negative,
blow
or
this one
vice
up.
versa. They do something that's negative, and then they end up doing something positive later on. Yeah, life is non-binary. Imagine that. So I hear something like this, and to me, it's like, if this was really true, then why isn't he answering any questions, and why did he need a blanket pardon? Why? I mean, like, this is just like really, like, this is the kind of stuff, like, this is the common sense stuff, right? Where it's like, if you really thought this was true and you were acting in good faith, why can't you just explain what you were trying to do and what your goals were? You see what I'm saying?
Because they were
all over the world. He
kill
has been
everyone.
a dedicated
He was
public
just
servant who could have made a lot more money outside of government than inside, but he stayed. And now we are at a point where members of Congress, and yes, you, Rand Paul, are on a witch hunt. And you're
good.
Everyone that didn't worship
We need more
him
witch hunts.
and take his vaccine.
I love him. Finally.
He wanted them dead.
Finally, we're gonna do. Thank God.
He wanted them dead.
Waiting on this for hundreds of years.
He didn't care at
Bring it
all
back.
if your heart couldn't take it.
You didn't care at
You know,
all.
the
if you
best
had
I can
prior
say for Rand
conditions,
Paul
something like this,
is that
make it be
he's being really
worse
honest.
on you.
I mean, he has said now over a period of years.
That's
he
what
wants
these
Anthony
trials take
Fauci
5
in a
years
jail
for.
cell. He has said it out loud. He wants him in a jail cell.
Right.
That's the point of this hearing.
Yes.
That's why they're doing this.
Correct.
They want to take something that Anthony Fauci says
Yes.
and then claim it amounts to perjury, and they want to prosecute him,
Right.
they want to convict him, and they want to...
I don't think they should just do it with him. I don't like the idea that Anthony Fauci is the only person that gets pilloried for this. Because there's a lot of other people that were involved too. It's not fair that it's only one guy.
No, but it does help.
Why is this guy sweeping for a criminal? Because the reason why is that whenever they see the government is willing to actually go after people like Anthony Fauci for communicating in a way that's
It makes
dishonest,
everyone else terrified of all the
dishonest
little shit
media
they did
outlets
too.
Get afraid.
Yeah,
Because
it
they know
does.
that if they're willing to go after Anthony Fauci, they might be willing to go after you. That's why they get scared. Because they know that going after Anthony Fauci, they are on that same spectrum. They're next, maybe not next, but like they're somewhere around the list.
Throw him in prison. That's the point of this hearing.
Yes.
There is no other point of this hearing. There could be. I mean, there are things they could certainly ask him, but he can't answer. Because if he answers, it doesn't matter what he says.
Yeah.
You know, if you can prosecute somebody for frickin' seashells on the beach shore,
Right.
then you could certainly prosecute somebody for what they say in a congressional hearing.
Yes.
And that's the climate we're in.
Good.
We are in a Senator Joseph McCarthy climate where
Beautiful, right? You know what's really sad is that he's wrong. It's so sad that he's wrong. No, we're not. You know we're not. It's obvious that we're not.
there is such fear that people have.
There's not enough fear.
There's not enough
and
fear.
legitimate fear that they'll end up in
You're
prison.
right. You're running
for
around
what they
here,
say,
Mark
no matter
Osmond.
what
There's
it
no
is,
fear.
if they are on the wrong side
They
of
need the
somebody
wrath of God in them.
Congress or the administration.
Okay. All right. Now we're talking. Thank God. I've been waiting for this. Holy shit. How long did this take? Jesus. That's the whole point, buddy. What do you think that this is all for? Is TMZ the studio that celebrated when Kirk got shot? It was. It was. And do you remember what I said before? Never give an inch. Never give an inch, bro.
That they have been silenced. And that's where we are right now. We are in Senator Joseph McCarthy territory. And the idea that you have to watch this man take the Fifth Amendment, and again, I will say that I disagreed personally with some of the CDC decisions. Absolutely, I did. That said, he's a public servant who worked for us and saved lives for decades. And we are turning him into what Rand Paul wants to be, a criminal.
Couldn't you say the same thing about Tom Homan, who was given a medal by Obama as the Border Patrol, but then you're platforming people that are saying that ICE are Nazis? No, you're not going to say that at all. So this is the issue. Like, I mean, I've said this before, right? These people have no values. They have no values. They have no center. There is only power accumulation. That's all. It is everything. Do things move the ball forward or farther away? That's all there is to it.
And Rand Paul has
Enough
a
of that.
political agenda,
And people don't know what a
and
ball
it
is or what
prevailing.
direction.
And
It's just,
watching
they just
Rand
do.
Paul order security to throw Anthony Fauci's lawyer out of that hearing was unbelievable to me. We are in a dark period of America.
The darkness has hopefully only just begun. I hope that it gets so much worse. This, in my opinion, this is nothing. This is political theater. This is Anthony Fauci gets to go up there, and all the people that talked bad about COVID get to go and peacock around and pretend like they're talking about him. But at a very, very baseline, nothing's happening. Anthony Fauci's not in jail. His collaborators aren't in jail. There's nobody else involved that was in jail. They're not subpoenaing the media and looking for collaboration between the media and the government. Like, nothing has actually happened here, okay? And that's the problem that I have, is that I wish these people were right. I do, but they're not.
But is it true that this investigation started during the Biden administration?
I don't know the details. I do know that, Trump was coming after my husband when...
You just heard from one of the highest paid charitable executives in the entire country, Governor Gavin Newsom's wife, who was trying to explain why their family is under federal investigation for allegedly plundering the state of California and allowing rampant fraud, while homelessness and crime continue surging to levels that should totally destroy anyone's presidential aspirations, unless, of course, their master plan is to have us all living on the streets.
It's so funny because when we first announced this task force, he said there is no fraud. What are you talking about? Then we start charging the cases. He says, well, it's just a little bit of fraud. And now he's taking credit for fighting the fraud. So he's all over the place.
Gavin Newsom says he would gladly campaign with socialists. Listen.
What are they promoting? TK, you're right, for all. Low carbon, green growth, cap and trade. The base of the party is demanding the fight.
Well, isn't he completely pathetic? Just remember that at the beginning of last year, he was hosting my friend Charlie Kirk on his podcast, Steve Bannon. He was reaching out. He was saying we got to be more centrist. Now he's signed up with the Mamdani wing. It tells you a couple of things.
I already have. I've given 20 years of my taxes. Yes, Donald Trump. When's he releasing his?
What do you think is so different from Trump?
Well, I am, because that's why I've released all my taxes for decades, and you will have all those new tax returns because I have no reason why you haven't gotten them already.
Seems like every type of fraud you can think of is happening in California. But what nobody's talking about is while the Newsoms are at the center of a massive federal investigation, that has them doing things that were unthinkable just a few months ago. And to understand why, you've got to realize that their future was supposed to include them living in the White House instead of a multi-million-dollar mansion, which they own, which now may never happen as corruption probe after corruption probe takes down criminals and brings charges reaching directly into their inner circle, while the sanctuary state of California they rule over collapses all around them. And this has them panicking. That's why the governor's wife is out there trying to do damage control like Hillary Clinton in the 90s, but it's not working. Because let's be honest, nobody believes the Newsoms are a bunch of innocent do-gooders intent on saving America from the greatest economy it's ever had, while it rewires the globe, turning former enemies like Venezuela into allies, while it closes its border to eliminate corruption and law-breaking on the inside, which brings us back to the Newsoms. And that brings us to the real reason they've got a huge problem and why they're taking such drastic actions like embracing communism. Members of the Newsoms' inner circle have been convicted, and Americans are looking at them with questions, but instead of answering those questions or releasing their tax returns, the Newsoms are doing the exact opposite, doubling down on accusations Trump is the only fraudster America should be worrying about, while fully embracing socialism as a political tool to gain the power they think they'll need to rule over all of us, which explains statements like this. Watch.
I say it all the time. I believe it as someone who's been deeply involved in the fight for democracy, for our republic, in the fight that brought us to redistricting and the fight here with Proposition 50 in California, that we cannot save our democracy unless we democratize our economy. It is foundational. The struggles of working families, not just working moms, what's happening in this country. The old bargain is dead, and AI is going to finish it off. And we need to wake up to that foundational reality.
Okay, so when you hear people talk about democratizing the economy, and forget the fact that he mentioned AI, if you democratize an economy, that means everything in that economy belongs to everybody. So if your lunch that you're gonna eat today gets democratized in the break room of your office, everybody's gonna walk over and take a bite out of your sandwich. That's code for communism. Forget the example of the industry he's using. This is a socialist play right here when just a few months ago, he was trying to reach across the aisle and watch, because it gets worse.
Can you both share some thoughts with us, room full of public policymakers, and tell us about the role you think public policy leaders can do to help shape the next version of the American dream that people, I think, still aspire to?
There's only one version of the American dream.
Well, look, 10% of people own 2/3 of the wealth in this nation. That same 10% own 93% of the stock market.
So we should take it.
30-year-old today is doing worse than his or her parents for the first time in U.S. history. If that's not a 5-alarm fire, I don't know what the hell is. We were sitting there, some of us at least, celebrating the best of Roman Republic, Greek democracy on July 4th. You know, the vision of our founding fathers, co-equal branches of government, co-equal. branches of government, popular sovereignty. Plutarch, he said the imbalance between the rich and the poor is the oldest and most fatal ailment of all republics.
Ah, okay. So what do we have here? We have class warfare. We have this whole inequality argument that says that if somebody like Bill Gates, who can invent Microsoft Windows, which then goes on to create trillions of dollars in economic activity and wealth all across the world, is it not expected that the person responsible for doing that and building that business wouldn't themselves get a piece of the action? But no. Oh no, this imbalance between the guy who creates Microsoft Windows and the guy who decides to live with their parents their entire, that's not right. We shouldn't have that imbalance. When they're saying stuff like this and politicians are getting out there and they're talking about all this inequality and stamping it out, what they really want is to chop down everybody who's successful so that we're all right here together, living on the streets in California in an RV. This is all code for socialism, which he has completely embraced at this point. And why is that happening at a time when federal investigations into the Newsoms are heating up? Well, I'm going to show you. Watch.
We love Californians, but the governor there, Gavin Newsom, is now backing a bigger Democrat tent, saying the party should welcome socialist candidates.
Wow.
Take a listen.
No, he's a fucking
Not
asshole.
for addition, not subtraction. The Democratic Party needs to be in the addition business if we're going to get back into the majority. Yeah, we need to get our base out there. We got to turn out. But we also need to be, and I'm not offended by this notion of a big tent. And I think it's important, though, that big tent is a big tent.
So we need to get our base out there, but we also need to get the communists out there to vote for us. And the only way we can do that is by embracing communism. Now, why would somebody who just a few months ago was trying to be
Fuck the
pro-business
tent if it's not your tent,
now be
and
full
I'll stab you
anti-business,
because you got it in the
pro-communist,
tent.
anti-wealth, anti-growth? Well, it's very simple. The best way out of a federal investigation is to take over the federal government. Then you can do whatever you want. Then those
apparently got
investigations are
surrounded
going to all
in the
disappear.
tent.
And the way to do that,
came out
in the mind of
stabbing.
Gavin Newsom, is to welcome the socialists and to embrace them, because
I
that'll
don't
make the
even
tent
get it.
bigger. And hey, if you're on top of the tent, what do you have to lose? Just the country you live in.
Is tied up in knots over the Pac-Man socialist communists. I've never seen anything like it. What this guy should do, and by the way, Gavin Newsom, who I'm personally friend, long-standing, he's a very smart guy. Politically, he makes mistake after mistake, honest to goodness.
But he's like Teflon.
Well,
Somehow he manages.
he should be out there hammering socialism, communism, and
Well, that's not going to get him elected to the White House, and he knows it, because how are you on the left side of the political spectrum without embracing the entire platform? And what is the platform? Well, the Democratic Socialists of America understand what that platform is, and it's right here on the screen. They want to change the way the federal government operates. They want to build a Supreme Court with all kinds of judges. They want to get rid of the president. They don't even like the president. Remember, these are the no kings people. And then they want wide open borders. They want zero deportations. They even want to get rid of the Department of Defense. Why? So they can say, well, no, we can take all that money that we're spending on foreign conflicts and then use it here at home. They keep telling us that argument. Meanwhile, these foreign conflicts, like what we're dealing with in some parts of the world, keep the entire world safe. And if the United States doesn't do something in the face of hostile aggression, which is dangerous, we're not going to have a country anymore. But these people don't care about that. They just want power. They'll say anything to get elected. And the socialists are a perfect match for somebody like Gavin Newsom, who will do the exact same thing. Watch.
So the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, says he would gladly campaign with socialists. Listen.
This is wild.
What are they promoting? TK, you're right, for all. Free community college, low carbon green growth, cap and trade, equity, higher minimum wage. Members of our party, members of the DSA are also promoting that.
Oh, so they're okay.
You'd be open to or anticipating potentially campaigning on behalf of openly strongly DSA candidates?
Yeah, look, we got to take back the House of Representatives or we'll lose this republic. The base of the party is demanding the fight.
So, since the base of the political party he finds himself affiliated with is demanding communism, he's going to embrace communism. This is the biggest shift in political history I think the American people have ever seen, and it's happening under the radar in advance of a 2028 potential presidential run. After Trump won in 2024, what happened to the Democrat Party? They all came out and said, we made some mistakes. We're going to change. We got to get back in there. We're going to tackle things like affordability. We're going to reach across the aisle. We're going to try to help the little guy. And that turned into communism almost immediately. That turned into people saying that they want to take over businesses, that they want to take over apartment buildings in New York, that they want to have city-run grocery stores. And that became the theme of this whole party, on top of what? On top of open borders, on top of things that disenfranchise the little guy at the exact same time you want to help him out. I mean, this is a ridiculous platform, but this has a lot of people in it. And if you're a politician that's hungry for power at all costs, you see all those people and you say, hey, if they vote for me, I can run the place.
The timing of coming out for a stronger identification to tether himself more strongly to the socialists in light of what happened with Plattner. I mean, it just seems terrible timing.
Well, isn't he completely pathetic? Just remember that at the beginning of last year, really the start of Newsom's presidential campaign, he was completely at the other end of the positioning spectrum. He was hosting my friend Charlie Kirk on his podcast, Steve Bannon. He was reaching out. He was saying we got to be more centrist. We got to get along with Republicans. And then he saw that that was a complete flop. His party hated all of that, so he went completely the other direction.
I am so glad Steve Hilton right here, who's also running for governor of California, is mentioning this, because if one day you're ready to work with Republicans, and the next day you want to ship them all out in boxcars to some part of Siberia, I mean, you are a politician that does not have a moral stance. You have no platform. You have nothing that you actually stand for, because the only thing you stand for is your own personal power, which is why you'll say anything, which is why one day you're trying to work with Republicans, and the next day they're the biggest problem in the country. One day you're pro-business, the next day nobody should have any more money than anybody else. I mean, these are radical shifts, but they all make sense once you realize that people that crave power above everything else will tell the people that are supposed to vote whatever they need to hear to vote. This is like an episode of The Simpsons with Mayor Quimby running for re-election.
Now he's signed up with the Mamdani wing. It tells you a couple of things. First of all, that Newsom is a follower, not a leader. He doesn't believe in anything other than his own political ambition. Secondly, the point that I think we can agree on, and actually he's not wrong in some of the things he says, is that basically it's not a surprise that he's ended up here on the socialist wing, because that's what we've got going on in California.
And the key takeaway from what he just said, it's not surprising that Gavin Newsom has wound up in the communist camp and in the communist tent, is because what do we have here? We have the logical progression of progressivism. Progressivism starts out by promising people all the free stuff. Free healthcare, free food, free this, free that. And then it turns into socialism, because it's not good enough to just give stuff away for free. It's not good enough to give somebody a debit card that they can spend at a privately run business. We're gonna have our own business, and we're gonna compete with the capitalists. We're gonna have a city-run grocery store that competes with other grocery stores. And then, after the city-run store puts all the private businesses out of business, you wind up with communism, because there's no private businesses left. So progressivism heads directly where Gavin Newsom is heading.
Under his governorship, we've got a tax rate. If you're an entrepreneur, successful business person in California, you're paying over 60% of your income in taxes. You've got sectors of the economy, like the fast food sector, where they basically nationalized it. They've got a fast food council with unions and the government dictating how you operate. So we've got socialism here in California. That's what I'm fighting against.
And you know, it's the fast food companies that are the small businesses that really hit you, because they get a profit margin anywhere from 5 down to 2%. I mean, we're not talking about Apple with a 40% profit margin or whatever. These people have a very slim margin.
But that doesn't matter to the socialists, because to them, the only way to give away everything for free is to get as much money as they can from everybody else, from everybody who doesn't want the free stuff. And when you have a politician like Gavin Newsom out there who points out that rich people have more money than everybody else, which is something that everybody knows, that's not necessarily a bad thing for the standard of living we enjoy in America. If we didn't have people who were rich and successful living here, who created all this wealth and all these jobs, everybody's standard of living wouldn't have risen. The standard of living in America is way better than it is anywhere else in the world. That's why so many people want to come here. And all of these rich people made this place so awesome. Why would people be trying to come here constantly? Why would millions want the American dream for themselves? Why would the American dream be this thing that the entire world is seeking after? If wealth was such a bad thing. No, it's a good thing, because if people are successful, they create jobs, they spend their money, new opportunity shows up. And once the government does what it started doing during the Industrial Revolution, where people were allowed to build something and invent something and get rich because of it, then you have growth. That's why in Europe, where you had the Industrial Revolution, you had certain parts of Europe that exploded nationally and had way better growth than other parts, like Russia, which said, under the Tsar, what did they say? They said, oh, we're not going to have any of this industrialization. No, we're going to keep all that away because it makes people rich. It's a threat to us. So these communists, even though the Tsar wasn't communist, these people that want to maintain total control, they see the advancement of the little guy as an obstacle to that. Doesn't matter if it's the communists who end up taking over Russia or if it's the kings who took it over and held their people back in the early 20th century. This is the same thing. Progressivism, totally backwards, Never works, always leads in the wrong direction, but there's more. Watch.
And they're always just a couple of steps away from bankruptcy. To go after those people, that's the heart blood of employment and really of the economy of California, is it not?
I completely agree with you. I'm on the road the whole time in our state, and the cry for help, especially from the local small businesses that have been crushed by these socialist policies, the endless regulations, minimum wage, Newsom mentioned that. You know what they're talking about in LA now? $30 an hour minimum wage for hotel workers and so on. I mean, it's just completely insane. The lawsuits you have to put up with because of that corrupt system in Sacramento, where the trial lawyers are one of the biggest donors to Newsom and the other Democrat politicians, it's a disaster.
You know what's so funny is you keep hearing from these politicians that are coming out against things like data centers, which are actually going to be a good thing because they're going to turbocharge our economy. They're going to help the small businesses that are relying on this new technology to create jobs and to create wealth in ways that we're still figuring out. Well, what do they say? They say all this stuff, this emerging sector of our country and of the world economy, which is going to happen everywhere, it's bad. We need to ban it. We need to take it over. We need to regulate it. We need to shut it down. While at the same time, that is what they have done to traditional sectors of the economy. Look at the fast food sector. They're talking about $30 an hour minimum wage. You want to have 0 jobs at a McDonald's? You want to have 0 entry-level jobs at places like Starbucks that allow people to get in the door and start out in the economy and start working their way up? By all means, roll out a massive minimum wage that makes it impossible for somebody that doesn't have $30 an hour worth of skills to get a $30 an hour job. That job is going to be taken by a robot. So the same people who are talking about how this new technology is a threat to your livelihood and a threat to your ability to get ahead, they want to take it over and do to what they're doing to everything else. You've got to understand what a total mismatch we have here between what these people are saying, what they're preaching, and what they're actually doing. They destroy everything they touch. Everything they touch turns into an absolute disaster and nightmare for the little guy. That's why you got people living in RVs all over the place in California. People living on the streets. Housing is very expensive. Nobody can start a business. Nobody can get ahead. And then when something does show up, what do? They go out and they attack it. They demonize it. They say that new thing needs to be shut down. Why? Because that new thing threatens to get rid of them and get rid of their power base. The last thing they want is some new thing that comes out and empowers people. They hate that. Anyways, what do you think about that? I'll see you in the next video.
Our team in Sky 5 HD over the dramatic end to this police pursuit happening in Pomona. Rich.
Yeah, that pursuit ending in a deadly crash here in Pomona on Town Avenue. This pursuit started around 1:30 this morning in San Bernardino County, and this vehicle led CHP on a pursuit before exiting the freeway, speeding up Town Avenue, losing control, slamming into a tree. You can see what's left of the car. The driver was killed here at the location. So CHP is here for the investigation. Town Avenue from Indigo Court all the way up to Bonita will be closed for the investigation. Ginger.
We appreciate your update. It looks like some areas where, it's mixed use and everything, so a lot of people are going to be getting out the door and then realizing that the streets are closed here.
Your roof is constantly losing heat to outer space. Every building on Earth does it, every hour of every night, silently and invisibly. MIT researchers just figured out how to turn that heat loss into usable electricity, with a device so simple and inexpensive that the barrier to deploying it is not the technology, it is the fact that almost nobody knows it exists. The phenomenon at the heart of this technology is called radiative cooling, and it has been operating around you your entire life without ever announcing itself. Every object above absolute 0 temperature radiates heat as infrared radiation, invisible light in the thermal spectrum that carries energy away from the object and into whatever surrounds it. At night, when a surface on your roof is exposed to a clear sky, the infrared radiation it emits does not just travel a short distance and get absorbed by nearby air molecules. It travels in a specific wavelength range, between 8 and 13 micrometers, that passes almost completely through the atmosphere and escapes into outer space, where the effective temperature is approximately minus 270 degrees Celsius, just a few degrees above absolute 0. The result is that a surface exposed to a clear night sky can become significantly colder than the surrounding air temperature, sometimes by as much as 5 to 10 degrees Celsius, because it is radiating heat away into a heat sink so vast and so cold that it barely registers the energy arriving from a small patch of rooftop on one planet. This is the same physical principle that causes frost to form on clear nights, even when air temperatures are above freezing, and that causes dew to appear on car hoods and grass blades, even in climates where overnight temperatures never drop close to 0. The surface cools below the dew point because it is radiating heat to space faster than the surrounding air can replace it. The phenomenon is well understood, has been measured precisely for decades, and has recently attracted serious research attention as engineers began asking whether that temperature difference between a radiatively cooled surface and the ambient air could be converted into electricity. The answer, demonstrated by researchers at MIT and several other institutions, is yes. And the mechanism for doing it draws on one of the most well-established principles in thermoelectric engineering. A thermoelectric generator, sometimes called a Peltier device or a TEG, produces electricity when one of its faces is maintained at a different temperature from the other. The device works through the Seebeck effect, discovered in 1821. Certain materials generate a voltage when a temperature gradient exists across them, with electrons in the hotter side having more energy and diffusing towards the cooler side, creating a charge separation that drives an electrical current through an external circuit. Thermoelectric generators have been used for decades in specific applications where reliable, maintenance-free power generation justifies their typically modest efficiency. They power deep space probes. Using the heat from radioactive decay, they generate electricity from industrial waste heat. They provide power in remote locations where other generation technologies are impractical. The challenge in applying thermoelectric generation to radiative cooling is that the temperature differences involved are small, typically just a few degrees rather than the hundreds of degrees that make industrial thermoelectric applications practical, which limits the power output per unit area and requires extremely careful thermal engineering to extract any useful electricity at all. The MIT research breakthrough, published in detail in peer-reviewed form and independently reviewed by the scientific community, addresses this challenge through a combination of careful material selection, precise thermal isolation engineering, and geometric design that maximizes the temperature difference achievable between the radiatively cooled surface and the ambient air. The device places a thermoelectric generator between two surfaces, one face pointing toward the sky and engineered to emit infrared radiation in the atmospheric window wavelength range as efficiently as possible, and one face pointing downward and thermally connected to the surrounding environment in a way that maintains it close to ambient air temperature. The temperature difference between these two faces, the sky-facing surface cooling below ambient through radiative emission, while the downward-facing surface stays close to ambient, drives current through the thermoelectric material between them. The engineering challenge is ensuring that the two faces remain at different temperatures rather than quickly equilibrating through conduction and convection, which requires carefully designed insulation and structural support that minimizes heat flow between the two sides through any path other than the thermoelectric element itself. Getting this thermal isolation right is where most of the engineering sophistication in the device lives. The radiative cooling physics is straightforward, but preventing unwanted heat transfer from undermining the temperature gradient requires material and geometry choices that are less intuitive and more demanding to manufacture correctly. The power output figures from early prototype demonstrations are modest by the standards of established renewable energy technologies. An honest communication about this is important for understanding what the technology actually represents. Measurements from experimental devices have demonstrated power generation in the range of several tens to low hundreds of milliwatts per square meter of device area under good conditions. Clear skies, low humidity, moderate ambient temperatures. For comparison, a silicon solar panel under full sunlight generates roughly 150 to 200 watts per square meter, meaning radiative cooling. Thermoelectric generation produces perhaps 1,000 times less power per unit area than solar under optimal conditions for each technology. This comparison can be misleading in both directions. On the one hand, it correctly indicates that radiative cooling generation is not a replacement for solar power at any scale that current technology achieves. On the other hand, the comparison ignores the fundamental and profound difference in operating conditions. Solar generates nothing at night, while radiative cooling generates specifically at night, making the two technologies genuinely complementary rather than directly competitive. A building equipped with both solar panels and a radiative cooling generation system would have electricity generation capacity during the day from solar and a trickle of generation during clear nights from the rooftop radiative device, not equal amounts, but some generation both periods, rather than generation exclusively from daylight. For applications where even small amounts of overnight electricity generation is reliance on grid power or battery storage, this complementarity has real value independent of the absolute output figures. The material costs associated with early device designs are genuinely low by technology standards, which is one of the features that has attracted attention and occasionally generated exaggerated claims about the technology's immediate commercial potential. Thermoelectric materials themselves, typically bismuth telluride alloys in most implementations, are available commercially, though bismuth telluride is not entirely without supply chain considerations given the geographic concentration of tellurium production. Radiative emitted outer surface can be implemented using materials and coatings that are relatively inexpensive at scale. The thermal isolation components do not require exotic materials. The overall bill of materials for a functional device at manufacturing scale is estimated by researchers to be achievable at costs that would make the technology commercially interesting if the power output were sufficient, which brings the analysis back to the fundamental output limitation that honest assessment requires acknowledging. Low device cost is only compelling if the electricity generated per device justifies deployment because the cost and complexity of installation, integration into building electrical systems, and maintenance over the device lifetime. At current demonstrated power densities, the economics of rooftop deployment at scale are not yet clearly positive, and the research community is appropriately focused on improving output or advocating widespread commercial deployment. The question of who benefits first from cooling and electricity generation, assuming the technology continues to develop towards commercial viability, is worth considering carefully, because the answer shapes which research directions attract investment and which deployment models get prioritized. In wealthy countries with well-developed grid infrastructure and high solar penetration, the overnight generation niche that radiative cooling fills is relatively narrow because battery storage and grid interconnection already address the overnight electricity supply problem reasonably well, even if not perfectly or cheaply. The economics of adding a low-output radiative cooling device to a building that already has solar panels and grid connection require that the overnight generation be cheaper than grid electricity or battery storage per kilowatt hour, which is a demanding standard given current output levels. The picture looks substantially different in contexts where grid electricity is unreliable or unavailable, where battery storage is expensive relative to local incomes, and where even small amounts of reliable overnight electricity generation have immediate high-value applications: lighting, phone charging, medical refrigeration, communication equipment. In off-grid and weak-grid communities across equatorial and subtropical regions, where clear sky nights are common year-round, and overnight temperatures are moderate, the complementarity between daytime solar and nighttime radiative cooling generation could address a real access gap with a technology whose simplicity and low materials cost align well with deployment in resource-constrained environments. This is the application space where the technology's current performance level is most likely to be commercially viable before it reaches the output densities required for grid-scale contribution in developed markets. The pathways being explored to improve output are scientifically interesting and include several approaches that could meaningfully change the performance picture. One direction involves improving the radiative emission properties of a sky-facing surface, engineering materials that emit more strongly in the atmospheric window wavelength range and less strongly outside it, maximizing the heat loss to space per unit area. Advances in photonic engineering, which allow the optimal properties of surfaces to be tuned at the nanoscale through structured patterns rather than chemical composition alone, have opened new possibilities for emitter surfaces that outperform what conventional materials reach. Another direction involves improving the thermoelectric conversion efficiency of the materials between the two surfaces, a research challenge shared with the broader thermoelectric community, driven by both renewable energy and waste heat recovery applications that create substantial commercial incentive. A third approach involves scaling the temperature difference through stacking or concentrating geometries that amplify the thermal gradient beyond what a simple flat device achieves. None of these improvement pathways is straightforward, but none requires a physical principle that has not already been demonstrated to work, which places the technology in a genuinely different category from speculative energy proposals that depend on unproven science. The timeline on which radiative cooling generation might move from laboratory demonstration to meaningful commercial deployment depends on factors that are partly technical and partly economic and institutional. On the technical side, the critical variable is power output per unit area. If ongoing research in photonic emitter design and thermoelectric material efficiency pushes demonstrated output from tens of milliwatts per square meter toward hundreds of milliwatts, the economics of deployment change substantially. Historical precedent from solar photovoltaics suggests that learning curves in materials science and manufacturing can drive performance improvements and cost reductions faster than initial assessments suggest, particularly when commercial interest attracts capital and talent to the research problem. Solar cells in the 1970s had efficiencies of a few percent and costs that made them economically viable only for space applications. Systematic research investment over 50 years produced the technology that now generates electricity at the cheapest per kilowatt-hour cost in history. Radiative cooling generation is at an earlier stage of that development curve than solar was in the 1970s, but it benefits from the accumulated knowledge and manufacturing infrastructure that makes materials science research faster and cheaper than it was half a century ago. On the institutional side, the path to commercial deployment requires that the technology attracts sustained research funding through the value of development between laboratory demonstration and commercial viability, a gap that has defeated many promising energy technologies that ran out of funding before reaching the performance level that justified private investment. The fundamental physics, however, is not in question, and the research community working on it is serious and credible. The broader significance of radiative cooling generation is most clearly visible when it is considered not as an isolated technology, but as part of a portfolio of low-carbon electricity generation approaches that collectively reduce reliance on fossil fuels and centralized grid infrastructure. The energy system of the future that most researchers and planners envision is not one dominated by a single technology, but one that draws on multiple complementary sources. Solar during the day, wind when it blows, storage to bridge gaps, potentially a range of lower output and highly distributed generation approaches that reduce the total burden of storage and grid infrastructure. Technology that generates even modest amounts of electricity during nighttime hours, specifically clear sky conditions, which correlate with the coldest overnight temperatures when heating loads may be highest and grid stress from storage discharge can be most severe, has value in that system that is not fully captured by comparing its output to peak solar. The deployment model also matters. A device that can be added to existing rooftop real estate without competing for space with solar panels, using a simple installation that does not require structural modifications or complex electrical integration, has an accessibility profile that could enable rapid widespread adoption once the performance and cost economics reach the threshold that justifies it. The MIT research represents genuinely credible, peer-reviewed science about a real physical phenomenon that produces real electricity under real conditions. It does not represent a free energy price, a suppressed technology, or an $18 solution to the world's energy problem. Claims that circulate about this research online and that do the technology a disservice by generating expectations that set up disappointment when the real performance numbers are apparent. What it represents is an early stage but scientifically sound approach to extracting small amounts of electricity from the heat flow that exists continuously across every rooftop on Earth and has historically been ignored as an energy resource. The gap between where the technology is today and where it would need to be to contribute meaningfully to building energy systems is real and requires continued research investment to close. The gap between the underlying physical principle and a deployable commercial product is smaller than it was 5 years ago and is continuing to narrow. For anyone tracking the long arc development of distributed energy generation technologies, radiative cooling electricity generation is along the list of approaches worth watching. Not as an imminent revolution, but as a slow-burning scientific development that will eventually fill a specific and valuable niche in the energy system that no other technology fills as naturally.
From the governor's press conference, it almost seems like it was just being done now. What elections did they vote in? We have more unanswered questions now than we did 2 days ago.
Include a special legislative hearing into the matter, and if so, do you think leadership will agree?
I hope they do. I think it's the most appropriate way to handle this. Safe and secure elections, election integrity is not a partisan issue. Both sides have questions that they want answered. We want our voters to believe in our elections and believe in the outcome.
So here's the reality of the situation. We know that 6,000 non-citizens were registered to vote. We know that 400 of them voted. And we also know that the governor of New Jersey has really just stopped there. She has verified it. She has a third-party investigator or investigation looking into it. But as far as cooperating with the DOJ and DHS to also monitor what's going on, that's it. Full stop. We know she won't hand over the names, but also will not have involvement with handing over voter rolls. But here's where things get interesting. When you look at the new polling and stats according to CNN, it does look like you have a lot more unification than we thought before when it comes to wanting voter ID. But it really aligns with voter integrity and voter security. Check out these incredible statistics. Again, a very unifying point for this country.
Got overwhelming support for it. We've spoken about it before. We really haven't shifted all that much, and you can see it right here. Okay, so we're talking about voters favoring voter ID to vote. Among all voters, we're talking 77%. And this is uniform, universal activity. Universal. Democrats, 62%. Independents, 77%. Republicans, 95%. This is something that is popular across the political spectrum. It is a that is popular across the political spectrum. When it comes to voter ID, the voters are with President Trump on this, whether they're Democrats, Independents, or Republicans. Overall, very clear, we're talking about 3 overall who support the idea of photo ID in order to vote.
But I thought when I read that New Jersey presser on a government website, by the way, I thought I was told that a lot of the issues are coming from Trump and Republicans in Washington, D.C. Why is CNN telling me different? Why are these numbers overwhelmingly positive and almost uniform, like you just said? Let me know how you feel about this.
you're a Republican or Democrat, fact check everybody you're reading into and listening to on like YouTube. Doesn't matter. 62% of Democrats show an ID when you show up to vote. Showing a very specific ID when you register to vote. Proof of citizenship, like a passport, birth certificate, or real ID, not a state badge. How do voters feel about that?
Yeah, okay, so I think this might be a little bit more in the eye of the beholder. Johnny and I were just talking about this. So document proving citizenship to vote. What you can see here is, again, it's clear the majority of course. The majority are with President Trump here. We're talking about 54% of Americans who see this in poll after poll after poll. It's lower than the voter ID, but it's clear. You get the 54% who support it. You get 37% opposed, which is a size minority, but definitely lower than the majority. And among independents, the group that President Trump is really struggle with, you still see it here, right? You see the majority of it.
I would love to talk to somebody or have them on a CNN or Fox News, and I want to know why they would say. Again, the question is simple. Document proving citizenship to vote. Opposed 37%, 38%. But regardless of that, again, one of the most puzzling things about the whole SAVE Act or the debate between Republicans and Democrats, how some will say it's very disparaging, it's not good. Why do so many Americans seem to think it's good, but then elected officials are like, no, it's bad, it's bad. Again, I don't know if we'll ever know because Republicans just seem to really not want to debate Democrats right now and really try to get the SAVE Act passed. I don't even know if it's going to get passed. Apparently, you can like bet on it in betting markets.
Or the plurality of independents, 49% supporting the idea of meeting document proving citizenship to vote, 49% versus 38% who are opposed. So whether it's overall or independent, yes, the support is lower than it is for photo ID, but it's very clear that the majority of people are in fact for it.
Yes, it's important. It's still not the 80% for voter ID when you show up to vote with the photo there. This is showing proof of citizenship to register there. There are voting public interest groups who say not everyone has access to a passport or real ID or birth certificate. What are the numbers there?
Yeah, okay, so again, this is a bit in the eye of the beholder. To vote.
This is literally one of the biggest arguments you can hear from other Democrats. Keep that in mind. We were covering the SAVE Act very early on in my channel, and they kept making these talking points. I mean, holy cow, look at these numbers. The passport or birth certificate.
Very easily, well, with some effort, but still pretty easily, 90%. So the lion's share, and this I think is one of the reasons why the idea of using a document to vote is so popular, is because most people think they can do it, at least with some effort or very easily. But there is this 10% who say are, can't, or unsure, Johnny B, in terms of that. And yeah, and then I was just, just in terms of the chance that it becomes, I think that 10% very much like this number, though, because the chance that the SAVE Act becomes law before January 4th, 2027, it's just a 7% chance.
I mean, how insane is that? And again, this is on Kalshi, the betting website, the prediction market website. And so you have all of these numbers going in favor of the voters want it, a lot really want it, and then 7% chance it'll actually get passed. I mean, welcome to American politics. So I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Again, we are monitoring the DOJ's efforts and DHS to legally, as Harmeet Dillon says, look into how to acquire the list from New Jersey as far as who are those non-citizens, what is actually going on here. We're monitoring it very closely. I don't think this is going to be a fast process because as far as the chain of events, we don't know how fast this all happened. We don't know if there was just a single glitch. We know nothing, and I'm sure we're not going to be told anything unless we get a comprehensive breakdown or a press conference of what exactly happened. But as far as this number right here, 7% chance, quite mind-boggling when 90% of individuals actually think on a CNN poll it's easy to get all of these documents that Chuck Schumer and others are saying are very difficult to get. I do think this is very crucial though. We all are very busy in our lives, so I do think there is a sense of it can be a little annoying possibly for some people to get these documents, but as far as freedom is concerned, as far as voting, we're talking about something that's so unique and special in this world. Are you willing to take time out of your day to get those documents? I think that's the better question. The other thing I do want to say is make sure you please pray for peace, make sure you please pray for unity, and also please seek Christ. We're all about unity on this channel, and I thank you guys so much for everything. God bless all of you, and we'll see you all later.
What's an industrial bottleneck? It refers to products Japan has banned from selling to us. These two machine tools have been bought for some time, and they have caused a lot of discussion and controversy in the industry. This is a Mazak dual spindle, dual turret turning, and milling machine. Let me explain how these machines came about. The Japanese brought these two machines to China as display models to showcase their technology, but they would not sell them to us. Isn't that frustrating? To prevent us from dismantling them for further development, they damaged parts of the wiring and software. After hearing the news, I set off overnight through various connections and discussions. We eventually brought them back to Suzhou. The machines from the series that we can currently buy are all restricted versions, with many functions limited.
This Douyin vlogger is a long-time trader of second-hand machine tools. In the video, he openly said he was looking for technicians with repair skills to crack and restore the machine. He also invited people who make new machines to come together to discuss and study it. This effectively tells the world, I bought this machine to reverse engineer it and break down its technology. One user commented, they have the audacity to leave these machines behind. In their view, if they give you something useless, do you really think you can repair it and make it work again? If you could, domestic companies would have already claimed they were far ahead. The reason they have not is because they cannot overcome the technology. Another commenter mocked the situation. Didn't Gree's machine tools already achieve a breakthrough by taking a different path? Why are they facing bottlenecks again? On Douyin, domestic products are already said to be far ahead and able to beat the US, Japan, and Europe, especially Gree's machine tools. One commenter familiar with the industry pointed out the reality. This is very difficult. Even if you restore the machine, it still cannot work without the software. The software expertise accumulated over more than a century cannot be easily obtained. A similar incident happened in Dongguan, Guangdong, one of China's major manufacturing centers, when a large Japanese-owned precision machinery factory decided to leave China. It also destroyed several high-end machines before leaving.
Guys, something very strange happened over the past day or two. A Mazak dual spindle turning and milling machine, originally worth more than 2 million yuan each, was sold by a Japanese company. The machine system was smashed, the drive units were destroyed, the ball screws were cut, and the guide rails were also cut. Now it's just a pile of scrap metal.
Multiple reports have pointed out that several local second-hand machinery dealers arrived carrying large amounts of cash and surrounded the Japanese managers. They offered high prices to buy the two machines. In China's used precision manufacturing market, such complete high-end equipment was extremely valuable and could have generated significant profits through resale. But the Japanese technical director calmly refused. He was not persuaded by the money and signed an asset destruction confirmation document in front of everyone. After that, several professional workers used heavy hammers and oxyacetylene cutting equipment to destroy the two machines, which were worth more than 10 million yuan. Within half an hour, the event's equipment was reduced to piles of scrap metal and sent to a recycling furnace. The Chinese dealers and workers at the scene were shocked. They could not understand why someone would refuse so much money to destroy valuable equipment instead of selling it. But many people later offered different views. One user commented, the owner has a right to decide how to handle their own property. There is nothing wrong with that. Another commenter wrote, it is better to destroy it than leave it to someone who might take advantage of it. Scrap metal can still be sold. Another user noted, I learned this in primary school textbooks. Anything that cannot be taken away should be destroyed, so no useful resources are left for the enemy. So why would someone destroy the machines instead of selling them? Because over the past few decades, the actions of some Chinese companies have damaged trust in the international business community. Many companies described as Chinese independent innovators have bought high-end foreign equipment not only for production, but also to study the technology behind it. They moved machines into closed laboratories, used precision scanning tools and dismantling equipment, and took them apart into thousands of components. They then carried out reverse engineering, studying the design of parts, attempting to break down CNC systems and replicating control software and algorithms. After copying the technology, they would make small changes, redesign the exterior, add their own logos, and use lower labor costs to sell products at very low prices. This allowed them to compete with original manufacturers and take market share. They would then promote themselves through media campaigns claiming they had broken Western technology barriers, achieved 100% domestic replacement of core technologies, and brought honor to the country. This is not only a business ethics issue, it is also seen as damaging the spirit of original innovation, as the video stated.
What technological innovation are we talking about? I'll tell you, if someone can truly develop an engine or a transmission, that would already be impressive. That would show real technical experience. But most of the time, they simply buy components and assemble them. Some companies don't even have their own factories. Their core technology is promotion and marketing, yet they keep claiming they are far ahead. I'm embarrassed to even say it.
This practice of buying your machines, taking out technology, and eventually forcing you out of the market has caused many foreign companies, including Japanese and German firms, to suffer losses in China. As these companies leave, they have become more cautious about the business environment. They would rather pay to destroy machines on site than leave opportunities for dismantling, copying, or reverse engineering. This is a result of decades of rule-breaking, opportunistic practices, and reverse engineering used to create what is called independent innovation. After damaging international trust, China's manufacturing industry is now facing the consequences. This is not a matter of pride, but a setback for the manufacturing sector. Japanese companies destroying machines instead of selling them is not only about preventing technology theft, it is also linked to international politics and export controls. Under the Wassenaar Arrangement and Japan's export control rules, high-end machine tools such as 5-axis machining centers are considered dual-use strategic goods because they can be used to produce aircraft carrier propellers, missile gyroscopes, and nuclear reactor components. That is why high-end machine tools exported from Japan to China are equipped with an electronic lock system known as the RMS Relocation Security System. To prevent equipment from being transferred to military or sanctioned entities, machines are equipped with gyroscopes, GPS, and vibration sensors. If a machine is moved without authorization, even by a few hundred meters inside a factory or due to excessive vibration, the system can identify it as an unauthorized relocation and lock the machine. The servo motors are disabled, the internal code is blocked, and the control panel displays a relocation error. The machine cannot be manually reset. Even in areas without a signal, the locking system can continue to operate independently. The relocation lock cannot be bypassed by reinstalling software. Unlocking authority is controlled by the Japanese headquarters and requires Japanese engineers to verify and recalibrate the equipment on site. How strict are these measures in practice? Take DMG Mori as an example. The company installs position sensors on each machine supplied to China. If the equipment is moved or dismantled without authorization, the RMS system shuts down the entire machine. If Japan confirms unauthorized technology transfer, it can refuse to restart the equipment, leaving a machine worth millions of yuan unusable. In the end, if Japanese companies privately sold these machines to Chinese second-hand dealers during their withdrawal and the equipment later enters sensitive industries, the Japanese parent companies could face restrictions from European and American supply chains, potentially threatening the entire group. Faced with such a risk, a rational manager would choose to destroy the machines on site. Although the vlogger who posted the machine destruction video did not name the company, industry insiders speculate that it may have been Nidec, a Japanese manufacturing company that recently withdrew from Dongguan. The factory, which had operated in Chang'an town for more than 20 years, reportedly stopped production and closed completely at the end of May 2026. Many supporters of domestic replacement celebrated foreign companies leaving China, saying it would create more opportunities for local manufacturers. However, this view overlooks the bigger picture. Foreign companies take away not only factories and equipment, but also the event's industrial ecosystem and international trust built over 40 years of reform and opening up. Nidec once provided thousands of well-paid, high-skilled jobs and supported many upstream and downstream suppliers. After its departure, many experienced CNC technicians lost their positions and turned to jobs such as ride-hailing and food delivery to make a living. A more serious consequence is that without imported high-end machine tools and precision sensors, China's precision manufacturing could face major challenges. Production accuracy could fall from the micrometer level to the millimeter level, affecting industries such as high-end medical equipment, aviation, and consumer electronics. One user from a mold factory in Jiangsu described the difficulties faced by small manufacturers. After Japanese customers withdrew, the factory began taking orders from domestic new energy vehicle companies but was forced to accept prices below cost. To cut expenses, the factory switched to cheaper domestic machine tools. However, the machining accuracy failed to meet requirements, defect rates became extremely high, and the factory was forced to stop operations and could not pay wages. This is the real challenge after foreign supply chains leave. Without high standard and high profit orders, many domestic companies are left competing in lower-end markets through intense price competition. In the end, this can lead to greater pressure on workers' wages and working hours, creating a cycle where lower quality businesses push out higher quality ones. With the discussion of domestic replacement, a key question must be addressed. Beyond the promotional claims, how large is the actual gap between Chinese machine tools and those made in Japan and Germany? Let's hear from the frontline industry professionals who truly understand the field.
Today, I want to talk about the actual technology gap between our domestic CNC machine tools and those from overseas. Some people say the gap is 10 years, while others say it's 30 years. But let me tell you something that is hard to accept. Without US technology support, without Japanese technology support, and without key components supplied by Taiwan, our domestic CNC machine tools simply cannot be made.
This industry insider revealed that he described as the reality behind so-called domestic CNC machine tools. First is the brain of the machine, the CNC system. The Chinese market is mainly dominated by Japan's Mitsubishi and FANUC. Even so-called domestic systems still rely on US technology for key CPU processors and core chips. Without the support, they cannot operate reliably. Next is the machine's skeleton and joints, the mechanical components. Key parts that affect precision, including guide rails, ball screws, and spindles, are largely supplied by Taiwanese brands such as Hiwin and PMI. Finally, there is the machine's nervous system, the electrical cabinet. Its drives and reactors rely heavily on Japanese products, while widely used components that require high stability, such as contactors, often come from European brands like Schneider Electric. So, for a CNC machine assembled with top components from the US, Japan, France, Germany, and Taiwan, what core technology does a domestic manufacturer actually provide? The blogger pointed at the machine and said, "What we make is basically the sheet metal casing and the heavy cast iron base." In simple terms, this is essentially a large machine tool assembly operation. He also said these domestic machine tools do have one major advantage: low prices. Taking the 850 machining centers shown in the video as an example, low-cost domestic assembly allows it to sell for only 155,000 yuan. A German or Japanese machine with the same specifications would cost more than 1 million yuan. The price is only about 1/7 of theirs. This is the reality of so-called domestic machine tools, according to the video. Rather than being fully independent manufacturers, many are mainly assembling imported components into low-cost machines that can perform basic functions. More surprising is that some Japanese machines built decades ago can still outperform many newly produced domestic machines today. Let's look at a real case from a machine tool restoration specialist.
原值170万的设备，对我7万的感觉。This machine was originally worth 1.7 million yuan, and I bought it for 70,000 yuan. What kind of machine is it? It's a Japanese-made Amada machine, a 170-ton, 4.1-liter model. You can check the production date here, February 2nd, 2004, and look at the operating hours, 102,570 hours. What I wanted was this hydraulic system, this machine frame. Let's take a look at these small details and see how thoughtfully Japanese engineers designed their equipment.
The specialist said that although this Japanese machine from more than 20 years ago had an outdated CNC system and heavily modified wiring, its most valuable features were the hydraulic system, which had operated for more than 100,000 hours without leaking, and its strong, durable mechanical structure.
100,000 hours.
Feature that he said domestic manufacturers still cannot overcome. The fully aluminium alloy crossbeam. This design, developed by Japanese engineers more than 30 years ago, uses 6 motors to achieve independent control, including forward and backward movement, vertical movement, and tilting. He said domestic manufacturers still cannot produce a crossbeam like this today or maintain such high precision after 100,000 hours of heavy operation. To demonstrate the strength of Japanese machinery, he showed another restored machine from the same series, an old 220-ton press brake. After removing the outdated electrical system and replacing it with a new CNC drive system, the decades-old machine was brought back into operation. It produced very little noise, and when applying 220 tons of pressure during bending, a small iron ring placed on the work table as a test object maintained completely still. After years of working with countless machines, the technician concluded, can we today build a complex press brake that is as stable and durable as an old workhorse operating reliably for decades? Based on his experience, the answer is no. In the comment section, many experienced manufacturing workers wrote, Amada CNC punching machines from 1990, Sanyo grinding machines from 1974, and even air compressors from 1972 are still running reliably in factories today. Some are even easier to use than many newly produced domestic machines. This also reflects the same. For precision manufacturing, look to Japan. For heavy industry, look to Germany. The most valuable part of an old machine tool is not the control system, but the frame and hydraulic structure that can maintain high precision after more than 100,000 hours of heavy use. One industry insider pointed out the cultural gap between the technology gap. Many companies are not focused on researching machine tools, but on studying people. They cannot retain technical talent because they do not know how to navigate relationships or flatter others. Without the patience and mindset of century-old companies, even another 30 years would not be enough to produce top-level equipment. This is not a matter of ability, but the result of pursuing quick gains. Over the past few decades, China benefited from reverse engineering and extreme cost reduction, but this shortcut has reached its limit. Other countries have seen through this approach and would rather destroy valuable machines than leave opportunities for copying or misuse. When the hammer falls, it does not only destroy a machine, it also damages the international trust that China's manufacturing industry relies on. As one user wrote, only after spending a long time in the free world do you understand that rules and trust are the greatest barriers in a business society.
Ten more.
Irvine police say they have arrested a man accused of vandalizing 13 Teslas at the same shopping plaza. Investigators say the break came from an earlier incident when a man allegedly a spin on a Tesla at an intersection. An officer remembered the suspect was carrying a takeout bag, tracked the order to a name, and identified 25-year-old Max Sebastian Solomon of Irvine. Police say surveillance video shows the suspect spray painting one Tesla with the word Nazi. Solomon was arrested on suspicion of felony.
It's not cover your nose like that. It doesn't smell good. You're not trying to hide your face. You're just being a troll.
Alrighty, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back here to a Thursday. Hope everyone's having a good day.
Thursday.
5 degrees here where I'm at.
It's too hot. It's too hot in California.
July 30th, 2026. Latest activity here on the globe shows a 2.0 earthquake across Texas. Also some larger activity coming in around the Mariana Trench area. Looks like the southern end here. Let's see what we got going on. There's a subduction zone right in this little bend area. Looks like a 5.9 coming in Micronesia area. A lot of little places here. A decent sized event. Looks like it's on that fracture boundary. But there is a subduction zone here. Notice the arrows pointing inland, indicating that subduction zone or trough area where the plate tends to subduct underneath the Filipino plate. Or it's a Pacific plate subducting underneath the Philippine plate. So that's one of the latest earthquakes there. Now, it's a decent sized event. I think that's going to be the largest one here so far today. Let's see what we got. That is indeed the largest event, 5.9. Previous to that, looks like yesterday's 5.9 there in the Kermadec Islands. A lot of activity yesterday. Today, a little slow in the morning, but it looks like things may be starting to stir up out here. Some decent sized activity. There's that earthquake or aftershock sequence up there in the Kagoshima area, north of Kagoshima. This is where the 6.8 struck here a couple days back. So still seeing some aftershock activity, which is typical for a 6.8. We've seen anything out of the norm. 25s, no 6-pointer aftershocks yet. We could see some. Definitely could see one or two of that type of magnitude earthquake. Also watching the anti-trough here. Let's go look at the earthquake 3D program here. We got a number of earthquakes across the Taiwan area, south into the Philippines today. Also up around the Japan area, northern side of Japan. Starting to squeeze in here across the center portion once again. Activity stirring up. Nothing big. Where does that sense go? Multitude counts are way up there. Also around the Papua New Guinea area, this area's been swarming like crazy. I want to look into that and see what we got going on here. Go back and look at the last 30 days. There's been a decent cluster of earthquakes, but really no main quake here. And we've seen a number of 4s and 5s, just a big old swarm of activity, and a lot more earthquake activity than what the USGS is showing.
Ooh, it's swarming.
Some smaller quakes in that cluster, but no main quake. The depth of these earthquakes fairly consistent, about 6 miles or so. So not really associated with the subduction zone here. That would be, we would see some deeper earthquakes across that area if that was indeed the case. There's trough zone. This is specifically a subduction zone. Notice the arrows are kind of right within the red line here, unlike these areas that are showing this deeper subduction zone area, trough zone. But kind of watching that area just because of the swarming going on. No big quake yet, but it's an area of interest for sure. A bunch of deep activity across this region of the Indonesia area. All these raised rings there on the globe indicating all that deep activity. There are a lot of newer events from this morning as well. Across New Zealand and where we've seen that earthquake swarm here along the Kermadec and the Tonga Trench area. New Zealand, man, getting a lot of activity underneath North Island region. 90 degrees, and some of those are deep earthquakes. These deep earthquakes are adding further stress and strain, I believe, across the northern end of the Hikurangi subduction zone, which ends right here. Of course, you got the Kermadec Trench up north. Hikurangi extends down south here. You can see the basins out there. That's the subduction point. That's producing some large, damaging earthquakes, but for now, there's a bunch of deep ones. Those are 3-pointers, nothing big. South Island area, 3.5 looks like as well this morning. Some adjustment trying to take place here in between two very active areas here recently. Alaska, a lot of red rings up here indicating some older activity. Let's check in on California, see what's going on out here across the west coast. Remove all these faults here. That's a falter at fault for giving me a headache. It's just crazy. Too much on there. Too bright. Let's see what we got. Anything above 2.5 today. There's 2 earthquakes here centered across the center portion of central California. Consider that. 3.6 up around the Long Valley supervolcano. Long Valley supervolcano is a lake. Just south of there. This is their outline of Long Valley. Yes, Southern California does have its own supervolcano. An earthquake outside the area a little bit. 3.6. Also one back over here towards the plate boundary near Gilroy, 2.8. That is probably on the Calaveras fault zone. Southern end here, the Calaveras fault, and a bridge off. And 2 different faults here, the Haber fault and the Calaveras fault. Extension here. 2.8. Down south here, I don't see anything major going on. A couple other smaller quakes in the vicinity of that 2.8. For the most part, looks like a typical day down here. Got some swarming around the Garlock Fault shear zone. That's been quite active here in the last several months and the last year or so. Bay Area, well, not a whole lot happening once again there. San Francisco looking pretty quiet. Cascadia subduction zone quiet as well. Of course, these slow slip events have backed off in the last couple days. So therefore, there's obviously pressure that has been building up out here, but it's not increasing in pressure at the moment. If we see an increased further strain of the area, that's when we see the slow slip events elevate down into the deep area of the Cascadia, resulting in stress quakes. And right now, it's just steady. No further increase in pressure out here. But the pressure never disappears unless you have a big earthquake, obviously. A couple earthquakes there around the Mount St. Helens area still. Nothing big going on. We can double check that, see if anything's changed there. It's just been an off and on. By the way, tremor counts here from yesterday, 0. Look at the Mount St. Helens seismograph station here. See what we have. Yeah, there's definitely some earthquake activity because we've seen this here in the last couple days. The USGS is showing it. There's a little cluster of activity here across the eastern side of Mount St. Helens. Let's see if this is picking up any recorded events here. Some of these may be distant events. Then again, those do look local or deep underneath the area. That was last night at about 9:50 p.m. 9:30, but I don't see anything specifically around 9:50. There may be some events that are not showing up here on the USGS map. It does look like there's a couple of events either really deep or far away from this area. That's around the eastern side there of Mount St. Helens. And double check the dome area real quick. See if it's showing up here. Data found? Other and it does look like there's some earthquake activity there. These well-defined spikes. These other ones, I'm not for sure what they are. Whether they're deep earthquakes. Hard to say. But those are definitely earthquakes. It's showing up. I don't think it's windy up there. That's at Mount St. Helens, so I'm going to double check the wind. A lot of times in the wintertime, we'll get these, big snow events up there. And get some ice quakes, but I don't see a whole lot of wind there. Across Mount St. Helens area, it looks a little light, white. So, it's 19 miles an hour, but that one, that's like that great readings on the graph there. It normally takes 40, 50 miles per hour gust. Maybe we stirring things up around the area there. Obviously, there's some earthquake activity showing up there. St. Helens. One earthquake outside of Vegas there. I don't see anything big going on. Little 1.5. Texas oil field still rocking and rolling. Couple earthquakes around the Tennessee and the New Madrid seismic zone there from yesterday. Nothing showing up there at Yellowstone. But fun? We'll double check it. Maybe not necessarily for fun, but for accuracy. For the sake of accuracy here, transparency. Let's take a look. See a whole lot showing up here. This is current date, 11:30. Noon there on that graph. So yeah, not a whole lot showing up there for us earthquake activity. Quiet. Little cluster going on there. Aftershock activity around the Guatemala and the Mexico area. This region has had a lot of earthquake activity here recently, including that large earthquake that struck back just off the coast there of Mexico and Guatemala area. Got anything major going on there today? Elsewhere, quite down south across the Central American area. South America, number of 2s and 3s, 4-pointer off the coast there, Peru, but that's a given on any given day there. It's pretty typical, I would say, for that area. Hot spot. You guessed it, right over here today, so let's be on guard. This has been stirring up since yesterday, and it's continuing today. Got increasing pressure out here across the quiet zones. It's going to be this eastern side here of the Philippine plate. And that's finally starting to show some movement. Might see some up north here. Of course, you know what goes on here across this area ultimately affects the western region of the Philippine plate here. So, guard, stirring up out here. Some smaller quakes there around the Mediterranean. Nothing major going on across the rest of the planet here. Check in on space weather. What's happening out here on the sun? It does look like there was an M flare explosion with the CME. Let's see, a long duration M 1.9 solar flare from 4492. It did produce a CME, but that position there of that explosion, the CME, would be directed away from the planet, way out there on the western limb. So that's 4492. Let's take a look at that. See what we got here. Let's look at this area up here. It doesn't look like much as far as the complexity model goes, magnetic structure. But apparently there's something in there that created just enough spark there, so to speak, to produce that long duration M flare. So I'm watching these regions back here. They're starting to get a little bit more peppered, deeper colors there, indicating some magnetic complexity. Sometimes these, just pop off flares, even as a simplified magnetic core there. I wouldn't expect much from that, but maybe just enough. There's a couple. You got the blue and the oranges color, and then the separate blue up here. So there is some tight complexity that would possibly stir up the flaring potential. Let's see what we got here for the forecast right now. I mean, I don't see anything major going on. 1% chance there, or less for an X flare. I think that's reasonable. Might see an M flare. 25% chance. C flare at 90% chance here. Solar wind speed. That long duration M flare. Get directed away from the planet. And it's still flaring up. Looks like a little bit. See it? Crazy. Everything else out here looks really stable. Speaking of space weather activity, I'm going to be live streaming that SpaceX rocket that's supposed to slam into the northwestern area of the sun, or not the sun, excuse me, the moon.
The moon. It's not the sun, it's the moon.
Tonight, I am going to.
I'm gonna see it
test
too.
out the equipment on the moon. So I'll be doing a live stream tonight, zooming in on the moon.
You're gonna be zooming in on the moon.
That will be the rocket will be slamming into the moon, creating potentially a decent size
crater.
Field, debris cloud. I really want to catch it. I think that'd be neat. Anyway, I'm going to practice tonight. I'm going to have a live stream up and running, just looking at the moon with the telescope.
We're gonna hear if it rings like a bell. From Earth, we're gonna know. We're gonna hear it ring. We're gonna wake up the moon. We're gonna wake it up. Yeah.
Anyway, let's see what else we got out here, folks. Any close approach asteroids?
Oh God, I don't know what the flat earthers are gonna think about this. I don't know. What the fuck do they think is gonna happen?
Way out there.
We're gonna blow it up.
Close proximity there.
We're gonna blow it up.
Near Earth asteroids.
Or do they? What do they think it is?
A little slight risk.
Is the Earth? If the Earth's flat and the Moon's round, and they're I do not know what to do with these people.
Wind actually added and enhanced here. Well,
It
for some stronger wind gusts.
Okay, we can see.
Some damaging winds. Not so much hail, but it looks like the main factor today is wind potential.
I'm all yawning out of like this
Friday already.
dumbfoundedness.
We got Friday right around the corner. That's good when it comes up really quick, I would say. Man. Slight risk category there across portions of Missouri down into Arkansas, looks like. That little tornado threat, a little bit of wind, the hail, nothing major going on. As far as the live seismograph stations go, a little earthquake on the China Lake station. This is the last 10 minutes of data. Let's see if that showed up there. 1209. Yeah, that would probably be this little 1.5 showing up outside the red rest area. there. So that's kind of neat how it shows up. Super distinct, nice and clear for even a 1.5 magnitude. So the station's working good. Anyway, folks, have yourself a wonderful day. We will catch you guys out here for the Thursday night update. Probably do the update first, and then I'll go live afterwards. And I'll mention that again about during the update tonight.
The moon.
Zoom in on the moon and make sure all the equipment's working for the night of the 4th when that rocket is supposed to slam into the moon there, moon surface. So we'll see you out here tonight. Have a good day. Stay safe out there. I'm going to stay inside all day. It's supposed to be 103 degrees where I'm at. Not good.
It's kind of hot.
What does it say to you in terms of how the president is viewing the midterm?
Look, you have a president, again, who in my view does not believe in democracy or the rule of law, is an authoritarian.
Okay, I do want to remind everyone Bernie Sanders has endorsed candidates who do want to get rid of the Senate, but regardless of that, just 24 hours ago, Bernie Sanders decided to address some of the concerns.
John Fetterman, your colleague in the Senate that you caucus with, said that he believes Abdul El-Sayed's candidacy and your involvement in these primaries is actually hurting the Democratic Party. This is what he said.
It means
Bernie Sanders
that puts that seat really in play. Absolutely. And that if he wins, that means there'd be a celebration over the GOP, 100%.
Bernie making it harder for Democrats to recapture
1% of the votes.
Yeah. I mean, like, what's he out on?
Where
what's
is my soup?
You know, if it's not anything more at this point, ego. You know, maybe sit a few out, Bernie. You know, it's you're not helping.
Okay, so leave your
You're not
comments
helping,
down below.
Bernie.
Let me know how
Bernie,
you
sit
feel
down,
about
Bernie.
statements from Senator
The soup
Fetterman,
will get
and
to you,
understanding
Bernie.
Context is key. Senator Fetterman
Bernie.
was called an ogre by one of the
Bernie.
candidates Bernie Sanders has endorsed, and I'm wondering
It's
if
lit,
Bernie.
Bernie.
Sanders going to say
Bernie.
that's not right. We'll find out here in a second. But also number two, when Senator Fetterman says send some of them out, he's implying, look, Bernie
The
Sanders,
soup
you have
is
endorsed
bad.
like hundreds of candidates.
I don't know
here.
how you
can
did
maybe
it, but
sit
you
one or
burnt
two out.
soup.
You don't have to endorse every single person.
Take
around
it back.
the country. And by the way, you can go to the
I
Bernie
want more
Sanders
soup,
website
but
and
the
scroll through
the
every
burnt
single
bits. You
endorsement
leave the
Bernie
burnt
Sanders
bits at
has
the
made.
bottom of the soup bowl pot pan. Sorry. Oh shit.
He said you should.
Transforms into a Republican.
Yeah.
So you think I should take this advice? I probably won't. John, not going to take your advice. We're going to work as hard as we can, not only to elect El Sayed.
We're gonna take this to back. No advice. I need soda with no ice. I said.
Okay, so how do you feel about the Bernie Sanders
And the soup,
response? Also,
don't
if you
give
haven't
it to the
already,
dog
please
either, because
like this video.
the
It
soup
helps
might
out a
have
ton.
bones in it.
Now, obviously, it's no surprise he's not going to take the advice.
I don't know.
of
I
Senator
didn't eat
Fetterman,
the soup
but
very
one thing
much
that's
because
rather
of the burnt
noteworthy is
taste.
referring to his polling in Pennsylvania and how Senator Fetterman might be turning into a
Damn it.
Republican anyway. So
Like,
who
I
really
just
cares what he
noticed
has to
that, like,
say?
half
But
of his
there is
head's
a very
chopped off
big
on the
elephant in the
stream.
room, and I've been using that term a lot. There are so many elephants here because if we're going to use polling, you might want to be a little careful, especially within the Democrat Party. Recently, Democrat Party approval rating among men approved 20%, which is negative 51%. Disapproved 71%.
I've died now
posted
5
by
to
Scott
6 more
Jennings,
times
trusted
since
source over
I've
on
respawned
CNN.
here again.
But if Abdul El-Sayed wins on Tuesday, but is defeated by the
Fucking
more
heroic.
moderate candidate in the race in the general, which would be
I'm
Mike
crying
Rogers.
right now.
I mean, are you not worried about that?
And what happens if Haley Stevens wins and is defeated?
I don't know what happened to the snipe up, but it has to be with the soup because I have to go back
The question is,
to get the
is
sniper.
Who is the stronger candidate against Rogers? I think it is El Sayed. I'll tell you why.
I think
there is an energy in his campaign right now.
there's not much I
grassroots
could do.
activism. He has many
I
thousands
got
of people out knocking on doors.
the tank
and mind you,
stock.
that's the way you win elections.
Okay,
Like
so
the
I saw this
dumplings
coming from
with
a
the
mile
soup
away.
on the
We
bowl.
actually talked about this in yesterday's show. What happens to Bernie Sanders and AOC and all of these high-profile Democrats if El Sayed does win his primary? He still has to win that, but then actually loses in the race against a Republican. And as you can see, Bernie Sanders is taking the posture of, well, if you lose, you lose. It's politics. But context, again, really matters in this case. Really, in almost any other race, I would probably agree with Bernie Sanders. You
He's
do have
on
to take a risk. You
CNN?
have to
I didn't
have
even
a lot
see
of
that.
money.
Sorry,
have
you
to
can't
do what
even
it
see
takes to
that.
win your race. However, because Bernie Sanders has endorsed so many different candidates and there's so much money and influence being tossed around, and El Sayed is a candidate who's so far left-leaning, you're taking such a high risk here. I mean, is it really worth it to go all in on this individual? But also, even if he does win, there is still some concern.
If you're Chuck Schumer, I'm pretty damn dangerous.
So calling Senator Fetterman an ogre, saying if you're Chuck Schumer, I'm pretty damn dangerous. Again, I do wish somebody would ask Bernie Sanders
Another Al Gore
or
incident.
have him address what's going on here. This is
Everybody
someone who
better
might
start
end up as
wearing
their coworkers. But I do want to
neon
point out this
orange.
is who Chuck Schumer is endorsing, the opposite candidate Bernie Sanders is endorsing.
But when I see, people saying, holy smokes, we've got erratic tariffs, we've got abuses of power, we've got $70 billion of federal taxpayer money going to this corrupt rogue agency called ICE. That is
It's not rogue.
crazy.
Okay, so the opposite.
The people invading the country are rogue. All right, back to the Bernie.
Many would suggest
The
are also
soup,
pretty left-leaning, but
the
she is considered
soup
the moderate.
is rogue
In terms
with
of
walnuts, and I
looking at that,
didn't order walnuts
Stephen
in the
Stevens would
soup.
you campaign for her
Who
because you want
puts
Democrats to-
walnuts in the
I
soup?
want Democrats to control the Senate. I think both Haley and
You add celery at the best.
Okay,
Who
so the
put
whole point
walnuts-
of this video is to show you guys what the posture is from Bernie Sanders. If
Let alone-
Dr. El Sayed wins,
If we
great.
start putting
Now he can
almonds
face
in
a
the soup,
Republican.
I'm gonna
If he
start
loses,
saying,
oh, well, that's what happens. If
no
Haley
almond
Stevens
water
wins her
in the
primary,
soup.
Great, I'm gonna
Because
support her because
people
she's
be
a
doing
Democrat.
meta shit,
Vastly different
and we're
Democrat
not
than Dr.
Medellin.
El Sayed, but it looks like Bernie Sanders will still endorse them. However, I do question internally within the Democrat Party how they feel about this. At the end of the day, if Bernie Sanders wants to endorse 7,000 different candidates around the United States, he can
Bernie,
do that.
you
But
can
again,
endorse
money
me,
is
Bernie.
very tight right now. And this is from MS Now.
I'm
They're even
30,
reporting
Bernie.
Republicans head into midterms
You
with
can
$500
endorse me,
edge
Bernie.
over Democrats. And
Bernie.
it's not like Democrat voters are not willing
It
to
can't
donate
get
to the
much
Democrat
worse,
Party
Bernie.
or try to help out a candidate they want to
I'm
win.
trying to-
But when you
there's
are
little
$500 million
gnats.
down from your opponent, we're talking about having to really strategically figure out where this money is going to go. As far
Where
as
is the money
really think
going?
about that. If somebody's like, I'm going
To
to donate
almonds
$1 million,
that cost
is still
$10
nothing to
for
how much
£2,
money Democrats are going
and they
to need to
upcharge
try
it
and funnel out this
in the
money left
soup.
and right to the different candidates they want to win their
Immediately,
election.
I think to
And we're just
myself,
gonna use Google Gemini
some
to
of the
show you guys
beans
the most basic thing
in
you
the
can do as a
soup
campaign. A
are too
campaign ad.
expensive.
A single campaign
And then I
commercial can
forget
cost anywhere
that
from
they're not supposed to be
$3,200
adding
to over
walnuts or
$150,000
almonds
to produce.
in the
While
bean
cost
soup
to air,
at
it
all.
ranges from $200 to
Because they're
$75,000
nuts.
plus per 30-second slot, depending entirely on your target market.
My heart goes out to the fellow Democrats that are running for governor in Wisconsin. They're like, oh my God, you are losing to crazy pants. Like that, and so like, as a Democrat, and I feel like
Then they explain to me.
Who they are.
They say it's almond milk. I say that's not good enough.
Now they're not even morphing into beyond socialist, not even communist. Now they're talking.
Not
about,
for my
I can't
bean
even
soup.
describe that. But overall now, it's not just like a phenomenon in New York City. Now you are witnessing that in Wisconsin. We've seen that in Colorado. Hell, we've got something in that here in Pennsylvania now. Why?
Is he still wearing shorts?
Things we're all probably observing right now.
I want to
The
know.
DSA is the DSA. Even
And
though
that
they
guy,
have the
'cause
word
he's in his
Democratic
own
in it,
office.
They are the DSA. They are not Democrats.
It looks like he's got gym attire on.
As of right now, according to Fox, the DSA has 120,000
He's
members,
that guy that they
yet
got
they are
mad
still
about
able
that
to
for,
have
so.
much influence. Compared to the 45 million registered Democrats, I think it's 42 to 45 million.
I like to have
We're
fun with
talking
the
about
Bernie
a
thing.
drop in the bucket of influence here that's able to
I don't
make a
even
difference
hate Bernie
outside
like
of just
that.
like a New York City area, even like in governor races, in Senate races, congressional races here. We're talking about major influence, and a lot of that has to do with Bernie Sanders, AOC,
Oh, fuck.
high-profile figures in the Democrat Party who are just ignoring the noise from someone like a Fetterman, ignoring the noise from a Van Jones, a progressive, and they're just moving forward with this tactic. Build them up.
What
and
does he
hopefully
think
they get
about
into office.
Mandani?
What does it say to you in terms of how the president is viewing the midterm?
Look, you have a president, again, in my view, that's not believe in democracy or the rule of law. He's an authoritarian. He will probably try to do it.
Bernie thinks, throw the whole soup out, don't give it to the dogs. The dogs will think it is piss water and they won't want it anyway.
Prepared for that.
Okay, so this had to be my favorite part of
Sorry.
the entire interview. Look, there are even plenty of conservatives
Sorry.
and Republicans who are not the biggest fans
Bernie!
of Donald Trump. But still, coming from Bernie Sanders, who's endorsing candidates that want to get rid of the Senate, I just find this all rather interesting to shift the blame of democracy and undermining whatever. I'm really curious, how does Bernie Sanders actually feel about the candidates within the DSA, where now we know 100%, we just had the co-chair over on Fox News, she says, yes, that is the long-term plan to get rid of the Senate. Bernie Sanders is a senator.
No, I'm
What's
talking
he gonna
about
do?
his own
In
shit,
fact,
not
this
his
was just
presidential
called out.
agenda. His own shit.
Today's Democrat Party
Like,
is being
for
driven
his birthday,
by
when did he give himself a
extremists.
parade?
And there is actually an extreme group that is driving the party further and further to the left. It's called the Democrat Socialist of America. And that membership is growing.
Look it up. If you think
Its
he
radical
gave
candidates
himself a parade, you
are
read the
winning.
news wrong.
And its far left vision is spreading. You may see it happening in Michigan this coming Tuesday with their primary election. This organization has issued a manifesto. That's right, a manifesto.
Manifesto.
With Fox News, the co-chair of this Democrat Socialist of America, admitted that this manifesto is filled with policies and politics that are extreme.
From John Barrasso, the manifesto.
Let me say it again. The co-chair of the Democrat Socialist of America admitted on national television their manifesto is filled with extreme policies.
And
It's
I am on record saying
extreme
this, that has
manifesto.
to be my most favorite
That's the label
interview
of it. I
have
don't
ever
know. This
covered
is
in
the
all of
words.
interviews ever. Mainly because
Don't hate me.
building up to this whole midterm season, many people were questioning, what is the DSA?
I didn't
Are they
make English,
socialists?
I
Is there,
just
like,
live in it.
communism there? AOC was not giving direct answers. Bernie Sanders was being a little gray. I love the interview because now we know exactly where they stand, and for any opponents against a DSA member or an elected official who
It's
has backed
only
a
like
DSA member, now you know exactly what the DSA believes in.
Six
And
more
again, I do
after
find
this.
it rather interesting, and you are entitled to your opinion. I find it rather interesting that this has become a Democrat versus Republican issue in the Senate. Meanwhile, if the DSA was in power, none of these people would have their jobs according to what they want, getting rid of the Senate. And again, this is why I love the interview. No gray area. Now we know. This is only 40 seconds.
So we're going to put up on the screen a few of the things that are part of your platform, and I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate. True. Okay. Replace the presidency
You take,
and Supreme
instead
Court
of the soup going to waste, you know what? Throw it on the ground anyway, because the let the cockroaches eat it, because we're demolishing the whole restaurant.
in the U.S. illegally. As a long-term plan, yep.
That is what Bernie is supporting.
Absolutely. Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
You know what? The garbage can, light it on fire.
Program,
We don't need a garbage
It doesn't get more
can.
black and white than that. Do not
Because
think that
we
it's
are
agreeing
already
with any of this,
demolishing
but I
the
fully
place,
100%
and we are
appreciate
going to
on
get
Fox
a
News
bigger
being this
dumpster.
transparent. We don't even get that from some of our elected officials, by the way. Even some.
We don't need it.
But as far as what's happening here, again, a Bernie Sanders, AOC, and others, eventually I do think they're going to get confronted.
It's called
one-on-one
El
with these specific
Salvador.
questions, and they're going to have to address why are you backing candidates that are saying this or are for it. Also, by accusing the president of undermining whatever you're accusing him of undermining with the Constitution and voting, what about what's happening here?
And she has now become the face of today's Democrat Party all across the country. She was asked whether her organization wants to abolish the United States Senate. She said, true. She was asked whether they want to replace the presidency and the Supreme Court. She said, yup.
She said,
she was asked
that's
whether
my
they
middle
want to
name.
abolish ICE, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement. She said, absolutely. She was asked whether they want to abolish borders and give amnesty to every illegal immigrant in America, including illegal immigrant criminals. She said, as a long-term plan, yep.
So again, in my opinion, and I know I sound like a broken record, but we've been covering this every single day, I really wonder, how does Bernie Sanders actually feel about this, and AOC? And I'm really getting a little sick and tired of, it's a big tent party, we don't have to agree on everything, but then why the confidence in backing a DSA member when these are the talking points? Again, this is a Democrat issue, but at the same time, this is also a Republican issue.
It's
when
some
some
scary
of these
shit,
candidates do end
folks.
up winning their races, and a lot of them are. Let's give them some credit here. You can think they're whatever. Maybe you might say they're a little out there, but they are winning. When they make it into Congress, Republicans are going to have to work with them. And if Republicans already have a hard time of working with a Bernie Sanders or a moderate Democrat like
You know
Chuck Schumer,
why?
who's considered
Because
moderate,
they don't
how is it
know
gonna happen?
his
How are they
soup
gonna all work
flavor.
together here? And look, everyone can hate on the DSA as much as they want, but look, with only 120,000 members, look what they are able to do and influence. Now, context,
Bernie's
again,
taste
is
profile
key.
is
You do
unique.
have to isolate where they are popular and where they are
He can
winning their
taste
races.
the
And it
almond,
is true, we're talking about
the difference,
Democrat versus
and the
Democrat
almond
type areas
milk.
in the United
He can
States.
taste the
We've yet
difference.
to see a full DSA member versus a full-blown red Republican. How is that going to go? And Dr. Abdul El Sayed is claiming he's not a DSA member, and he's not. However, I think that's the closest we're going to get to a kind of almost DSA member versus a Republican over in Michigan, which is why Bernie Sanders is getting questioned about that and whether or not it's worth it. And you saw, if he loses, he loses. But as far as what's happening here, again, you can actually take away from this. You don't need that many members in a party to make a difference. You just have to really play your cards right and make sure strategically you are really pushing the message you believe to be the popular message here. And, you know, Bernie Sanders has been able to do that. AOC has been able to do that.
We're going to be accused of being everything from Marxist to socialist to communist, no matter what in the hell we do. But we better speak to our party when they talk about the values of the party. If they're talking about daycare, children's care for all across America, that is a progressive platform, I'm with them. There's some things that they've taken, positions that I may disagree with. But we better be open to new thinking in this party to make sure our tent continues to be big enough to win.
You probably, I don't know if you've seen it, a new CNN poll out. Part of the new CNN poll just out this morning, Senator, says that if a third now, about a third of Democrats and Democratic-leaning adults identify as Democratic socialists. Is that good for the Democratic Party? Do you like that?
Let me tell you,
Do I like to pull out? Is that the question?
I look for progressive values.
What the fuck is going on?
Continue to. Let's.
Okay, so let me know how you feel about this. Again, the big tent party. Now, I will say, again, I watch these clips every single day, 24/7. I'm always looking for updates. The big tent party thing is actually starting to go away. Now it's turning into, well, I don't fully agree with everything, but I do agree with, like, healthcare for all, or I agree we should help out children, or I do agree that, you know, maybe I don't like ICE. We keep now seeing some distinction here, but as we hypothesized, we did say on my channel, it looks like we're going to start seeing some individuals separate just a little bit. But how much are you willing to separate? One thing I have noticed, you don't hear what he doesn't agree with. A lot of times, you never hear what they don't agree with. It's mostly what we agree with. So maybe eventually we are going to hear the part that they don't agree with. But again, in today's context of politics, sometimes being silent on something can just mean you agree with it, as far as how that might appear. So I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and let me know how you feel about Bernie Sanders, Senator Fetterman. Senator Fetterman is not a Republican, but he has indicated he might turn into an independent. So thank you so much for everything. God bless all of you. I hope I was able to represent all of the different sides here, and make sure to please pray for unity, make sure to please seek Christ, and God bless all of you. Thank you so much.
And next up, we want to talk about a major drug bust in Southern California.
Major drug bust, $200 million. Oh, I'm sorry, just $20 million. Just $20 million. That's not huge at all. That's.
I mean, this just sounds like it's something out of a movie.
No, this sounds like.
It really does, and I mean, this is the
Project
second
X.
largest cocaine
Doesn't
bust
even
so far
sound
this year
like.
in our region. More than half a ton of the
Oh,
drug nearly
fuck.
made its way into the country through California's border. These photos we're going to show you.
You mean
right
under it or actually through it?
Inspected a commercial truck. Bags and bags of cocaine were
A
hidden in
truck.
border
Oh, it
areas,
actually went
flatbeds,
over it, not in the ground. Oh my God.
complaint says a border protection officer conducted
How
an
much
X-ray
easier
scan of
can
the
you
truck,
get?
which revealed anomalies and inconsistencies. This happened at the Calexico port of entry on Monday night. The U.S. Attorney's Office says the driver, 44-year-old Jose Manuel Lopez, was from Mexico and was the only person in the car. He is now charged with illegally importing cocaine into the U.S. Lopez told officers he picked up the truck in Mexicali, Mexico, about 20 miles away from where the inspection happened. Lopez said his employer told him to make his way to Phoenix, Arizona. Officers seized a total of 366 packages of cocaine from the truck, totaling more than 1,000 pounds and estimated to cost about $20 million. And this bust comes as the U.S. Attorney overseeing San Diego says cocaine seizures are rising.
secured the border and launched the Take Back America initiative, the cartels have been deprived of approximately $13 billion per year in annual revenue for alien smuggling. Put directly, cocaine is now the lifeblood of the cartels.
They resorted to cocaine because Cuba still has cocaine.
Valued at about $45 million was found. That was linked to what officials called a sophisticated drug tunnel along San Diego's border. But as for this latest bust, the second largest in the region so far this year, Lopez could face up to life in prison if convicted. But on Tuesday,
life in prison? Oh my God, that's not good enough. Take him to the quarry. We need them in the camps, Johnny Somali style. Every single one of these people who think they can come over to America, pick up a fucking trailer, and do the dirty, know they're doing it, don't know they're doing it. Conspicuous lamp, look at this shit. $20 million worth of cocaine. There's a problem.
Upwards of a year. So really, you can see the product of their work, the fruits of their labor paying off when it comes to these investigations that include the DEA as well as Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Natalie, Chuck, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Down.
I hate drugs.
We appreciate the updates.
Thank you.
A terrifying crime unfolds right in front of San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department.
A suspected kidnapper shoots and kills his victim, who was in the trunk of a car, and is then killed himself in a barrage of bullets. Lots of questions still unanswered tonight. Chris Wolf live in Chino Hills with more on what we know about the gruesome crime. Chris.
Micah and Lindsay, authorities have cleared the scene tonight, but I can tell you there's been plenty of activity at the victim's house with a constant stream of visitors. They do not want to talk to the media. This is a predominantly Asian community, and we are now hearing that the kidnapping and shooting victim was a local businessman, about 60 years old, with 3 daughters. Surveillance footage in an upscale Chino Hills neighborhood captures the moment a kidnapper shot and killed his victim, stuffed into the trunk of the getaway car, seconds before San Bernardino County deputies shot and killed him. The passenger had surrendered peacefully before flying bullets ended the 2 other lives late Wednesday evening. We know this much. San Bernardino County Sheriff's officials say it all started on Monteverde Drive around 10:15 p.m.
hate people like
Neighbors
that.
heard a woman screaming after her husband had been shot. The culprit then forced the victim into the trunk of a car with Oregon plates.
And as I'm doing the garage, I heard 2 or 3 shots. And when I heard 3 shots, I turned around. I went the other way. It's not even other side. I think that we got to.
Deputies quickly arrived on the scene following 911 calls, and that sparked a brief chase, which ended on Wandering Ridge Drive. According to officials, responding deputies were unaware this was all part of a kidnapping, but they ordered the driver and passenger out of the vehicle. As we said, the passenger surrendered. The driver did not, walked to the trunk and delivered a second fatal shot to the kidnapping victim. That's when deputies used lethal force on the shooter.
The motive for this incident is still under investigation. I don't know what the relation is between the suspects and the victim, if any.
On Thursday, KTLA spoke with a man identifying himself as a family friend.
I called him and he didn't pick up the phone. I called his wife. She didn't pick it up. I called her daughter, who was like 13 years old, and my daughter. And she didn't pick it up either. So my wife asked me to come and check on him. It's almost 15 minutes.
Obviously, investigators hope to get critical information from the passenger in that getaway car who was arrested at the scene of those deadly shootings. Reporting live in Chino Hills, Chris Wolf, KTLA 5 News.
It's so depressing. It's terrible. It's so sad. And like,
On the
so like
evening of July
kidnapped
29,
to
cracks
murdered.
appeared at the Fong Shell Reservoir
It's so
in Dong
insane.
Yang
And then the cops just murdered the guy. Like,
County,
no more
Guangdong
justice was
province,
given than the
raising
person
concerns
that
that the dam
you're
could collapse
literally
at any
bleeding
time.
out, maybe
After
even
the
hearing it,
Sea
baby,
Reservoir crisis
like
event,
barely,
residents
like,
from several villages were
and
evacuated.
then you're done. Like,
According to staff from
barely
the
hear the
Dong Yang
barrage
County
of bullets.
Water
It's
Resources
terrible.
Bureau, the Sea Owl Reservoir was built in 2005 and
What a
is a
waste.
masonry arch dam. There are no residents living within 3 kilometers downstream of the reservoir. The staff said recent heavy rainfall had caused water levels in the reservoir to rise significantly. To prevent a dam breach, Xiao Reservoir began discharging water at full capacity. Videos posted on July 30 showed villages in Huangkun town submerged, with floodwaters nearly covering the ground floors of homes. Several pigs had climbed onto rooftops while some
What the
residents who were
fuck?
unable to evacuate filmed the flooding
How
from
the
the
fuck
second
is that
floor and
possible?
posted the footage online. Local water resources records
Did they
show
like
that
grow little
Huangcheng town has multiple small reservoirs,
feet?
including the
Or how the
Xihao
hell did they
Reservoir
get up
and the
ladders? Or?
Yantan Reservoir, which is designated as a protected water source area. Online commenters questioned the safety of Chinese reservoirs. How many reservoirs across the country used repair funds but ended up becoming shoddy projects? Find out who was contracted to build them, who subcontracted them, and how much money was taken. So much money is spent on maintenance, but when it matters most, everything fails. Does nobody have to take responsibility? Flood discharge zones are not supposed to allow houses to be built, but nobody cares. Whoever approved it back then should be held accountable. In the early hours of July 26, Typhoon Hongxia made landfall along the coast of Huizhou's Guangdong province, bringing maximum winds of level 14 near its center. Huizhou, Jieyang, and other areas were battered by powerful winds and torrential rain. Authorities said that by July 27, the typhoon warning had been lifted, but the disaster was far from over. Across Guangdong, 12 rivers exceeded warning levels, while 338 medium and large reservoirs released water to lower their levels, leaving many areas severely flooded. The Baipenzhu Reservoir, located upstream of the Xijijiang River in Huizhou, is the fourth largest reservoir in Guangdong. Its water level had risen 75 meters above its flood control limit. A water release notice was issued on the evening of July 26. Some streets and villages remained surrounded by floodwaters for an entire day. Lianping County in Heyuan City also suffered severe flooding with water accumulating across the county. Large numbers of homes and vehicles were submerged. On July 27, residents of Dongxing Town in Lianping County said the area had experienced continuous rainfall for 2 days and 2 nights. After the reservoir began releasing water on the evening of July 26, floodwaters quickly surged into villages. In Meizhou City, multiple reservoirs and hydropower stations released water at the same time. Severely affected areas including Mianyang Town and Meiling Town in Wuhua County experienced serious flooding. Roads turned into rivers, and the current became even stronger during the night. A resident in Henpi Town, Wuhua County, Mr. Wei, said the combination of converging rivers and continued upstream reservoir discharges caused floodwaters to rapidly flow back into the area, leaving almost the entire town submerged. Surrounding Wuhua County in 4 directions are Fenshun County, Jiexi County, Luhe County, and Zijing County. These areas have the Fenshun Hydropower Station, Jiexi Reservoir, Nangao Reservoir, and Zijing Reservoir respectively, all of which were releasing water. Many residents complained that the reservoirs should have released water earlier to prevent flooding, and that the lack of warnings before water releases turned disaster into a man-made tragedy. Some residents were swept away by floodwaters along with their vehicles. When they were recovered, both the vehicles and occupants were found dead. On July 29, in Chunyang Town, Wangqing County of Jilin Province, floodwaters suddenly swept through the street, despite there being no rainfall, creating a terrifying scene. Online videos show floodwaters carrying large amounts of debris rushing into the streets of Chunyang Town. Even large garbage bins were seen being swept away by the current. Caught off guard, residents hurried to flee by car or on foot, with some scenes showing floodwaters chasing people. Wangqing County is known as the hometown of black fungus. The debris carried by the floodwaters may have been black fungus cultivation bags. More videos later emerged show large numbers of cultivation logs washed away, causing severe losses for growers. Although the sky was overcast that day, there was no rainfall. Netizens questioned where the floodwaters came from and whether the upstream Chunyang Reservoir released water without warning. Chunyang Reservoir is located upstream of Wangqing County. An official statement later said that due to heavy rainfall, local river and reservoir water levels rose rapidly, causing Chunyang Reservoir to operate above its flood control limit. Flood control limit refers to the maximum safe water level allowed during the flood season. Under regulations, reservoirs must release water when levels exceed this limit during the flood season. However, authorities did not explicitly state that the flooding was caused by a reservoir discharge. This video shows scenes from Daxingou Town in central western Wangqing County.
大兴路镇内生路，今天预计是
Daixing Town Hospital was flooded again today. It has only been half a month since the last flood. Residents have just suffered through that disaster. How are the people on the first floor supposed to cope? They had just finished clearing away the mud and debris and were finally starting to recover emotionally. Now another flood has arrived. Typhoons Barbie and Hongxia have brought massive amounts of rainfall to many parts of China, triggering widespread flooding across the northeast. On July 29, Xingshan village in Ning'an City, Heilongjiang province was hit by severe flooding. Videos show a small river beside the village overflowing its banks, with floodwaters submerging large areas of farmland, roads, and residence yard. Several homes were left with only their roofs and upper section above the water. The muddy yellow-brown water was moving rapidly, indicating this was not ordinary street flooding. At 9 a.m. on July 29th, the Ning'an Meteorological Observatory in Heilongjiang issued an orange rainstorm warning. That afternoon, the Xiama River Bridge and National Highway G201 was washed away by floodwaters during the heavy rain. Videos filmed by local residents show the bridge has collapsed, leaving a gap of about 50 meters. The water was surging through the broken section. Construction workers appear to be present on both sides of the bridge. Several towns in Ning'an were flooded. Some residents reported that water inside their homes reached 1 meter deep. Pig pens were inundated, large numbers of poultry drowned, and animal feeds were soaked, leaving farmers helpless. Some villagers blame reservoir water releases for worsening the flooding, while others criticize authorities for failing to repair a dam breach during the previous flood.
Last time, it was a natural disaster. This time, it's a man-made disaster. The dam washed out last time. It was never repaired. We don't even know what the officials are doing. The breach kept getting bigger, and the government ignored it.
Earlier in mid-July, heavy rain also struck Liaoning and Jilin provinces. Multiple large reservoirs released water for days, causing flooding across parts of both provinces. River embankments broke and villagers were forced to make dangerous escapes. The Chinese Communist Party, CCP, has long promoted challenging nature and reshaping the land, leading to the construction of more than 95,000 reservoirs across China, averaging over 30 reservoirs per county-level administrative division. These reservoirs are frequently accused of releasing floodwaters to protect themselves, with many believing that reservoir discharges have contributed to a large portion of China's flooding disasters. On July 6th, the Liulan Reservoir in Henzhou, Guangxi suffered a dam breach, severely affecting multiple villages and towns downstream. Authorities reported 39 deaths and 9 people missing, while unofficial reports claim the death toll could be far higher, potentially reaching thousands or even more. The Liulan Reservoir was an aging facility built in 1958. Due to previous problems, it underwent 457 million yuan in repairs and reinforcement. In 2025, the Henzhou Water Resources Bureau praised the project, saying the reservoir had transformed from a problematic facility into a model project. However, several reservoir workers later revealed that the project had still not passed final acceptance inspection due to quality issues. Observers questioned, if the reservoir failed to pass final acceptance inspection due to quality issues, how did it receive the title of a model project in the first place? In addition, properly designed reservoirs usually have a main dam and a secondary dam, also known as a fuse dam. When the main dam is unable to withstand flood pressure, the secondary dam is designed to fail automatically, helping reduce pressure on the main structure. However, when the main dam of the Liulan Reservoir collapsed, the secondary dam still had not breached. Based on regulations, authorities could have opened the secondary dam to protect the main dam, but such a decision required approval from higher authorities. According to Chinese newspaper Southern Weekly, when the reservoir director attempted to contact superiors, the mobile phone signal failed. Even more unusually, the upstream hydrological monitoring station could not directly observe the amount of water flowing into the downstream reservoir due to its location. Officials could only estimate inflow levels based on manual experience. The reservoir director also said that before the floodgates were opened in the early morning to release water, 5 flood discharge gates were unable to fully open due to malfunctions and other issues. However, this report questioning official accountability was later removed. Independent commentator Li Chenpen said that if most small and medium-sized reservoirs across China rely on manual judgment to assess flooding, it would inevitably delay forecasts. By the time authorities detect severe rainfall, it may already be too late to evacuate residents. The most puzzling issue was that 457 million yen had been spent on reinforcing and repairing the reservoir, yet even the floodgates failed when they were needed most. Lee Chen-peng analyzed how the official 457 million yuan investment in the reservoir was actually spent. In 2009, 73.62 million yuan was spent on reinforcing the dam's seepage control system and converting the spillway into a water retaining structure. Ironically, it was this very structure that later developed problems. In 2023, the reservoir received another investment of more than 300 million yuan. But the critics questioned why the largest expenses were mainly used to upgrade agricultural irrigation channels, renovate a hydropower station, and repair drainage ditches. In 2024, more than 600,000 yuan was spent installing an intelligent monitoring and early warning system. Yet when the flooding arrived, the smart monitoring system failed. As for spending money on planting grass, replacing railings with stainless steel, and renovating the exterior walls of staff dormitories, Lee compared it to treating an elderly person whose heart could stop at any moment instead of installing a heart stent. Authorities gave the person cosmetic treatment and a manicure. He said the spending of over 400 million yuan was deeply questionable and alleged that corruption must have been involved. The CCP's repeated decision to release water from reservoirs during heavy rainfall have long drawn widespread criticism. During the major floods in the summer of 2023, authorities reportedly used Zhouzhou in Hebei province as a flood storage area to protect Beijing and the Xiong'an New Area, a major political project promoted by Xi Jinping. The city was submerged, affecting 130,000 people, while the number of deaths remain unclear. Water resources expert Wang Weiluo said that under the CCP's overall water management design, Zhouzhou was originally designated as an area to divert floodwaters away from Beijing. Among water disasters attributed to decisions of the CCP authorities, one of the most devastating was the collapse of the Banqiao Reservoir Dam in Zhumandian, Henan Province, on August 8, 1975. The disaster was estimated to have killed at least 240,000 people. The US History Channel has ranked it as the world's deadliest disaster caused by human factors. At the time, water equivalent to about 40 West lakes in Hangzhou surged downstream after the Banqiao Reservoir Dam failure, turning the entire region into a vast floodstream. Under the force of flood waters, some people were crushed by collapsing homes. Others were strangled by power lines or wires, while some were left hanging upside down from trees. Others were thrown against elevated railway structures and crushed into roadside ditches. Those ditches later became the graves of thousands of victims. After the water receded, large numbers of bodies decomposed, attracting swarms of flies. Lee Chen-peng said that when the Banqiao Reservoir faced record-breaking rainfall that year, all floodgates should have been fully opened under normal circumstances. However, without instructions from higher authorities, reservoir managers were afraid to do so. By the time they received approval to open all the gates, disaster had already struck. The gates, rarely opened during normal times, failed when they were desperately needed. Of the 17 flood discharge dates, only 5 could be opened because the others had rusted shut. Lee said this was similar to the situation at the Liulan Reservoir, where officials hesitated to make decisions even when the water level was only 1 meter below the dam crest, and emergency measures, including intentionally breaching part of the dam to prevent a catastrophic collapse, were needed. Online reports stated that the son of then Vice Premier Ji Denhui revealed that before the Banqiao Reservoir failure, Ji attempted to seek instructions from Deng Xiaoping, but Deng did not answer the phone because he was playing cards, delaying emergency action. A disaster killing hundreds of thousands of people and causing losses of over tens of billions of yuan was linked to one person's nighttime leisure activity. This sounds unbelievable. It's worth noting that there are now more than 40,000 reservoirs in China that could potentially collapse at any time. Chinese Water Resources Minister Li Guoying said that as of 2025, China had 94,877 reservoirs. More than 80% were built between the 1950s and 1970s. Among them, 42,000 have been operating for more than 50 years and 21,000 for more than 60 years. Many of these are problematic reservoirs built around the era of the Great Leap Forward. China currently has 94,877 reservoirs, but the country's first National Water Resource Survey in 2011 reported 98,192 reservoirs. Over the past 15 years, China has continued building new reservoirs, and the total number has fallen by 3,125. Were they dismantled or did they fail? Authorities have not provided an explanation. Water resources expert Wang Weiluo questioned the situation, saying that the disappearance of more than 3,000 reservoirs within several years without any official explanation was highly unusual. Chinese media reports states that since China began recording dam failures in 1954, a total of 3,558 reservoirs have experienced dam breaches. This may indicate that many of the missing reservoirs either failed or became unusable. China remains the country with the largest number of reservoirs in the world. However, according to former Vice Minister of Water Resources, Liu Weiping, in 2021, 92% of China's dams are earth block dams, the same height as the Liulan Reservoir. Liu also confirmed that the vast majority of dams that have failed or developed safety risks in China are earth block dams. China's water authorities have set the design service life of earth dams at 50 years. However, China currently has 42,000 reservoirs that have been operating for over 50 years and 21,000 that have been in operation for more than 60 years. Based on their original design lifespan, many earth block dams have already exceeded their extended service periods. Given the level of maintenance, many are operating despite existing safety problems. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that more than 40,000 reservoirs are hanging over the heads of 1.4 billion Chinese people, with the potential of collapse at any moment. Li Chengpen said that given such conditions when dam failures and flood disasters occur, do you still have the nerve to talk about downless love and compassion? Do you still have the mood to say that a nation grows stronger through hardships? He argued that this is not a nation growing stronger through hardships, but rather hardships strengthening the CCP's gang-like system. He criticized calls for public donations, saying the government does not lack money. What it lacks is money spent on doing its proper duties. The recently failed Liulan Reservoir had received 457 million yuan in funding, yet only 16% was used for maintenance, while the rest remains unclear. Reservoirs with similar problems are widespread across China. Looking at tens of thousands of potentially dangerous reservoirs across the country, he asked, "Are you not afraid?" In fact, China's most dangerous flood risk may still lie ahead. On the evening of July 28th, Chongqing was hit by heavy rainfall, with floodwaters quickly rushing towards a restaurant. Staff members immediately brought in sandbags and stacked them at the entrance to hold back the water. However, the force of the floodwater was too strong, and the sandbags ultimately failed to stop the flooding. According to China's Ministry of Water Resources, weather forecasts showed that from July 30th to August 3rd, areas of central and southeastern Sichuan would experience heavy to torrential rain due to the combined influence of the southwest monsoon and the cold air. Major rivers on the upper Yangtze River basin, including the Min River, Tuo River, and Jialing River, were expected to see significant rises in water levels. Flooding was also possible in tributaries such as the Qingyu River, Dazhu River, and Wu River. On the evening of July 29, China's Ministry of Water Resources activated a Level 4 flood prevention emergency response for Sichuan province. Chongqing and Sichuan are located upstream of the Three Gorges Dam. A large influx of water from these areas would flow directly into the Three Gorges Reservoir. Any major flooding in Sichuan or Chongqing would therefore attract close attention, as the Three Gorges Dam, which has long faced safety concerns, will be put under significant pressure. In the 1990s, despite opposition from many experts across various fields, the CCP pushed ahead with the Three Gorges Dam project, forcing its approval and construction. Critics argue that the project was marked by irregular construction practices, power-related corruption, bribery, cost-cutting, and falsification of information, leaving behind serious safety risk. They also accuse authorities of repeatedly violating scientific principles in areas including construction, management, and operation. The massive water storage in the reservoir has also artificially altered local geological conditions, with earthquakes activity in the Three Gorges area and surrounding regions showing a continued upward trend. As a result, critics describe the Three Gorges Reservoir as a sword of Damocles hanging over the people living along the middle and lower breaches of the Yangtze River downstream from the dam. Before construction of the Three Gorges Dam began in 1994, Wang Guangyu, a professor at Tsinghua University, warned that if such a massive dam were built, it would eventually be forced to be demolished.
my bitch.
Swarmed the small area of Ceuta. Local authorities there are asking the government of Madrid for reinforcements and to declare a national emergency. Spain estimates 49,000 migrants crossed in just 24 hours. At least 9 people have reportedly died trying to reach the area from Morocco. Ceuta officials believe the
9 people drove.
court's recent ruling that says migrants who arrived there by sea
And then the rest of them used boats. Believe it or not. Big ass boat eating lake
April
there.
3rd, 2025, dispatch in Eau Claire, Wisconsin received multiple
Morty.
911 calls about a maroon Chevy driving towards pedestrians on a sidewalk.
Morty,
as school
I'm
was
so
starting.
done
Officers
dying,
fanned out
Morty.
to search for the vehicle, but had no idea that 7 cars would be destroyed before this was all over. But the biggest question was whether the suspect could be stopped before tragedy struck.
What the fuck? Where are those people?
Just take a couple deep breaths right now, okay? Alright.
West on me. Jesus Christ.
I really gotta figure out how to use these things better before I can just think about running without the game glitching and doing nothing but kill me. That was pretty sad.
Just in case
You know what I'm gonna do? First things first, you in that big ball. Alright, everybody else I can take. I don't even think I'm supposed to drive the tank to the through the cave anyway. I have to get the tank up. I don't know what I'm trying to do, getting the tank all the way to the end. It's quite a mission though.
You're good. Let's get behind you.
Oh shit.
West on Maple.
I can't, that wasn't even me. I can't even move. Damn, look at it. Now I can move. Whoa, whoa. Shit. What the hell is going on? Why right now?
Hey, stay inside. He's driving on a sidewalk. He's driving super recklessly. Keep your kids inside. Stay inside.
At some point, he's just gonna crash. We have to understand that, okay? Take a deep breath. You're okay. It's alright. It's okay. Get behind him. Get behind him. Get behind him. Go this way. Behind him.
Coming to the intersection. No spikes out.
Alright, hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Hit him. Careful. Slow down. Slow down. You got volume right there.
Get up! Stop!
At this point, we're just gonna have to wait. Good job. You're alright.
We're not trying to, ma'am.
What the fuck is the like doing?
I got this right here. I got it right here. Set up over there. Who is it? Who is it?
He's hallucinating? This is hallucinating? I hallucinate all the time.
Oh my god!
Negative on spikes. Negative on spikes.
You're right.
Heading north on 3rd. He's gonna come back. I think if you guys stay there, I stay here, we can just throw it right in the center.
Yeah, duh. Duh. What the fuck was that? Sorry, guys. I can't even play this game because it's so pinging. And y'all are missing the sticks like y'all lagging. I mean, this is crazy.
He's back on third. So just watch out. You guys don't have a barrier, so he's not running through you guys.
Running through you guys.
Alright, at this point, if we get the opportunity, we just need to pin.
They're just creeping around the corner and killing my ass now. This is unreal.
Take a deep breath. It's okay. It's okay. I'm with you. Box him in. Let's get behind you. It's alright. Negative hit. Come on. On Truex.
They're terrified. They don't know if he has a gun. They don't know. I've already seen the end of this. I know it doesn't end that bad. But like this could have ended so much differently. They're trying really hard just to stop the vehicle.
Careful. Alright.
Look at that. He get hit. He hit someone. Fucking got hit hard right there.
Alright, let's go.
You gotta keep going because now one of them's stuck.
You're good.
I'm 10 in front of me, 10-15 over the Jeep.
Take a deep breath, okay? You're doing good. You're doing a great job. Continuing on Truex.
If you guys want to stay here, I'm gonna go try to get ahead of them.
Alright, slow down. Okay, we gotta figure out which way he's gonna go.
He's in the oncoming traffic now on the crossing. Crashing on corner mile. What direction?
Northbound. Still northbound.
Past the crossing.
Passing Alpine.
Go!
Passing Alpine. Still northbound.
Go! That's where he got on this. Like, that fucked his whole tire up right there. You could tell that fucked his arm all up. It's surprisingly still going. Hauling it.
Try to keep it nice and straight, okay? You got rocks?
You got rocks and shit? Rock shit. Rock shit.
Please don't crash. I don't have my seatbelt.
Anybody get the key to the crossing?
We're gonna be coming out behind the cars. Still lost on the tracks.
It's like they knew there was that little bridge there, freaking overgrown. Maybe a pile up. Like these cops are thinking of 9 different scenarios. Each one's got their own anxiety. I mean, their own family they gotta go into, and this guy's just taking it on a joyride. It's unexcusable. And he's a repeat offender. All because of some dumb meth in the car. All of this shit. Look at that! Look at that! You can't even fucking see! Good pit! Good pit! Oh, fuck! Now we gotta get him out of the car without killing him. Keep pushing, you guys. I'm out of the chase. Keep pushing. Keep pushing in that ditch. I'm out.
Motherfucker! Where's the radio? He's reaching in the back for something. 168 units. He's reaching in the back for something. Is he reaching in the back for something? You did good, Dodge. You did so good.
Ooh! Woo! Shit! He's so fucking high! Oh my god! That farmer is so mad. 114 still on, and we're still onto the field, going back towards the RCC.
Go back towards the RCC, stop on the field.
some more there. Look at your boys here.
Yep. 168 has rifle. At this point, like, hopefully we can get enough units to just... So if you're going more east towards 7th Avenue.
This vehicle's starting to smoke pretty bad.
Yeah, his is done. Right, just missed the lake.
You're good. He's gonna come to a spot here where he's reaching around to the vehicle. Oh my god.
Don't go in the field about 4,900 block of Alpine at this point.
This is what meth does to you kids. Don't do meth. Don't do drugs. That farmer is gonna be so pissed.
2 minutes, something is right here.
Slow down. He's... Oh.
Fort Bill, you didn't get enough time for driving apprehension. I got the mic.
I don't think he's gonna make it out of this ditch.
He's gonna try.
Careful, you gotta pull. He's not gonna make it hard.
I'm telling you, those cars are made really fucking good. Here we go.
Get ready, get ready.
Get over.
Oh!
Okay. Show me your hands! 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 Can you crawl? Can you drive it? Bring him box in behind! Gotcha. Someone's got pepper ball him out, windows are down. I got in the vehicle! I got pepper ball in here! Someone breached the side window with 40 weekend. What's it, James? What about pepper ball? Get out of the vehicle! I got pepper! Go, go, go! I got you covered. Pepper! Pepper out! Get out of the car now! Pepper ball! Toxical cough, right? Jesus, man. Pepper's out! Get out of here! Go! We are out of pepper ball. Get out of here! Get out of here! Ball was crossfire. Oh, get back here! Yep, I'm back. We're good. I cannot see in the vehicle anymore. No, it's full of pepper. He's trying to reverse it. If we can just get another squad in to ensure he can't. Engine just is disabled right now. Box in behind. Clear. Get back here. Yep, I'm good. When I put it up, he reached up like he was pointing something at me, like he was trying to get me to shoot him something. He's hallucinating from what I heard. Yeah. Yeah. I'm getting him ready right now.
Goodest boy. He is the goodest boy. Look at him. All right. He's like, well, what are we gonna do now? We're not gonna hurt anybody today, okay? If I have to bite, I'm gonna bite him pretty hard, but I'm not gonna go drop blood.
Yep, go, go, go.
Two million Scoville screams.
If he comes out on his own, great. If not, I can send a dog in and I can use long line to apprehend.
So we'll go up there. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Noah, you're gonna stay long.
I'm gonna grab.
Yep.
Yes, it's quick.
They got 40. We're gonna be coming up to try to open the door. Watch the crossfire coming over. Yeah, we're back up then. Hold on. Hold on a second.
Hey, you want to take a step back and I can jump in? Okay.
Clear the rest of the car, please.
Yeah.
I'm on the vehicle. I'm on the vehicle.
Right behind you.
Thanks, clear.
Yeah, I felt that.
Stop resisting. I'm not on billion of blood.
10-2 for EMS, come on up.
On your side. What's your name, boss?
Once they grab onto him, he came right out.
And it's clear right up to the scene.
What do you need, Aaron? Yeah, good.
Where are you looking first?
Nathan Stevens. Yep.
Oh, did he just get out? Yeah, he just
Oh, yeah, he did. Hey, like a couple days ago, right?
See?
Didn't last long.
All this
A total of
shit,
6
and he
police
could have
units were wrecked
died
and 2 officers were taken
twice
to
at
the hospital with
least.
non-life-threatening injuries. Each vehicle cost about $50,000, but
And
can
then
cost as much
this.
as $75,000 when taking into account the standard equipment each squad car is outfitted with, meaning damages incurred by the Eau Claire Police Department may have reached $250,000. A search of the vehicle yielded over
Just for
14
one
grams
speaker.
of methamphetamine, as well as 3 unused hypodermic needles, and over $1,300 in a currency envelope. 41-year-old Nathan Stevens was identified on scene due to having been just released from prison for multiple convictions in 2022, including possession of meth as a repeat offender and battery to a law enforcement officer. He also has a 20-year criminal history stretching all the way back to 2005, where he was convicted of taking and driving a vehicle without consent. He was taken to the hospital and medically cleared for booking. According to court documents, Nathan was charged with 2 counts of recklessly endangering
come in
safety,
to say
2 counts
hi.
of fleeing and eluding resulting in bodily harm, and possession of methamphetamine. He also
What's his
received
fingers?
20 traffic violations for the multiple stop signs he ran, and for driving in the wrong lane of traffic and on sidewalks, among other violations. Cash bond was set at $35,000, and Nathan pleaded not guilty to all charges. However, 3 months later, Nathan entered a plea agreement where he pleaded guilty to 2 counts of fleeing and eluding an officer resulting in bodily harm in exchange for dropping all other charges. Nathan was ordered to serve a 5-year prison sentence with 2 years of extended supervision, as well as the remaining time on his extended supervision from his previous conviction. He was also ordered to pay over $3,500 in restitution. Nathan is currently serving his time at Jackson Correctional Institution and could remain in prison until 2036.
I might have pepper ball.
That was about pepper ball?
Yeah.
That was good. That was effective.
It was all of them.
It was awesome. It was a good job.
It was the whole can.
And look how much work they have already done. I mean, they have got a substantial amount of lift on that roof already. You see the firefighter that is kneeling or just hanging off the side of that building. He's pretty much parallel now from his head to that roof line of the cab, which was not the case about 15 minutes ago.
That's right, and you know what? I just heard him talking. Like I said, a lot of times they will talk a lot on the radios, and this time they don't because they're all standing near each other. The update that I just heard them talk about is the driver's leg is trapped. So every time they move the truck, hang on 1 second. So the condition of the condition of the patient still stable.
That's excellent news for everybody involved. But apparently his leg is what is trapped down there. So maybe what we're watching there with all this activity on the cab, on the roof there, that roof line, is probably more for access for the firefighters to get in closer, to get to whatever has pinned that driver's leg to the point where they cannot get the driver out safely. That also might be one of the reasons why they just don't pull it out of the way, because possibly the movement of the truck will move something in a way where it'll actually hurt or pin that driver in even more. This is the first time I heard them talk about what extremity is the problem, and a leg is what they're talking about right now. So these firefighters on the roof continue to, you can see them continuing with the plans, and even on the TAC channel, they just mentioned they have several teams working with different plans on how to get that driver free. But right now, his leg is still trapped, but his condition is stable.
Yeah, thank God that they're still in stable condition after all of this right now. And Stu, that was some great new info, learning that the leg is trapped. And yeah, and that's probably the exact reason, like you said there, why they just can't start trying to pull the truck away, and what that could do to the patient's leg. And again, just very, very fluid situation. But yeah, Stu, this exactly shows what fire crews and rescue operators do on a daily basis. It's just not all firefighting.
Definitely not all firefighting is out here in Los Angeles. You know, we have earthquakes. Those are the ones where USAR will become very, very busy, especially if there's building collapses. But anytime we see a bad crash out there, every fire department, they call it different things. LA City Fire will call that a physical rescue. A lot of times, by the time USAR arrives, the other fire department, the other firefighters, they have some of that equipment on all of these trucks. But this one right there, that is basically, and we've seen it in the past. When I say it's a rolling hardware store, I mean they carry lumber in there, steel beams, any tool that you can possibly imagine, specialized tools that we've been talking about, you know, that can cut through steel, cut through just about any type of anything, any material to get somebody free if they need to. Right now, though, we haven't seen much of that activity anymore. There is definitely a jack holding that rooftop up, and that would be something else. If they would move that truck again, they would have to lower all these things down. They would have to remove anything that they have right now in place to make that move. Again, a lot of times, these cables that you see going to that to what they call heavy rescue, I'm going to use the simple term tow truck, but that is a boom that, or basically a crane almost. They use this more for stabilization, to make sure that that truck doesn't move at all, even inches, or settles or rolls somehow while they're doing these rescues. When that truck was up against the building earlier on, you know, if they would have done all these cutting and all that, that truck probably would have moved even more, injuring the victim even more. So right now, it is just more. It's just more of the of rescue and how they're going to do it. And their slow motion isn't lack of activity or indecisiveness. It basically is they have to figure out how they're going to do this safely, how they're going to move this, get whatever is pinning that leg in place. They're going to be able to move it in a way where it doesn't make the injuries any worse, and be able to get that victim free. And also, again, that big S word, safety. Everybody needs to be safe while they're doing these activities.
Yeah, that is 100% true. Safety, name of the game right now as we continue to showcase this live breaking news. And Stu, you are no stranger to breaking news. In fact, with Skybox 11, you are able to see the breaking news happen pretty much in real time. Give us the perspective of you, Stu. When you hear a call like this, a truck into a building, you get on scene, and your reporting just begins instantly.
Definitely. And, you know, so many times you hear, we hear these calls and we get there on scene, and thank goodness it is not as advertised, or it is a lot less than. This one, you know, it had all the earmarks of something tragic. When we heard the location, usually these are going to be steep hills. They didn't say a car; they said a truck. So then right away you're thinking construction. You're thinking, because we're right here at the Palisades, where all that construction is going on for the rebuild from the fires. And in this case, it really was everything you hoped it wouldn't be. You had a heavy truck loaded with scaffolding on a steep road. Something happened, and tragically it went into the side of a building down there. This gives you a different perspective. You can see that what we were looking at, and also, you know, you'd think that on Pacific Coast Highway that this is some sort of you know, a business of some sort, but apparently these actually are residents right there. Nobody inside that building was injured, maybe not even at home at the time of the crash, but that driver definitely trapped inside that truck, and in the worst way. If it would have been, you know, the opposite, at least if the driver would have been on the passenger side somehow, then he would not have been as pinned. It seems like the brunt of the accident really pinning that driver in there. You can see some of that bent door still in place there where they can't get it out. Somewhere in that, all that mangledness of the damage and the bodies of the firefighters is that driver. And apparently, as we said, still stable in condition. That is fantastic news. And you can see some more of of what they're doing and how they're doing it. Now they're resorting more to the old-fashioned the hand crank type of. I know the technical term for that. That hoist, it's a hoist, is what they're doing. That machine right there is a chain hoist. So they are basically pulling on that chain hoist, trying to move something out of the way. And I would guess it actually is going to be what they're trying to move out of the way is some of the building. And they anchored the chain to the building to get some of that out of the way, basically bending it, pushing it, pulling it out of the way so that the rescuers can free the driver's leg to get that driver out of that wreckage. The other portion of this is, you know, we don't know. Maybe this is just the first portion of what they need to do. Maybe they're talking about getting the building portion out of the way so that they can get to something from the truck to move that, to get that driver out of the way. I think we just saw a quick glimpse of the driver in there. I did see somebody without any firefighting anything on, with a pair of glasses, and I think that is actually the driver. So he is awake enough to be moving around, and you just got to think to yourself, I mean, I have a phobia. I could not imagine what it would be like to be trapped inside there, you know, in pain and trying and working to get him out. I think they're going to start pulling him out right now. Let's move Skyfox around, please. Both legs are free.
Oh, wow. Okay,
and they're in the process of getting him out of the truck.
Oh, good. This is huge news. Yeah, you are seeing the immediate response now from the other firefighters, just like you said, Stu, where they get into quick action now, able to extract this driver here in just moments. Oh, there we go. We can see the legs. We can see the legs.
They don't do... Yes, then they don't do anything quickly, and there is clearly a reason for that. Everything, they got to be careful. They got to make sure that, like you saw, they just removed one of those hydraulic jacks out of the way. They've got to make sure that everything is safe when they pull them out. I have to be quick to draw if this is going to be something that we can't show on television. You can clearly see the hand of the driver right there, reaching, you know, holding out. This is his first moments being freed from that wreckage. And again, they're pulling him out. They're going to put him on that gurney, then they're going to place him on this one, and then they're going to take him and put him into an ambulance and get him off to a local hospital quickly. There you go. You can see that driver coming out. This is the first moments of him being freed from that wreckage. Amazing work by these firefighters.
Wow, this is truly amazing work by the fire crews and the rescuers to get this individual out, learning that the driver had
was stuck there. The leg was stuck, but then we just heard moments ago that both legs were free, and now look at how fast they got the driver out. We are seeing the motions now from that driver who has to be in just deep pain. But again, great job by the fire crews, and thank you so much, Stu Mundell, high up above Sky Fox, giving us a great play-by-play and insight from this rescue. We really appreciate it, Stu, for you calling in. We take so much of your breaking news when it comes to the police chases out in Los Angeles, as well as the fire coverage. But we really appreciate when you can call in and talk with us as well, Stu.
Everybody's here for nothing. We gotta go.
You know what? And I give hats off to the Live Nation. I love what you guys do. I love how you do all the breaking news around the nation. I'm honored to be part of it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Stu Mundell, reporting live up Sky Fox for us on Live Now from Fox. Again, we appreciate that, Stu, and we'll let you get back to more of the coverage high up above right now. But again, great work by the fire crews, able to extract that driver after he was pinned and stuck, had a leg that was stuck. We learned the whole time that he was in stable condition, and that is exactly what we saw when he came out. And now he's going to be taken to a local hospital there for treatment. But again, astonishing work by the fire crews, able to get that driver out. We were first thinking, okay, this was a business that this truck slammed into, but no, these turned out to be residences. So again, great job by the fire crews during this very, very difficult rescue that we all watched and brought to you right here on Live Now from Fox. And that is just pretty much a great example of what we do here on Live Now. We had the images coming in. We went to it as breaking news, and you saw we didn't dip out for any type of commercial breaks. Stu Mundell was great to call in and give us that insight as it was happening in real time, and also just the different vantage points that we were able to see as well. That really, really turned out to be great, and just a great showcase of what we do here on Live Now from Fox, and great vantage points all the way around, thanks to Sky Fox, Fox 11. And again, great job again by the fire crews. We're hoping that individual, the driver, is able to get the help that he needs and is able to find some relief a little bit later today at the hospital. Thanks so much again for joining us. Our coverage of Live Now from Fox will continue in just moments. We do want to take a 2-minute break. We will be back with other top stories, headlines, all in the mix right now on Live Now.
Life was always hard for me. There was days where I thought I wasn't gonna make it. That's why I take this game so serious. You know why? Because this Yu-Gi-Oh game has
so
kept me
serious.
out
You
of
know
trouble.
why?
Allow me to introduce you
I
to
don't know
Jarrell
why this is so
Winston,
loud,
an
but this is
underdog
so
who has just performed
loud.
one of the greatest feats in Yu-Gi-Oh history. But instead of celebrations and congratulations, his success would enrage the elitist Yu-Gi-Oh player base. Why, you might ask? Well, on the stage, Jarrell would humiliate the strongest players in the entire world at the most prestigious tournament of all time, the Yu-Gi-Oh World Championship. But unlike the pro players who brought only the best meta decks, Jarrell would instead obliterate them with his own unique concoction. A deck that was shockingly egregious and completely unthinkable. One that was previously considered to be the game's worst competitive strategy. On this fateful day, Jarrell would prevail with Exodia. Now, there's some important context needed to fully understand just how we got to this point.
Do you really want to know why Jarrell McKay Winston played Yu-Gi-Oh?
Our story starts in the year 2012, where Jarrell was a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player who attended tournaments around the country. Growing up in the Bronx, Jarrell faced challenges during childhood, from being bullied and even being homeless, bouncing between foster homes before his great aunt was able to adopt him, and Yu-Gi-Oh had become his outlet.
I was ridiculed in school. I had nothing to do and nowhere to go. I was homeless. I had no mother, guys. I had no father. I had 7 other siblings. I know how it is to struggle. I know how it is to get bullied. I know how it is to get robbed. I know how it is to live in the streets. That's why I take this game so serious. You know why? Because this Yu-Gi-Oh game has kept me out of trouble.
As he grew older, he began traveling to premier tournaments, netting a handful of small accolades, including a few Top Cup finishes at premier championships.
This Yu-Gi-Oh game has showed me places that I never even known existed. I never knew there was a world outside of the Bronx.
But early on, he would receive scrutiny from the pro players who always felt that Jarrell's small list of accomplishments were a result of luck and not skill. Mainly due to the fact that in addition to being a player, Jarrell was also a YouTuber, someone who made content about the game and shared his ideas with the community, covering big moments and successful players like Marquise Henderson. Though his channel, Pro Winston, was a household name, YugiTubing was looked down upon by the pompous pro players who would keep their secrets among themselves and scoffed at the notion of leaking their strategies, or anything of the sort that would remotely threaten their success. They believed that YugiTubers were more more casual players who were nowhere near the level of the elite. But little did they know, Jarrell would completely shatter this assumption
didn't
at
have
the national
the
championship
true
in the summer of the same
Winged
year.
Dragon of
This was
Ra.
an annual tournament attended by
The
the best
true
duelists on the
Scythe of the
continent,
Sky
with the top
Dragon.
6 duelists qualifying
Because
themselves to
I
represent the
had
United States at the highest
Scythe of the
pinnacle
Sky
of competition,
Dragon.
the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship held in Japan.
I know how it is to struggle, and that's why I sit here and I tell you every day to never give up.
Never give up.
Here that Jarrell would obliterate
never give up.
1,605 other
The
players to
tortillas are in
finish
the
in
box.
third place, earning the
Next
prestige to
to the
set foot
soup.
onto the world stage.
In third place from New York, Jarrell McKay Winston.
As their jaws hit the floor, the pro players were quick to discredit Jarrell, as he had succeeded with a Chaos Dragon strategy that the community felt was largely skillless. Unlike windups or Dino Rabbits, which required setup and preemptive planning, Chaos Dragon simply milled a large chunk of their deck to fuel large dragon monsters that beat down the opponent. In their eyes, it was the epitome of caveman dueling. The deck was especially overwhelming due to an annoying combo loop with the Light Pulsar Dragon, who, when sent to the graveyard, would resurrect the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. Darkness Metal Dragon's effect then allowed the player to summon back any other dragon monster from the graveyard, including Light Pulsar, meaning the opponent would have to find a way to remove both monsters in sequence to stop the infinite loop. But nevertheless, Jarrell had qualified himself on behalf of America, which frustrated the pros, notably because up until this point, the United States had never held the title of world champion. They felt that he'd taken up a precious slot when a more accomplished player could have strengthened their odds to finally beat the dominant Asian players. In fact, a few of the other 5 players who qualified alongside Jarrell were so salty that they even refused to playtest with him, leaving Jarrell to train and prepare for Worlds on his own accord. But this would only make him more determined than ever.
More determined than ever.
I finally made it to the Yu-Gi-Oh! National Championship in one shape. Whoa!
Ooh.
Ah, my back. Somebody left this deadly Yu-Gi-Oh! Card on the floor, and it injured me. Huh? There's a reason why Yu-Gi-Oh! Is supposed to be played with light points instead of actual injuries. Just like there's a reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law. Is found in the description.
Plug.
The tricky part was that the World Championship would have its own set of rules and strict card pool, allowing
Too
only
many
cards that were ordered
plugs.
released in every territory and no region exclusives.
And not
This
enough
meant that the metagame was on a
games.
completely level playing field, and every duelist would have to adapt new strategies to win. It quickly became obvious that one soul deck would be extremely dominant. The Insectors, bugs from the abyss that would swarm the field with an insect army, equip themselves to each other, and then fling themselves
Tournament
at
of the
opponent's
world with
field.
the
Naturally,
bug
this
deck,
gave you
the
two
one that
options:
everybody
join the
didn't
bug
think would
army
work,
or
do
hate build in a
anything.
way
The
that specifically
bugs.
countered them. The other American players would do exactly the latter.
I'm so
bring in
pissed
Chaos
off.
Dragons to try and squish the tiny bugs, and even Gravekeepers,
Yeah,
whose
squish the
signature
tiny
Necromancer
bugs.
field spell would
Squish
lock
them
down
with
the somewhat
anything.
graveyard-reliant Insector engine. Yet Jarrell began to think even
Exquisitely
further outside
this.
of the box. Though the deck had served him well
Squish
at
it.
Nationals, he wasn't convinced that Dragons would be consistent enough to match
With the
speed
second
of the
ability.
Insectors. And as he boarded the plane to Japan, he mulled over his options. At the
done.
end of the day, Insectors were a strategy
He's
that
like,
relied on having opposing cards to destroy and then attacking.
Sky
the lead.
Dragon, get
What if there
him
was a way to
lower,
approach the
dude.
matchup from a completely
Yeah, I
different angle?
know.
One that wouldn't give them any valuable cards to destroy, nor battle them head
Take
on.
it to the
Instead, it could
fucking
rely on an
famous.
alternate
There we
weakness, one that
go.
was downright insane to even consider, assembling all 5 pieces of Exodia. The concept initially came to him after a late night discussing theory with his friends. Unlike the pro players who had the deep intellect and analysis for every single detail, Jarrell's friends were just regular
That's me.
duelists. But for him, their support was more than enough. And his friend Giuseppe would be the first to say,
Look at the heart of the
Jarrell was
cards.
the type of player who wouldn't refuse
You gotta
an idea,
understand
and he
the
instantly
heart of the
began ruminating on
cards.
thought. Now, contrary to the show,
Look at
Exodia was never viable on a competitive level in real life. Not even at the local level, never mind the most esteemed tournament of all time. The deck was downright horrible and easily one of the
Horrible?
worst strategies by a large margin.
You play the
So because
card,
the
you
individual
win, and I'm
pieces were
fucking
deadly
talking
on
about
their own, and the
horrible.
strategy was highly susceptible to both hand and field disruption. Early Exodia
Fucking
decks
piece of
circumvented
shit.
these issues by drawing the player's entire deck in
Don't let
one
somebody
single
sell
turn
you
to
something.
assemble the 5 pieces on the spot. But this was often inconsistent and would never work out in the long run, especially when you factor in that the game's most powerful draw spells like Pot of Greed had been banned for years. Not
All
to
you
mention the
gotta
odds of opening all
do
5 pieces in your
is
own
get
hand
the card,
was only one
the
in
card art,
658,008.
the heart of the
His friend
card.
Giuseppe instead
See?
shared a different take. What if he played a heavy trap
One in
engine to
658,000.
control the game and slowly draw Exodia over the course of multiple turns? This was a concept that was
Yeah,
previously used in Burn.
bro,
traps
that's
to attack the opponent's life points directly
literally
while
how
protecting
I
themselves for a
don't
turn,
play
followed by replenishing their
Yu-Gi-Oh,
card
but
draw effects and repeating the process. Instead of the
I
burn
play
cards,
that
he
somewhat
slotted the 5
in the
pieces of
Duelist of the
Exodia.
Roses like
Hypothetically,
that,
this
just
would grant him
because.
an advantage, as every card he played on the field could be activated in response when it was targeted for destruction by an opposing Inspector monster. Meanwhile, the majority of their other cards would also be useless against his win condition. Jar of Greed, Legacy of Yatagarasu, Reckless Greed, and Accumulated Fortune would draw him cards. One Day of Peace would do the same while preventing battle damage to return. Meanwhile, Wabaku, Threatening Roar, and Swift Scarecrow could do the heavy lifting by protecting his life points. It was the ultimate turtle-up strategy that would result in a victory. But Jarrell innovated even further by playing Holster Escape, a trap card that drew a card for every 2,000 life points of range.
You draw the cards. I'm just gonna drive this thing off a cliff and then F the world. Alright, that's it. Everybody get off. Goodbye. Yep. Sounds like something I would do.
But in this case, it would serve the purpose of fueling an extremely juicy Holster Escape. The concept was finally there, though Jarrell wasn't fully convinced because the deck was built purely on theory and he wouldn't have much time to test it. As he boarded his flight to Japan, he packed 2 deck boxes. One with his trusty Chaos Dragon deck that had brought him from farm, and the other containing his newfound source of genius. In his mind, he just thought that, though it was revolutionary, Exodia was just borderline insane to take to the World Championship. So did he really take this idea and run with it? After all, this is literally the pinnacle of all tournaments, with its exclusive prizes on the line is as much as $100,000. But as the sun rose on the next day, he would enter the Tokyo Dome with one lone deck box in hand.
If y'all think Jerome King will stop, give up.
You think I'm gonna give up?
I have came to
Or
Tokyo
stop?
Japan to fight.
I came to fight
I cannot fight anymore, guys.
until I cannot.
What he had to do.
And then I will take that soup back to the kitchen. Let's go, Bernie. Let's go. The soup. Don't forget about the soup. The soup is a very important skit.
As coverage began, the casters were in
You think I call back to the soup a third time, did you?
Coming to the realization that they were in the presence of the Pharaoh's greatest weapon. And for the first time in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh history,
Shit, I can't move. It's stuck. The game wanted me to die.
The community was understandably completely awestruck, and most of them cheered Jarrell.
Yeah.
The haters, on the other hand, were entirely flabbergasted.
Let's figure that
They
out.
could not believe what they were witnessing.
I cannot
Already about Jarrell
move.
going to Worlds, of all decks, he decided to run Exodia. They were absolutely livid. In their eyes, he had completely
It is
wasted his
completely
golden
not
opportunity.
operational.
And deck was pure travesty. Yet their
If I can't move, I'm dead, okay? I'm just gonna play like this. I
Never give up, guys.
never give up.
Always believe.
As Jarrell plowed through the first 2 rounds, obliterating 2 Inzector players with ease. His determination was paying off. Yet Jarrell's miraculous string of fortune was only just beginning, because in a crazy turn of events, his round 3 opponent would default on their match after being rushed to the hospital due to a doctor emergency. This was especially lucky for him because the Mexican player was using Hammer, which was an unwinnable matchup for Exodia. Their signature boss monster, legendary 6 Samurai Shien, could negate any spell and trap card effects, and Naturia Beast would permanently lock him out of spells. But Jarrell would dodge the bullet and proceed with a 3-0 record, giving him a high chance to make the top 8 playoff bracket and ultimately win. The fact that made his online haters even more saltier the minute they heard it. Jarrell is only winning because of luck, they would explain. Meanwhile, the other American players weren't doing so hot, with a few of them already knocked out of the tournament at this point. For the crowd watching at home, Jarrell was your last hope. Also, if you're enjoying this video, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. His next opponent was one of the 2 other world players who utilized an anti-meta sub-strategy that leveraged Skill Drain and Necro Valley to stun out the opponent. Jarrell would draw multiple Exodia pieces early
What
on
the fuck
to
just
further stabilize
happened
the game with his crowd.
to the
Leading his
game?
first loss of the tournament.
Microsoft,
It was one of the few decks that played both
you have
Solemn Judgment
answers.
and Dark Pride to negate Jarrell's trap cards.
And there's a fucking sword, guy,
Would become even more tense as he would take
that I
the
need
second
to
loss
focus
to a skilled Inzector
aggro
player
on without
round.
dying.
A close match that led to an unfortunate defeat. This made him finish
Fucking
with
hell.
a 3-2 final record after
Okay.
Swiss. And though dismayed, he wouldn't give up on the heart of the cards just yet, because Jarrell knew
Nor
that a few
shall
players
I.
would make it into the top 8, but this was all dependent on math and tiebreakers.
A lot of people think things are impossible. The word impossible.
It says I'm possible.
That means Jerome McKay Universal Winston can do whatever he believes he
Can
It
do
was hands down the
whatever.
strongest moment of
I'm gonna
anticipation
take
in his
this
life as he announced
to
his
those
might.
things that I was trying to kill, and I will show them. Oh fuck! I tried. I hit, but I walked
a
away.
Tremendous cheer erupted.
I
Gerald
mean,
Winston had achieved the impossible.
I
For
came
the
in
first
third
time
place.
In Yu-Gi-Oh history, Exodia had made top 8 at the Yu-Gi-Oh World Championship. It was the only world deck that made it into the playoffs next to the Steel Drain
What the fuck just happened? I kicked it.
Along with the whopping 6 Inzector decks, to no one's surprise, really. Things would ramp up immediately, for every remaining challenger was extremely dangerous.
Can't underestimate anybody. Everybody is dangerous. Everybody has to prevail. Every person deserves to be. Take perfect for granted.
Our main opponent was a Japanese player by the name of Saito, who Asian players had dubbed the ultimate.
Look at all that.
In game
I
1,
didn't know when we were gonna die for more. The sword,
victory by storm.
the rare, or that. I don't know. I don't. We will know later. We will find this out. We're stuck in an infinite death loop, folks. You know what this is, folks.
Until you get the deck's card draw momentum.
I'm not logging out tonight. This is just gonna be like this. This is 24/7.
Gerald's opponent was evidently unlike the others.
Firing squad, where you sit here and you take the strongest rocket and one hit kill you for eternity. This is like that one Fry episode where he clicks the reload thing at the top of the mountain. Wait. Sorry, I butchered that. At the top of the tower. Where Leela was supposed to meet him, and his clock was fast, and he jumped off too quick, but she was coming. Yeah, caused a whole bunch of stuff, and died over and over again.
Began to play extremely slowly with the intention of wearing down the clock. You see, a Yu-Gi-Oh match is timed, and when the clock hits 0, the player with the higher life points wins the match. And despite Jarrell appealing to the judges on multiple occasions, only a 10-minute time extension would be granted. There would also be miscommunication due to the language barrier. According to Jarrell, there were 4 or 5 Japanese judges, but no English judges immediately present at his table. After all, the tournament took place in Japan, and Jarrell felt that from a logistical perspective, his opponent was heavily favored. This put pressure on him and led to a few critical misplays, which included activating Threatened Roar to protect himself from damage when one day a piece was played the turn prior, effectively wasting his roar for no reason. But the turning point would occur immediately when Saito activated a copy of Royal Decree, which would negate all trap cards.
I love that card.
Rogue, heavy trap anti-meta strategies, but it just
Except I play Black Hole and White Hole. Why the fuck isn't nobody doing that one?
Now, Jarrell, of course, had foreseen this and played copies of Twister to destroy the Royal Decree.
You see, if you had White Hole, all your cards aren't destroyed as well, and then you could just insta attack with all the cards that you have on the attack on the field and just win. Why the fuck is it banned?
That his opponent and the judges stated that he could not activate the accumulated
Because
fortune.
if not, that's mine, and I claim it. I trademarked it. You cannot take that.
Suggested it could be an illegal activation.
Is it even real? Is the card real? I don't know. We're gonna find out.
Accumulated fortune face down, foregoing the 2 extra draws, which led to his ultimate defeat, as he would run out of gas on the following turn.
So for people to sit there and say,
it spawned me back.
He should have known he wasn't gonna win.
Oh,
he was
spawn.
meant to lose because of a rule. What if I would have won that time?
You see this?
I would have went to top 4.
I just noticed that.
Now, what exactly happened at that moment is
that's real fair.
Not even the commentators seem to know. He would have likely won within the next few turns. His hand already contained 3 pieces of
no
Exodia,
infinite
and his remaining deck was and who knows
taking the cloud stream for me. Damn, that sucked. I was trying to save my spot, but that would never happen now.
Would later go on to win the entire tournament and become the world champion. But instead of wallowing in disappointment, Jarrell would stand up to overwhelming applause. He had gained the utmost respect for doing what no one else could. He had become a real-life Yugimoto and showed everyone just what the heart of the cards was capable of. But some haters would still be spiteful online.
It's true. It's my deck, okay?
In their opinion,
I'm trying to get Exodia deck on the Duelist of the Roses.
Player who made the top 8. Jarrell would also make a YouTube video addressing the hate from the elitist players, and saying that despite the mishaps and the unfortunate circumstances that led to his loss, he still poured his heart into the deck and did his best to win. And ultimately, he was confident in himself and knew he made the right decision.
What's good, YouTube? It's your boy Pro Winston here. This is a video regarding all the hate comments and bashing that I'm getting for playing Exodia Worlds. And everyone called me stupid for it. Just because I don't want to play the top tier decks doesn't necessarily mean that I have to get attacked for it or bashed for it.
Nope.
I thank the 3 pro players and the 7 friends that believed in me before I left my house.
Yep.
They told me that if you do decide to play Exodia, you
yeah.
have the guts and you have balls. Because
It's
no
true.
one ever went to Worlds and tried to play a deck that wasn't considered the meta.
Haters aside, his performance
The meta.
largely won over the Yu-Gi-Oh!
And
community.
Merain.
And over the next few days,
Hey.
there were congratulations and endless praise. Pro Winston had become a hero and a true duelist with the heart of a champion. And to this day, it remains the only time in Yu-Gi-Oh! History where Exodia would make a top cut finish at a premier tournament. Now, what happened to Jarrell Winston after this, you might ask? Well, he continued to compete over the next few years, even finishing in top 8 at the National Championship 3 years later, falling just one duel short of qualifying for the World Championships yet again. But he would still set foot on the world stage more than once, working as a judge instead, to ensure that no players would falter due to miscommunications or ruling mishaps. And throughout the years, he would continue making YouTube videos, judging large events, and also playing a bit of Magic the Gathering on the side, before ultimately retiring from the card game scene and focusing on life instead.
I know how it is to struggle, and that's why I sit here and I tell you every day to never give up.
Jarrell's success story is a prime example of how
To never give
determination
up.
can defeat every adversity throughout
I'm
life.
never giving
and
up,
also the
man.
salty haters. Because in the end, Jarrell
We gotta
showed
save
them
America,
all.
As
Jarrell.
long as you take your deck and believe that you can do well, you will do well.
We gotta
You
save
already know, it's
America,
not
Jarrell.
just to go deuces.
Dude, we have to save America, Jarrell.
Talk about camouflage. A New Jersey police officer. Officer went undercover this weekend as a big bush.
Who did he fool with that?
Exactly. Apparently it worked. He staked out a busy downtown corridor, watching for drivers breaking the state's hands-free cell phone law. Police there say the disguised officer helped catch 74 distracted drivers in just 6 hours.
Here's what he did. He was dressed like a shrub, and people came by and they wanted to take a picture with their cell phone. So he was entrapping people.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're out there with their cell phone taking a picture. Look at that shrub. It's a cop.
I think you're exactly right.
Talk about camouflage. A New Jersey police officer went undercover this weekend as a big bush.
Who did he fool with that?
Exactly. Apparently it worked. He staked out a busy downtown corridor, watching for drivers breaking the state's hands-free cell phone law. Police there say the disguised officer helped catch 74 distracted drivers in just 6 hours.
Here's what he did. He was dressed like a shrub, and people came by and they wanted
Covenant are dug in up there in those rocks, Chief. We're totally hemmed in.
We need to get up this ridge.
I'm in no hurry for a heroic charge on those guns, Cortana. Holding position.
We need to get up this ridge.
I'm in no hurry for a heroic charge on those guns, Cortana. Holding position.
We need to get up this ridge.
I'm in no hurry for a heroic charge on those guns, Cortana. Holding position.
We need to get up this ridge.
I'm in no hurry for a heroic charge on those guns, Cortana. Holding position. Up there in those rocks, Chief. We're
get up this ridge.
I'm in no hurry for a heroic charge on those guns, Cortana. Holding position.
We need to get up this ridge.
I'm in no hurry for a heroic charge on those guns, Cortana. Holding position.
because the fucking game's not, you know, cooperating. So I'm gonna turn it off for a little bit. Maybe I'll check on it in a bit. I gotta reset this and maybe play some Fortnite. Make sure you guys like, comment, share this so that people like this different type of content, and have a great rest of your evening. Good night.